Good morning, everybody, and welcome to News Now from Fox. This is your Friday, January 22nd, 2021 version. We are taking a live look at a Disney cruise ship docked in Port Canaveral. Unfortunately, cruises are not yet back up and running, but it gives us really cool vantage points to be able to look at them here on News Now from Fox. Not often we get a live picture as gorgeous as this one, especially on a Friday morning, so I wanted to bring it to you while I had a chance. But again, good morning, everyone. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida, not too far from Port Canaveral. I have only been on one cruise my whole lifetime. I cannot wait for this pandemic to be over, for borders to reopen, for everybody to be able to travel freely worldwide as much as they want, and yes, to get back on a ship because I love cruising. Matter of fact, I'm hearing my echo right there, everybody, so apologies for that. Remember, this is Mission Control. We control the entire show right here from the set. The audio, the graphics, the visuals that you're seeing, everything right here on News Now from Fox. But again, good morning. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. What a week it has been. If you happen to miss any of the highlights of Wednesday's historical inauguration of President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, we've got some recaps for you right here on News Now from Fox, as well as following the Capitol riot that happened more than 2 weeks ago. So plenty of top stories to bring you, kind of to get you up to speed with actually what happened earlier this week, overnight, into the morning. And don't forget, if any news breaks across the country, we've got a live picture. I get some information confirmed. I'll bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. But again, thank you so much for tuning in. Happy Friday. We're taking another live look at this Disney cruise ship. I do not know exactly which one it is, but yeah, the cruise industry, one of many across the country severely impacted by COVID-19. So, okay, everybody, let's start your morning brief. I've got plenty of top stories from across the country to bring you right here. I hope you are having a fabulous morning. I hope it's been a superb week. So let's get going with the Friday edition of the morning brief. There was a flurry of events at the White House yesterday as President Biden took on day 2 of his new administration. Fox News correspondent Ray Bogan has a look at the incoming administration's priorities.
On President Biden's first full day in office, there were some new faces,
an executive order to require mask wearing,
and some familiar faces.
You're going to see a real ramping up.
But in his administration, President Biden made it clear the pandemic is priority number 1, starting with 10 virus-related executive orders.
Above all, our plan is to restore public trust.
The idea that you can get up here and talk about what you know, what the evidence, what the science is, and no, that's it. Let the science speak. It is somewhat of a liberating feeling.
On Capitol Hill, it was more of the same too, stimulus talk, but with the president's higher price tag of $1.9 trillion.
I expect he will be rolling up his sleeves and will be quite involved.
Another familiar face, Pete Buttigieg from the campaign trail. He had his confirmation hearing for Transportation Secretary.
We need to build our economy back better than ever.
Also returning, retired Army General Lloyd Austin. Both chambers of Congress approved a waiver, paving a path for him to serve as Secretary of Defense if confirmed.
He brings a great understanding of the challenges facing our nation's defenses.
Taking a live look now at Capitol Hill, a lot quieter than the situation that unfolded 2.5 weeks ago. We are continuing on with your morning brief right here on News Now from Fox. And the next thing we want to take a look at here, the date for the second Trump impeachment trial may be revealed soon. And even though House Speaker Nancy Pelosi didn't want to talk about a timeline yesterday, there is some indication Senate leaders may strike a deal. Fox News Chief Congressional Correspondent Mike Emanuel has the latest.
These 6 fine folks have put us in the majority.
Chuck Schumer is the new Senate Majority Leader, but the Senate Minority Leader notes just barely.
The American people chose an evenly split Senate, 50 Republicans and 50 Democrats.
McConnell and Schumer have yet to work out a power-sharing agreement. McConnell wants a commitment to maintain the Senate filibuster, but Schumer's under pressure from the left.
We ought to end the filibuster. Unquestionably, it is an obstacle to conquering the pandemic and reviving the economy, getting stuff done.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is also being questioned over how a Senate impeachment trial of a now former president is going to help with unity.
You don't say to a president, do whatever you want in the last months of your administration. You're going to get a get out of jail card free.
Minnesota Democrat Senator Amy Klobuchar says the Senate could handle nominations and that trial with a simple agreement.
You could literally have nomination hearings and nomination votes in the morning. You could have the impeachment trial in the afternoon.
Congratulations.
The Senate last night confirmed Avril Haines to be Director of National Intelligence with an 84-10 vote.
We can and should confirm the Secretaries of Defense, State, Homeland Security, and Treasury without much delay.
Transportation Secretary nominee Pete Buttigieg was on the hot seat today, confronted by Texas Senator Ted Cruz about President Biden canceling the Keystone XL pipeline and an estimated 11,000 jobs.
So for those workers, the answer is somebody else will get a job?
The answer is that we are very eager to see those workers continue to be employed in good-paying union jobs, even if they might be different ones.
House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy also took aim at the new president's executive actions.
The new administration was more interested in helping illegal immigrants than helping our own citizens.
Retired General Lloyd Austin's nomination is making progress, receiving a waiver from the House and a Senate vote coming soon. Treasury nominee Janet Yellen could be confirmed as soon as tomorrow, and Secretary of State nominee Tony Blinken could potentially be confirmed early next week. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Thank you so much to Mike for filing that report last night. We had much of Pete Buttigieg's Senate confirmation hearing right here on News Now from Fox. And like you just heard him say, Tracy Yellen could be confirmed as early as today. We are on standby for that event. Matter of fact, that is expected to happen at 10 o'clock this morning. The Senate Finance Committee is holding an open executive session to consider favorably reporting the nomination of Janet Yellen to the Secretary of the Treasury. Of all these cabinet hearings, all of the nominations, confirmations, she is probably one of the most watched right now because a lot of people are just kind of wondering what is going to happen here with the pandemic. Are we going to get more stimulus relief? How are we going to stimulate the economy and the like? So again, we will continue to follow it all for you right here on News Now from Fox. Again, good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. My name is Pilar Arias. While I have a moment, I would like to invite you to please join me on social media. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. All you have to do is search for Pilar News Now. You'll find me, and I would be happy to connect with you. We are continuing on with your morning brief. It's a little bit longer than usual this morning, and that's because there were so many top stories from this week, especially with the inauguration. We continue to follow what happened on Capitol Hill more than 2 weeks ago. We continue to follow everything with the pandemic. Matter of fact, we're going to have a COVID-only little segment of the morning brief talking about some of the businesses that have been severely impacted by the pandemic. So again, we've got lots to get to this morning, so let's continue on with your morning brief. President Biden's plan for immigration reform will reverse several policies set in place during the Donald Trump time in office, and most notably provide immigrants a path to citizenship in just 8 years. Fox's Natalie He spoke to a DACA student about how the program would impact his family and others in similar situations.
For one, Biden's order will revoke Trump's 2017 travel and immigration ban on 13 predominantly Muslim or African countries. The order has also called for a pause on construction on the wall along the U.S.-Mexico border. A central part of Biden's immigration proposal will include safeguarding DACA, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, which was introduced during the Obama administration when Biden was vice president. Additionally, Biden's proposal could give 11 million undocumented immigrants a path to citizenship in 8 years. Today, we spoke with a DACA student at the University of Houston. He's lived in the U.S. for 17 years and says the immigration changes lifts a lot of weight off his shoulders and specifically makes him worry less about his mother.
So there's always the fear that, if she, for whatever reason, is in a car accident, whether it be her fault or not, she could get deported. Or if, just one of those wrong place, wrong times, it could put her in a really devastating situation for us.
All right, everybody, we're taking a live look now just outside of the Fox News headquarters there in New York City. Looks like a gorgeous Friday morning. A lot of New Yorkers off to work and school. We are still nowhere close to the pre-pandemic levels of, traffic and the like. But, I think at least with the new year, a lot more people possibly got back to work, whether they're working from home or actually they're on the job. So we are continuing with your top stories here on the Morning Brief. Turns out one of President Biden's first actions on day one of his presidency was addressing financial hardships brought on by the coronavirus pandemic. While some actions are helping tenants, Fox Business Network's Christina Partsenevelos tells us how landlords are struggling.
President Biden's push to extend the eviction moratorium across the country definitely helps a lot of struggling Americans, but it also has unintended consequences, specifically for landlords that have private properties and are not getting that income from renters. And now it could get worse.
With this eviction moratorium, she could be there for God knows how long. I don't know. I can't live my life.
To date, I've lost probably around 80,000, which, for folks in New York City, that doesn't sound like a lot, but up here, that's a decent amount here in Monroe County. And I continue to lose more each month.
There's no doubt Americans are struggling. 1 in 5 renters are behind in payments. Here in New York City alone, it's estimated that tenants owe $1 billion in rent payments just over the course of the pandemic. However, dozens of landlords say that a lot of Americans are taking advantage of the eviction moratorium as an excuse to skip out on rent. I spoke to one couple that says that their tenants are posting lavish pictures online, but they're not paying their rent.
We have a huge room for abuse, and our tenants are really a big example of that. They haven't paid at that time. They still remain in the house, and evidently they had very lavish lifestyle.
I spoke to the tenant of that home, and he claims he tried to offer the landlords cash and they wouldn't accept it. Right now, Americans just need to fill out a financial hardship form online, but they don't need to prove that they are missing any type of loss of income, which means a lot of landlords are missing out on their mortgage payments and falling behind. In New York, Christina Partsenevelos, Fox News.
Yeah, so many impacts from COVID-19, and we're staying on top of all for you right here on NewsNOW from Fox. Again, everybody, happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you are having a great morning so far. Again, I'm bringing you all the top stories from across the country. Perhaps you missed them this week. Perhaps they happened overnight into the morning, and you never know. We could get some breaking news this morning as well. When and if we do, you know that I will bring it to you in its entirety, live, raw, unfiltered, right here on NewsNOW from Fox with the information that I am able to confirm for you. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to continue on with these top stories in your morning brief. I told you there was a lot this morning. I'm going to take you back out to Capitol Hill. Matter of fact, here's a live look. And that's because we're still talking about Capitol riot fallout. The former Senate Sergeant at Arms is firing back at accusations that some members of Congress may have helped the Capitol rioters in advance. Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram takes a look.
There's a big difference between a reconnaissance mission scoping out the Capitol for a riot and a family tour led by a freshman member of Congress. Colorado Republican Lauren Boebert says she was just leading a tour for her family. Boebert denies Democratic allegations that she helped the rioters.
It's just absolutely disgusting and baseless. It just shows their hypocrisy on full display.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi insinuated that some Republicans may be guilty of sedition just for challenging the electoral results. She leaned on the Constitution's definition of treason.
There is no question that there were members in this body who gave aid and comfort to those with the idea that they were embracing a lie.
Fox pressed Pelosi if she could back up Democratic charges of a GOP plot with the rioters.
Everything has to be based on evidence, and that remains to be seen.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy echoed the Speaker.
I do not know of any member that has done that.
Democrats may criticize Republicans for yelling, "Stop the steal," but rhetoric from the left suggests a conspiracy. Drew Willison is the former Senate Sergeant at Arms in charge of security for that side of the Capitol. He says if you're going to allege something nefarious, have your facts straight.
It's a fully loaded charge to accuse a different member of an act of treachery of that sort. Even if it's speculative, it is a day that most of them celebrate. So it wouldn't be all of that unusual for people to be giving a relatively informal tour of the building on a day like that.
Willison says if lawmakers were up to no good, officials can find out. They can track people walking through the Capitol via closed-circuit television. The Capitol is lined with security cameras.
They're all over the place. There's a lot of way to tie together photographs and video of what's going on in the building.
The National Guard reports no incidents with demonstrators on Inauguration Day, and many troops are now headed home. But it's unclear what sort of security is needed here at the Capitol for President Trump's second impeachment trial. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Chad, thank you so much for that report there. Again, we are continuing to stay on top of the Capitol chaos fallout. Matter of fact, right here in Florida, a man and Proud Boys member is released from federal custody after being charged in connection to the Capitol riot. Fox's Samantha Sosa has more.
We saw Biggs walk out of the federal courthouse, released on a $25,000 signature bond. He will now be on house arrest with an ankle monitor. The judge saying that because of the allegations, he had concerns that Biggs would obstruct his own legal proceedings. We got to speak to him as he was walking to his car.
Is there anything you want to say, Mr. Biggs?
Not really.
You a member of the Proud Boys?
Yes.
And for you, what does that mean?
Nothing. I mean, it is what it is.
Were you there at the Capitol?
I think that's pretty obvious.
He's charged with obstruction of a congressional proceeding, violent and disorderly conduct, and entering a restricted building. Federal agents on the case saying they discovered messages from him on Parler encouraging Proud Boy members to attend the event incognito, and the affidavit saying Biggs asked them to pose as Antifa. Now, Biggs told the FBI he was in the Capitol but did not force entry, saying the doors were wide open. If he is convicted on the charge of obstructing a congressional proceeding, he could face up to 20 years. In Orlando tonight, Samantha Sosa, Fox 35 News.
Samantha, thank you so much for that. News Now from Fox would not be possible without the help of our sister stations across the country. We are now taking a live look at the White House in our nation's capital this Friday morning. The sun has not yet risen here on the East Coast. When it does, hopefully we'll get some gorgeous live pictures I can bring you right here. Coming up next in your morning brief, Vice President Kamala Harris made history Wednesday, becoming the first woman and the first person of Black and South Asian descent to hold the second highest office in the country. One little girl, so excited about Vice President Harris, wrote her a letter of support, only to get the surprise of her life when the Vice President actually responded to her letter. Fox's Dawn Timoney speaks with the 6-year-old.
I just felt so excited.
6-year-old Sahana Iyer of Exton beaming as she tells me about a letter she wrote to Kamala Harris that the vice president included in a tweet Tuesday afternoon. It was part of a social media campaign called Letters to Kamala.
Dear Miss Harris, I hope you are a wonderful vice president.
I cannot believe you're of Indian descent just like me.
It all started with a tweet from the Biden inaugural committee calling on all kids, saying Harris wanted to hear from the next generation of leaders with advice, questions, and art. Sahana's mom asked all 3 of her daughters, but it was Sahana who jumped at the chance.
I honestly didn't expect anything to come out of it, obviously, because you think like thousands of kids would have written.
Sahana wrote the letter all by herself.
I told her I think she was going to do great at her job.
Every morning she would wake up and like, did Miss Harris respond to my letter? And I'm like, sweetie, I don't think she's going to have time to, respond to your letter, but I'm sure she will read it at some point.
Not only did she respond, Harris's digital team asked for a video of Sahana reading the letter. Sahana even drawing a picture of her dog Luna on the back.
Aw, that's so great. That dog looks really lovely.
What is it that you like about her?
That she's Indian just like me, and I've always wanted a girl vice president.
This little lady also has high aspirations.
Actually, I want to be president because in the White House it might be so cool.
What a personality. Interestingly, Sahana's mom is from the same city in India as Kamala Harris's mom, so there is a real connection for this family. She says she was moved to tears as Harris was being sworn in as Vice President of the United States. She says it was just quite a moment. Dawn Timoney, Fox 29 News.
Oh, you guys, you know that I love to, bring you the happier, the lighter news here on News Now from Fox. We're going to wrap up this portion of the morning brief next here with Connell McShane talking about the Fox business briefs and updates. He says the U.S. workforce continues to take a massive hit because of the coronavirus pandemic. Let's listen in.
A lot of Americans are still struggling to find work. 900,000 people applied for first-time unemployment benefits last week. Now, that is down from the previous week, but for some perspective, when you add them all up, 75.6 million people have filed for assistance since the pandemic began last March, and that's about 47% of the entire U.S. workforce. And speaking of work, it appears a majority of Americans want to become their own boss. A new survey by the company Invoice2Go finds 3 out of 5 people are committed to the idea of working for themselves instead of for an employer. Investors were committed to tech stocks Thursday in anticipation of some upcoming earnings reports. The NASDAQ closed at an all-time high, and the S&P 500 squeaked out a record too. The Dow, meantime, it fell a bit. If you've noticed new homes in your neighborhood, this is probably why. The government says that home construction jumped by 5.8% in December from the same time a year ago. Nearly 1.7 million units were built, and that is the highest level in 14 years. That's business. I'm Connell McShane.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. This Friday morning, it is January 22nd, 2021. You know, have you gotten your W-2s? A lot of people already wanting to file their taxes, even though we're hearing tax season isn't actually going to start until a little bit later. I thought I heard the date of February 12th, but I'm not quite sure. Yep. IRS.gov. The 2021 tax filing season begins February 12th, and the IRS outlines steps to speed refunds during the pandemic. So that's pretty interesting there. Again, that information is at irs.gov if you are interested in it. They say to speed up refunds and help with their tax filing, the IRS urges people to follow these simple steps. file electronically and use direct deposit for the quickest refunds. Not just refunds, everybody, but if we're talking about more COVID-19 stimulus, the IRS says that's the quickest way for you to get your money. They also recommend checking irs.gov for the latest tax information, including the latest on economic impact payments. Those stimulus checks I was just talking about, they say there is no need to call. And it says for those who may be eligible for stimulus payments, they should carefully review the guidelines for the recovery rebate credits. They say most people received economic impact payments automatically, and anyone who received the maximum amount does not need to include any information about their payments when they file. I'm going to repeat that. Most people received economic impact payments automatically, and anyone who received the maximum amount does not need to include any information about their payments when they file. However, those who didn't receive a payment or only received a partial payment may be eligible to claim the recovery rebate credit when they file their 2020 tax return. Tax preparation software, including IRS Free File, will help taxpayers figure the amount. They say, remember, advanced stimulus payments received separately are not taxable, and they do not reduce the taxpayer's refund when they file this year. Again, I just got all of that information from irs.gov. The internet, of course, such a wealth of information, and we bring you the news that you want and need to know right here on News Now from Fox. Again, everyone, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. Thank you so much for tuning in. Normally, we do a morning brief and then move on with 2 coronavirus updates or other news of the morning. But today, there's a lot of top stories, and that's because it was such a busy week, and Wednesday was so inauguration focused that it was kind of hard to keep up to tabs with the other news of the day and events that happened, not just here across the U.S., but across the world, because News Now from Fox is worldwide. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. We're just getting everybody up to speed, and now we have our coronavirus segment right here on News Now from Fox talking about some top stories, right? So it turns out that if you're wearing a homemade mask, you may want to double up. Fox's Bailey Miller reports it will give you greater protections.
Masks, but some were wearing 2, and doctors, including Dr. Rand McLean with LCR Health, say it actually isn't a bad idea.
So the idea of doubling up on the mask is to tighten up the mesh, if you will, so that people who've made their own out of cotton fabric, for example, will get better protection.
This doubling up has become a growing trend for some, especially due to the shortage of the N95 masks. Many people had to get creative by making their own face coverings out of cotton materials or using bandanas for protection.
And the problem with those is that the filter, if you will, isn't as tight as something that's in a N95 mask. And so more virions, more viral particles can pass through the mask that way.
And this is where the second mask may come in handy.
You're limiting the number of those particles so that you might not come down with the disease.
All right, again, that was Bailey Miller reporting. We are taking a live look at a Disney cruise ship in Port Canaveral, Florida. You can see just how massive cruise ships are, how many people they can take on vacations over the seas to islands and the like. Oh man, last year, want to talk about one of my travel plans? I was going to take a European cruise that was going to go from Barcelona, Spain to 3 ports in Italy, 1 port in France to an island off of the coast of Spain, and then back to Barcelona. Hopefully soon I'll be able to do it, but the coronavirus pandemic hit a lot of industries and people very hard, unemployment numbers and the like. It has been a rough, almost full year, everybody. I was talking about it yesterday, remembering exactly where I was the weekend prior to everything shutting down and our lives changing the way that we knew it. We are going to be speaking with Dr. Mike Sirigliano in about 45 minutes, talking about the latest with the pandemic and what people should do and how we should move forward from this point on. But let's talk about other businesses that are impacted as well that we might not even realize or think about. Most of the country's lettuce supply comes from the middle of the desert. Farmers in Arizona, my home state, are hard at work growing it right now, but the pandemic has forced the industry to change the way it operates. Fox News multimedia reporter Stephanie Bennett has the story.
There's no such thing as fast food. It takes us months of preparation, planning, to grow these crops.
From November to April, Yuma County supplies about 90% of the U.S. and Canada's supply of romaine and iceberg lettuce. That's about 2 billion servings.
About 1,000 trucks a day leave fully laden with vegetables.
Farmer John Boltz says their season was just wrapping up when the pandemic hit the U.S. last year, and when restaurants and schools closed, their sales took a hit.
We had about a couple $100,000 in losses from product that wasn't harvested.
So this year, farms are planting about 5 to 15% less to prevent food waste. But their biggest challenge right now is trying to get enough workers.
They're essential. We need them. They are hard workers. About 15,000 cross the border daily this time of year. We've seen a percentage of the workforce that maybe weren't as interested in working every day, trying to limit their risk.
The borders are still closed because of the pandemic, and only essential employees like these farm workers can cross. But new social distancing guidelines and extra status checks at the border are causing major delays. Juarez says some are waking up as early as midnight just to cross in time.
It's hard for a lot of workers who come across the line every day. It takes a toll on you. One time where they thought it was going to be 4 hours, and it just went up to like 6 hours, so they got here late.
Next door in California, some farms have already seen outbreaks, but Bolt says they planned early, ensuring everyone washes their hands, wears masks, and stays socially distant whenever possible, hoping they won't be next.
Their safety is our #1 priority. We couldn't do any of this without all the agricultural workers.
For now, the U.S.-Mexico border will remain closed to non-essential travel until at least February 21st, which could continue to delay migrant workers. In Yuma County, Arizona, Stephanie Bennett, Fox News.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much for that report. Again, good morning, everybody. My name is Pilar Arias. I am coming at you live from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. I worked at the headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, which is actually my hometown for nearly 3 years before we decided to do the national expansion, open the hub out here in Orlando and a hub out in Los Angeles, California. If you'd like to see Stephanie Weaver when she's out in Los Angeles, she does do the show over the weekends. Rain Augustine does as well from right here in Orlando. Incredible to witness. We are now a 24/7 show. All you have to do is go to newsnowfox.com. I told you I had plenty of stories to bring in this morning in the morning brief. There's so many top stories to get up to speed with and just kind of recap as well, because it was such a busy week. And, you know, we had the inauguration and the build up and the anticipation for that continue to follow the Capitol chaos that it soon 2.5 weeks ago. And then we've got all the coronavirus updates as well. In particular, we're turning towards the vaccination rollout, how that's been going. And in just a few moments, I will have some updates for you there. But a lot of people are wondering, can you get fired from your job for having COVID-19? A Texas woman believes that's what happened to her father, even after she says he worked for the company for about 30 years. Fox's Maria Salazar spoke with an employee law attorney about how that can happen.
To me, it was just like total disregard. They don't care. It was nothing.
Furious is how Yvonne Villarreal says she feels that her 69-year-old father was fired and cut off from his health insurance on the same day he told his employer he tested positive for COVID-19. That was on December 30th. The next day, she says, her father's symptoms got worse.
And he had to go into the hospital. We wouldn't have known that his insurance had terminated until I got the letter.
That was the COBRA letter, which gives some workers who lose health benefits the right to continue coverage for a limited time, and typically it's expensive. Yvonne says her father had worked for Yellow Cab Houston, previously Pasadena Taxi, for more than 35 years.
They didn't care anything at all about him.
Can someone be fired for testing positive for COVID-19 in Texas?
Unfortunately, in general, yes. There are exceptions to the rule. And it's going to be dependent upon each individual's circumstances.
Employment lawyer Clayton Craighead in Houston says in rare cases, employees can be protected under the Family and Medical Leave Act or American with Disabilities Act. And last year, Congress also passed the Families First Coronavirus Response Act.
That particular statute gave employees emergency leave for a certain period if they're diagnosed with COVID or if they're caring for their children who might be, engaging in remote learning, things of that nature due to school closures.
However, the protections applied to smaller businesses and expired on December 31st, although Craighead believes Congress will pass a similar protection under the new Biden administration. He also adds Texas is a right-to-work state.
An employer can terminate an employee for any reason or no reason whatsoever.
But there are federal protections against discrimination such as race, religion, gender, or age.
By default, if you're 40 years old or over, you're in a protected class based on your age.
Craighead says, for example, if a 30-year-old employee was not fired after contracting COVID-19 and an older employee was, that could suggest ageism. Yvonne wonders if that could be the case with her father and insists on getting an explanation for his termination, but she says Yellow Cab has not adequately responded to their questions.
Just don't let stuff just slide off like that, especially if you know it's not right.
All right, everybody, we're taking a live look now at the Statue of Liberty in New York City. She is still lit and standing tall and strong, looking over the New York harbor there. It is just past 6:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. The sun is not risen just yet. It hasn't risen just yet, but when and if it does, we will hopefully bring you some gorgeous looking beauty pictures right here on News Now from Fox. We're continuing on with what traditionally is the morning brief, but it's now more COVID-19 top stories related here on News Now from Fox. We're learning new details about the offer from Amazon to help with the vaccination effort, and in particular about the timing of the outreach. This comes amid serious issues about the availability of the vaccine itself. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has the latest from right there in New York.
As states expand eligibility for the coronavirus vaccine, supplies in many states are dwindling. In West Virginia, nearly the entire allocation for the first of the required 2 doses has been used up. In Ohio, where the death toll has surpassed 10,000, Governor Mike DeWine says the problem isn't a lack of infrastructure, but lack of vaccine. In New York City, vaccination centers are being temporarily shut down because there isn't enough to go around. 23,000 vaccination appointments have been canceled.
I got a call on Monday from Lincoln Hospital where I was supposed to get the vaccination saying, hey, we ran out of vaccines. We're sorry.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is seeking approval to use vaccine that has been set aside for a second dose in order to inoculate as many people now and then replenish supplies.
I think it makes a lot more sense to give people a first dose, use that supply of reserve to give people a first dose, and then get backfilled with future shipments.
Contributing to the shortage, thousands of doses across the country have been wasted, either because they expired or were not properly refrigerated. Technology giant Amazon is offering to help the Biden administration reach its goal of vaccinating 100 million people in 100 days. A letter from CEO Dave Clark sent to President Biden reads in part, quote, we are prepared to leverage our operations, information technology, communication capabilities, and expertise to assist your administration's vaccination efforts. Senator Lindsey Graham questioned why no such explicit offer of help was made to the Trump administration.
I think what Amazon's doing is pretty disgusting. If in fact they could have helped the Trump administration and they chose not to because they don't like him, that's not a good moment for the Amazon company.
In a tweet this afternoon, Amazon said, quote, actually, we didn't wait. We offered the Trump administration assistance on vaccines, built new tools for researchers and public health authorities, engaged Operation Warp Speed on logistics, and advised on testing, and flew PPE from China when America needed it most. Amazon is not the only company in the fight against the virus. In Washington state this week, the governor said that Microsoft, Costco, and Starbucks would help with the vaccine rollout. Of the state's roughly 7.5 million people, only about 56,000 have been fully vaccinated. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
David, thank you so much for that update. Cities, counties, states across the country are having a hard enough time with the vaccination rollout, and it's mostly because they're saying they're not getting enough doses, they're not getting the second doses, they don't have timelines. I know our sister station, Fox 35, right here in Orlando, has been covering how things are going in Central Florida, and it's not easy, and people are showing up at vaccination sites wondering, what's the deal? When is this rollout going to go as planned? Is there a plan? And the Biden administration is now trying to implement one. So again, we are nearly a year since this has all begun, and we are still being impacted severely in so many ways. And that's one of the things that I'm actually going to ask Dr. Mike Sirigliano, because people were saying when the vaccines came out, it was the beginning to the end of the pandemic. And here we are a month or so into that vaccination rollout, and things just are not quite going as planned or as quickly as so many people would hope, because people just want to get back to normal, while some people believe that this is our new normal and life will never quite be the same as it was prior to March of 2020. Again, good morning, everybody. My name is Pilar Arias. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. We are in our COVID-19 centric portion of the show, bringing you the top stories from across the country. Next, we're actually going to go to the complete opposite side of the country, Los Angeles, California, from the East Coast to the West Coast. And that's because there's growing concern and frustration as COVID-19 vaccine supply and distribution slows down. Fox's Ed Lascotes reports.
Right now, we're moving fairly slowly because we just don't have enough vaccine.
Dramatic shortages in the LA County supply and distribution of vaccine doses, now bringing frustration for some doctors on the front lines.
There's a pressure to ensure that we have the ability to protect those who are most vulnerable. And we're not stepping out on the right foot here in Los Angeles, holding back vaccines, setting up distribution networks that are cumbersome to access.
All made even more pressing as the county moves to immunize those 65 and over, while at the same time finding enough vaccine to push out the second dose to healthcare workers.
But we don't have lots of vaccines to push out. So the first thing is everybody who's given a first dose is guaranteed that they will get allocated that second dose.
An important guarantee, because without that required second dose of the vaccine, the first dose given a few weeks ago, some fear could be useless.
And you could really screw things up. We could be allowing the virus to continue to infect people who had a vaccine, not put the virus down fast enough and develop more mutations.
LA County expecting to receive around 144,000 doses of the vaccine next week, far short of what's needed to meet the booming demand. That for a time Tuesday, that demand crashed the county's website for vaccination appointments, even bringing an apology from the county health director herself.
I know how discouraged people were yesterday. My hope is that there are some appointments that are opening up each day.
That as there's growing frustration now from those 65 and over wanting to set up their vaccination appointments, only left to deal with the county's controversial website.
Patients feel that the website is difficult to navigate. They can't get appointments. One person told me today he got on the website and has an appointment for May, which made him feel very vulnerable. He's in his 70s. How is he supposed to wait till May to get a vaccine?
Yep, a lot of questions still remains for sure. Here's a live look from the Port Canaveral, Florida camera. The sun is rising here on the East Coast. So this is a live picture. You see the clouds there in the background, but the blue skies are peeking through. I'm going to head on over to our sister station, Fox 35 Orlando's website. It is 60 degrees out here. That's the type of weather I like, being the Phoenician that I am. I like things a little bit warmer, even during the winter months. We are expected to get to, let me check and see what the high is supposed to be today, 78 degrees. It might be time to hit the pools out here in Central Florida or the beach, do a little bit of sunbathing, get some vitamin D. No, I'll probably want to ask Dr. Mike about that as well, because they're saying that vitamin D helps defend against contracting COVID-19. And if you do get it, high levels of vitamin D can actually help you fight off the virus as well. So I'm taking all these mental notes for what I need to ask Dr. Mike Sirigliano in about 30 minutes live right here on News Now from Fox. So again, happy Friday, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. I've got 2 more coronavirus related top stories for you, and then we're going to take another 2-minute commercial break before we head on over to West Virginia to hear from Governor Jim Justice, their COVID-19 updates over there. But again, I hope you're having a fabulous day. I hope it's been a great week. Coming up next, we're going to go from Port Canaveral, Florida to Wisconsin, where they're expanding vaccinations in the state. As many as 1/3 of all Wisconsinites will now be eligible for the shot. Fox's Cassidy William reports how they are entering phase 1B of their vaccination plan.
Whether it's helping someone bring home dinner or helping someone cash a check, there are some jobs where you can't work from home, and those workers want to be vaccinated.
I don't know if the general public is totally aware of
what credit unions took on during this pandemic.
We have 106 stores in the state of Wisconsin, and we have 1.2 million people that cross our threshold every week. So our people are at risk.
James Highland from Roundy's is one of the more than 1,700 people who sent a public comment to the state advocating for grocery store workers to be added to Phase 1B of vaccinations. Wednesday morning, the vaccine subcommittee added them to its recommendations.
We're just very excited. It's a great morale booster for our employees.
Wisconsin's Credit Union League also sent a letter to the state, but those workers were not included.
We're not talking an opportunity to jump ahead of with tens of thousands of individuals. This would be a relatively small group who has really extended themselves.
Members of the subcommittee expressed concerns that Group 1B is already too big, representing more than 33% of Wisconsin's adult population. Highland is grateful to be a step ahead.
Yes, we'll have to wait till we have the proper allocation to be able to, have our employees vaccinated. Certainly, it still puts us ahead of where we would have been.
Wow. Looks like Wisconsin is doing something right there. They're moving into Phase 1B for their vaccination plan. All right, but we are continuing on here with News Now from Fox. This may or may not surprise you. So we're talking about businesses that have been impacted, right? This next one is actually something that I didn't think about, but I don't know why. A lot less people are actually on the job site, right? In buildings, at work. A lot of people are working remotely from wherever they would like or working from home. So when you think about COVID-19 impacts, this might not quite cross your mind. Turns out vending machines. Yeah, vending machines are seeing a dip in sales as more people work from home. Fox's Mike Mangus has more on the impact COVID-19 is having on the vending machine industry.
Matt Plymouth has owned Good-to-Go vending services for more than 15 years. It's one of the largest independent vendors in the county. Matt makes 15 to 20 stops one day a week refilling the machines. But a smaller workforce and the coin shortage cut into his business by about a third during the first 6 months of the pandemic.
Without that change in there, then I have to put change in, which we all know the banks have had a pretty hard time getting change. A lot of people aren't putting them in the coin-operated units anymore at the different grocery stores and things like that. The bank actually asked me personally, they were like, can we get your change, your overflow change?
He's had to adapt his machines to the changing times.
And then I got the credit card reader here. It does the Samsung Pay, it does the Apple Pay. Like I said, you can swipe your card or you could put your phone up to it. Put your phone up, hit it like that. You can do your smartwatch, slide it.
Coins and cards aside, Matt also doesn't see the same volume of sales at some of the stops on his route.
I have Shasta County Jury Room, Courthouse. That location is completely shut down. So no jury duty. It's 250 to 300 jurors every other day. Usually Monday or Tuesday through Thursday they do the juries, and then they have existing trials that go on Mondays and Fridays. Then you have all the people in the courthouse itself. There's 300 plus, I imagine, employees roughly. A lot of them are at home. I have other county accounts that people are working from home.
Yeah, we have here at the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub, there's like a little marketplace. It's not traditional like vending machines. It's kind of like a mini supermarket, right? So they're not actually loaded in machines like that, but it is still a market, kind of the same demeanor. And I've noticed it's not nearly getting stocked as often as it used to because there's a lot less people here actually buying the products. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break here on News Now from Fox. When we return, we'll head on over to West Virginia to hear from Governor Jim Justice. But again, good morning. Happy Friday. We've got this quadruple box with all these different vantage points for you. More News Now from Fox is just moments away. All right, welcome back to News Now from Fox. Out to West Virginia we go.
Hello, everyone. It's Thursday, January 21st. There's a lot going on within West Virginia. We all know there's a lot going on within our nation. But, you know, and there's no point in me holding back because I'm everything is just going to hopefully, we hope and pray, just keep getting better and better. We've lost an additional 35 people in the state of West Virginia in the last couple of days. To just tell it like it is, I'm tickled to death that we've only lost 35, even though every one is too many. But I'm going to read these, but trust me, it's a whole heck of a lot better than I think where we've been, even though this is for 2 days instead of 3 or 4 days. I would also caution everyone that one robin doesn't make spring, and just a little bit of good news is something that I truly believe we should pass on, encouragement and enthusiasm to our people and everything, that there is light, and there's always light because of the good Lord, but there is light here at the end of this tunnel, and we're going to get there. Our 1,815th death is a 92-year-old male from Fayette County. Our 1,816th death, a 46-year-old male from Raleigh County. Our 1,817th death, a 78-year-old male from Pleasants County. Our 1,818th death, an 82-year-old male from Wood County. Our 1,819th death, an 86-year-old female from Wyoming County. Our 1,820th death, a 55-year-old female from Mercer County. Our 1,821st death, a 72-year-old male from Mercer County. Our 1,822nd death, an 85-year-old female from Jackson County. Our 1,823rd death, a 75-year-old female from Berkeley County. Our 1,824th death, a 79-year-old male from Raleigh County. Our 1,825th death, a 90-year-old male from Putnam County. Our 1,826th death, a 59-year-old male from Cabell County. Our 1,827th death, an 87-year-old male from Mercer County. Our 1,828th death, a 92-year-old male from Harrison County. Our 1,829th death, a 92-year-old male from Fayette County. Our 1,830th death, an 81-year-old male from Mercer County. Our 1,831st death, a 71-year-old female from Fayette County. Our 1,832nd death, an 89-year-old female from Mercer County. Our 1,833rd death, an 88-year-old male from Preston County. Our 1,834th death, an 81-year-old male from Upshur County. Our 1,835th death is a 65-year-old male from Marion County. Our 1,836th death is a 93-year-old female from Wood County. Our 1,837th death is a 72-year-old male from Kanawha County. Our 1,838th death is a 54-year-old male from Cabell County. Our 1,839th death is a 66-year-old male from Mercer County. Our 1,840th death is an 81-year-old male from Doddridge County. Our 1,841st death is a 65-year-old female from Kanawha County. Our 1,842nd death is a 66-year-old male from Harrison County. Our 1,843rd death is a 74-year-old female from Kanawha County. Our 1,844th death is a 68-year-old male from Wood County. This one's really tough. Our 1,845th death is a 36-year-old female from Kanawha County. Our 1,846th death is an 83-year-old female from Wood County. Our 1,847th death, an 84-year-old male from Cabell County. Our 1,848th death is a 78-year-old male from Kanawha County. Our 1,849th death is a 58-year-old female from Hancock County. Each and every one of those is a friend, a mom, a dad, a grandpa, a grandma. You know, each and every one of those great West Virginians have many, many loved ones. please, please remember each and every one. Keep them in your prayers. Their families will hear your prayers. Please join me every day, some way, somehow, in not forgetting these people. Our positive cases in the last 24 hours are 940. Our positivity rate is at 5.25. That's better. Our cumulative rate is at 5.52. It seems to be holding right there, and I hope and pray it does, and then it starts to drop. Our active cases are 25,737. The number of daily active cases in West Virginia has decreased 9 of the last 10 days. That's good, really good. The number of daily active cases in West Virginia has decreased 9 of the last 10 days. Our recovered cases are at 85,031. Before I go any further, Jordan, throw up the graph on the active and the recovered cases. The top graph, everybody, look at the top graph. The top graph is really showing us something. You see the widening of the top graph between the light blue and the dark blue lines? The dark blue line is the active cases, and the recovered cases is the light blue line. That widening is absolutely critical to what we're trying to do. We have 638 people hospitalized in West Virginia. That's down significantly. And 167 in the ICU units. That's down also. We now have 15 counties in the red. That's better. Today, our RT number or reproduction number has moved up slightly, but it's still the second best that I've seen, and it's the third best in the nation at 0.87. I remind everybody again over and over about if you're over 65 years of age and you get a sniffle or a toe ache, go get tested. Because if we catch this early enough, we can give you the antibodies and save your life. As far as going back to school, I am really happy that our schools have reopened to an in-person learning, and it's going smoothly at this time. The pandemic shines a light on the important roles our teachers and service personnel play in the lives of our children and our families and our communities each and every day. I want to thank the State Board of Education for all they're doing to make sure the in-person learning option is made available to all of our families throughout our state. And we have some pictures of children at Jefferson Elementary, in Wood County. And Wood County's working on a blended level at this point in time. And again, I can't say it enough. There is nothing to replace our kids being in school and receiving in-person learning. Well, I'll just wait. Maybe we'll get questions in regard to that, and then I can answer that in a few minutes. But, on a vaccine distribution update, we're continuing to get shots that we've received across our state into the arms of West Virginians who are choosing to get this done. Now, I'll just step back and just say this. From the standpoint of first doses that we've received, we received doses in on Monday. We're getting them in people's arms, and by Sunday we'll have all them out again. We'll be back to 100%. Right now we're at 87.7%, and if we just keep pouring it on, we'll get all those. We'll be right back to 100%. It'll be in somebody's arms, by the weekend, and that'll be great. In the last 24 hours, we gave out 8,991 vaccines in the state, and we're leading the nation because of our partners at the local and the county levels. That's all good. Today, I'm announcing that by February 1st, we will expand our community vaccination clinic model to all 55 counties. So, while we're trying to get these out and get them as many arms as we possibly can get them, we're now going to expand to all of our 55 counties, and this is to make sure that our limited supply of COVID vaccines are reaching every corner of this state. We're trying. We're trying with all in us each and every day. Now, let me just deviate just a second because I've got some more notes that I can talk to you about that in just 1 second. Well, I'll just keep going. You know, in regard to our vaccination clinics and our healthcare workers, today I'm announcing that we're going to hold more than 15 community vaccination clinics. Now, just listen to me on this. If you're one of our healthcare workers and you're in the fields of, let me think, you know, of dentistry or physical and occupational therapist or hospice and home health workers, EMS, CPS workers, you know, anybody in behavioral health, all these people, we're going to hold special clinics, you know, vaccination clinics for them, and they're, you know, just for these healthcare workers, 15 of them in the community vaccination clinics. And we will be using our successful community vaccination model to continue to get these vaccines to the critical frontline healthcare workers who've been serving you through this whole pandemic. Our goal is to offer 12,000 individuals who have been working on the front lines of this pandemic. These vaccination clinics will be held in the following counties on Friday and Saturday, or both days. These counties are where these clinics will be for these healthcare workers: Berkeley, Braxton, Cabell, Hancock, Hardy, Harrison, Kanawha, Logan, Mercer, Raleigh, Wood, and Wood counties. I'm going to do it one more time, but if you're a healthcare worker, you got to be listening to me right now. We're going to have clinics to vaccinate just our healthcare workers, and we're going to do that on Friday and Saturday, and we're going to do it in Berkeley, Braxton, Cabell, Hancock, Hardy, Harrison, Kanawha, Logan, Mercer, Raleigh, and Wood counties. It's another example of using the partnerships in West Virginia to get the job done, and that's what we've done. As far as saving our wisdom, you know, and that was our effort to get to our elderly, and we really are trying to put a great big push on that and everything. Yesterday, an hour after the president, you know, our new president, President Biden, was sworn in, you know, I was on the phone with his new coronavirus czar. I was on the phone at 1:30 with him yesterday, and his name is Jeff, and I think you pronounce his last name as Zients and everything. He seemed like a really go-getter kind of guy. You know, I told him of what was all going on in West Virginia. He knew about it. He congratulated us over and over and over in West Virginia, how we've been able to get this in people's arms, and how we're moving and we're getting with it as fast as we possibly can. And then I told him, you know, how we needed more and more vaccines. You know, I'm sure that there's a lot of people that are screaming the same stuff.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we'll continue to listen in on West Virginia Governor Jim Justice's latest coronavirus updates.
Everyone in our state, you know, everyone knows within our state, you know, how much I cared and loved. And you know, we're just going to stay right on that. We do not have enough doses of vaccine for all West Virginians that are 65 and above at this time. We just don't have it.
All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. We're going to take you back out to West Virginia, where Governor Jimmy Justice is providing coronavirus updates.
And you know, we're just going to stay right on that. We do not have enough doses of vaccine for all West Virginians that are 65 and above at this time. We just don't have it. You know, we have had to go to 65 because the CDC wants us to be at 65, and I sure don't want to get our supply cut off because we're not at 65. You may say, well, if you don't have enough to do us all, why didn't you just stay at 80, or why didn't you just stay at 75 or 70? Well, the answer is really simple. CDC controls a lot of the doses that are coming our way, and absolutely they wanted us to go to 65, and we'll go to 65, and we'll gladly go to 65. You know, there's more information on a vaccine info number on our dashboard. You know, I think they'll put that up and you guys can see that and everything. And but we'll continue. We're going to stay right on top of it and everything. I think really and true, if you're just fair, West Virginians ought to be really happy on how we've moved this all the way up to the front, and we got 37,000 of us, you know, that we've gotten vaccinated. That's great. We've also done another thing. There's an Everbridge scheduling system. I hinted about this to you on Tuesday. You know, now I'm going to read that today I am announcing that we will very soon be launching an online, statewide vaccine scheduling and distribution communications tool. It will go live on Monday morning at 8 a.m. We have partnered with a company called Everbridge. This company helps states notify their citizens when there is a fire, a flood, or a hurricane. But now they are going to help us coordinate vaccines as we can get them from the federal government. We will be the first state to turn on this new vaccine scheduling system. They have helped us stand this up during this week. You know, and to accomplish getting it stood up in 1 week's time. This system gives you the ability to put your information in directly and helps us coordinate when vaccines are available to notify you when and where to come to get your vaccine. For all West Virginians 65 and older, you will simply go to the COVID website or call the hotline to get your information into the system. This will keep people from having to call time and time and time again. I'm trying every way in the world, every way I possibly can to make things easier and better for you, and I hear you. And I don't like the fact that you're having to call and call and call. And the great people at DHHR and all the other people have come up with this, and it's really good stuff. For those that don't want to go online, you can still call, and staff will put your information into the system so that when vaccines are available, we will be able to notify you about the availability of the vaccines. You will get a message back after you register to confirm that you are in the system, and we will send you updates regularly. The system sends texts, emails, and phone calls. Whatever way you want us to notify you about your availability, this system will allow you to pick up on just that. I'm excited about this system in place, or going in place, and I truly hope that this is going to be another step to making things just a little less complicated, a little bit easier. All the COVID vaccine information is up on the hotline and everything, or on our lines there. A vaccine reminder again is you got to take your vaccine shot. I mean, it's completely safe, or as safe as we can possibly make it. But you got to take it. You have to take it. You know, tens and thousands, millions upon millions are now taking the vaccine. I don't know if you can hardly identify anyone that is really having a hard time with the vaccine. But without any question, we can identify your neighbors or your mom and dads or your grandpas that are not only having a problem with this, they're dying. They can't breathe. It is absolutely unbelievable how bad it is. You got to take the vaccines. That's all there is to it. As far as the antibodies, I've told you over and over, if you get a sniffle, go get tested. You know, I encourage people to continue to be tested and tested and tested. That's good stuff. Our free testing map is up there on the screen. I thank the drive-through pharmacy people. We have 98 outbreaks now in our long-term care facilities. We have 6 active outbreaks in 5 counties in our churches. The churches have done marvelous work. That's Clay, Hampshire, Nicholas, Summers, and Wetzel County. You know, just keep remembering what we've been telling you over and over. If you opt to go to church and everything, and I think if you're elderly, it'd be mighty good if you could get your services online. But, you know, because we're close to the end of this rainbow. We're close. We're getting closer every day. We have 163 inmate cases now, 29 staff cases in the state. We have 105 at Lakin that are inmate cases.
All right, everybody, it's time for another 2-minute commercial break. We'll still be listening in to West Virginia Governor Jim Justice when you return.
Wear your mask. Please wear your mask. Get your flu shot. And if you've been blessed, especially, and you have recovered from COVID, the least you could do is go give blood. It's really important. I want to talk to you just a second about the inauguration. And, you know, it's going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. I will be sworn in during the ceremony along with the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, the State Treasurer, the State Auditor, the Commissioner of Agriculture, and the Supreme Court Justices. You know, I will give an inaugural address due to the COVID guidelines and security protocols. Attendance will be limited to the dignitaries and their families and everything that are being sworn in, and members of the media and other invited guests. However, the event will be live streamed online right where you are, that you can be watching it, as it's going to be live, streamed. The ceremony will be broadcast by West Virginia Public Radio, West Virginia Public Broadcasting and everything, and I encourage all West Virginians to tune in. Please tune in. I want to just take just a second. Like I told you in speaking to the coronavirus czar, the new czar under the Biden administration, I really enjoyed the conversation, and I asked this gentleman, I said, I'd really like you to call me Jim if I can call you Jeff, and we agreed, and so Jeff, thank you so much. If you get any piece of this and everything, I really appreciate, the great call, and I really congratulate our new president, President Biden, and Vice President Harris, and wish them all the greatness that I could possibly wish them. I'll stand ready to work with them in every way. I congratulate, President Trump and Vice President Pence, on a great job and all the accomplishments that they did and worked through, and all the difficulties and everything that I'm sure that they had to work through. But first and foremost, I want to always be just this, and that is super respectful to the office of our presidency. So, President Biden, we wish you and Vice President Harris the very best, and we sure to look forward here in West Virginia to becoming friends, and in some way, somehow, bettering things for the people of West Virginia and this nation. I want to announce this on our Fairmont Hospital. Harrison, Marion, and Monongahela counties have the 3 highest rates of infection. This requires us to act now and be prepared in regard to our hospitalization rates. The recent COVID surge is exceeding inpatient capacity at WVU Hospital and the United Hospital Center in Clarksburg. Many individuals are delaying care.
All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. We're actually going to be departing West Virginia and heading out to Pennsylvania, where Dr. Mike Sirigliano is this morning. Dr. Mike, thank you so much for joining us again this morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Vaccines are coming. There's light. It's all good.
We keep saying that, Dr. Mike. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. It is the beginning of the end. But is it so? We've been distributing vaccines for, what, a month now?
Well, here's the deal. No one said it was going to be easy. And the bottom line is there's two major issues going on right now. One is getting the vaccine out, distribution, and production, manufacturing. So we have a momentous task ahead of us, getting people to get the vaccine and having vaccine available to give to the people. So those are the things that are going to have to be managed aggressively as if it was wartime. And by the way, Pilar, it is a war against the virus.
Out here in Central Florida, I've been paying attention very closely to our sister station, Fox 35's reports. There simply just aren't enough vaccines to go around. The demand is so high. And matter of fact, we were combating what's called vaccination tourism because people were coming from other states here to Florida to try to get the vaccine. Are other states experiencing that issue as well?
Well, in Pennsylvania, it's hard for Pennsylvanians to get the vaccine so far. So I don't know if anyone's coming here from somewhere else. I have to tell you, Florida has been ahead of the curve. I think if you look at the data, certain states are doing very, very well, really giving out shots, vaccinations in an amazingly good way, and others are lagging far behind. This is where, in my humble opinion, we need a federal, we need an overseer to get the job done. We have to get a unified approach so that everyone gets their fair share of vaccines and there is a plan. And if we do that, then we go to the manufacturers and say, let's ramp up production. And there we go. There was a recent study that just came out showing, okay, so if we have a limited amount of vaccines, who should get them? And they found that to reduce the number of deaths, people over the age of 60 should be prioritized. That's kind of what we're doing right now. And they found that also, this is very interesting, if someone had the virus and has circulating antibodies, they can wait in some instances up to 3 months before they get their vaccine because they are considered protected. Now, this is all in the face of these variants out there, which are causing some, in Italian, Pilar, the word is agita. That means a little bit of stomach discomfort because some of them may or may not be as receptive to the effects of the vaccine as others. And that has a lot of people looking very carefully at that.
Yeah, Dr. Mike, you were talking about how some states are doing extremely well. One of them, we aired a story this morning talking about how Wisconsin is already entering phase 1B. Those states who are having a successful rollout, what can they attribute that to?
Well, I think it's a matter of logistics, organization, having the ability to mass vaccinate. And so if you look at it, and from my own experience, I have no vaccines in my office. And to be honest with you, I don't feel that I am really equipped to do this job. What states are doing that are being successful is they're having mass immunization centers where they are designed and set up for people to come in and come out. Now, I am very proud of the fact that when I received my shot here at the University of Pennsylvania, it was a military operation. You got an invite. You showed up at a certain time. You had to be there. You walked in line. You got everything taken care of, all your documentation. You got your shot, and then they watched you for 15 minutes. If you had an allergic reaction, there was an area set aside, Pilar, so that you could be immediately taken care of. I just don't think we have that capability in a lot of doctors' offices, which makes me really think that for now, in the critical time, we're going to need these centers where they are focused not on dealing with people's toenail fungus, but also only dealing with vaccination.
Dr. Mike, if you've either gotten one or both doses of the vaccine, because I happen to know people who have gotten both doses, can you still spread the virus? You know, we're talking about being asymptomatic.
$1 million question, probably yes. With all of the variants out there, there's a lot of concern about the fact that one, certainly you can get reinfected. That's number one. And number two, remember the concept of the vaccine is to reduce your risk of having severe illness. You don't want to end up on a ventilator in a hospital, overtaxing our hospital systems. So that's the concept. You can still spread the virus. And so even if you got your 2 shots, you still have to wear a mask. You have to socially distance until we reach herd immunity. And depending on who you talk to, that's anywhere from 60 to 80% of the population has been vaccinated. And so that is a very important thing to remember. This isn't going to change overnight. We're not going to go back to normal until most of the population, the vast majority, have been vaccinated. Very, very important.
We've been hearing so far with these different strains, or as the virus mutates, that the current vaccinations are going to remain effective. Is that expected to continue on?
Well, we think so. Now, there is this South African strain that is being watched very carefully. If you listen to Dr. Fauci, he basically says that so far we think we're in pretty good shape with these vaccines. They are studying them as we speak. Now, couple things that he said that I thought were very, very intriguing and important. Number one, the 2 vaccines that we have been using and giving out, Moderna and Pfizer, 95% effective. So even if the variants are not affected in that level of protection, we have some room, we have wiggle room. So even if there is some resistance to these vaccines, getting the vaccine is still the right thing to do and very, very important. Now, Pilar, I'm going to look into my crystal ball. I'm going to pretend I'm Dr. House. Remember him? He wasn't a very nice person, but a very good doctor. And the bottom line is, I think that we're going to get yearly COVID-19 vaccines. I think it's going to be just like the flu shot. So when, Pilar, you come to my office and you say, hey, Dr. Mike, it's time for my flu shot. Yes, flu shot and your COVID-19 vaccine, because viruses tend to mutate. It's a natural thing, and they may mutate to the point where we have to change up these vaccines. But good news is these vaccines can be altered fairly quickly, and some published reports indicate it could only take up to 6 weeks to modify them enough to go after and protect the current variants that we are seeing. So very encouraging news on that front.
Dr. Mike, you can always read my mind, because that's the exact next thing that I was going to ask you, was how long the protection was expected to last with these current vaccines that are going out. So thank you.
Well, we don't know. Even if the virus didn't change, say it stayed stable, which it's not, we don't really know. Some indication it could be a year, I would hope, but we don't know. What is more disconcerting is that the virus could mutate. And there's some indications. Remember plasma therapy, where people that got the virus would donate plasma for the antibodies? Well, there's some indication that that may not be as effective with some of these new variants because they have changed. And so we're going to watch it very carefully, and this may change some of our modalities of treatment. But we are watching it, and I am very confident that the smart people in the world will come up with the right way to deal with variants should and when they come about.
Dr. Mike, I was hearing there's 2 additional vaccines currently being studied right now. I think it was AstraZeneca and one other in development, talking about how there's only 1 dose, 1 shot to take. Yeah. How much of a game changer is that going to be?
Well, if you can think about it, the other vaccine I think you're referring to is Johnson & Johnson. So Johnson & Johnson has a vaccine that seems to be very effective. We already know that AstraZeneca is that vaccine's being given out everywhere but here in the United States. And so basically these should be effective. And the fact that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is only 1 shot, beautiful. Oh my goodness, think about the logistical improvement there. You don't have to worry about people coming back for their second dose. Now, on that topic, there was just another bit of information coming out from the Centers for Disease Control saying, look, if you don't get in to get your second shot immediately in the 21 days or 28 days that are recommended, you have up to about 6 weeks. You don't want to get it too soon, and you don't want to get it too late. But there is some wiggle room. So, boy, that would be a game changer, Pilar, because if you can only have to give one shot, boy, you're one, done, see you later, maybe next year.
All right, Dr. Mike Sirigliano with Penn Medicine, thank you so much for joining us live again here on News Now from Fox, and have a great weekend.
Pilar, it's my honor and pleasure, and I love talking with you. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, we're taking a live look now at Chicago, Illinois. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when you return. Welcome back to News Now from Fox this Friday morning, January 22nd, 2021. We're taking a live look. It's a little bit out of focus, but still gorgeous. Downtown Chicago, Illinois. I kept interrupting West Virginia Governor Jim Justice providing his latest COVID-19 updates. There's only about 4 minutes left, so let's let him wrap up. And then I've got 4 more top stories ready to go for you here. So yes, a very heavily compact lots of top stories to get to this morning here on News Now from Fox. So I meant to say a very packed morning, not compact. We don't have teleprompters or scripts here. We just go on the fly on News Now from Fox. But again, thank you so much for tuning in. And Jimmy J is back up next, and then those top stories.
Virginia to becoming friends, and in some way, somehow, bettering bettering things for the people of West Virginia and this nation. I want to announce this on our Fairmont Hospital. Harrison, Marion, and Monongahela counties have the 3 highest rates of infection. This requires us to act now and be prepared in regard to our hospitalization rates. The recent COVID surge is exceeding inpatient capacity at WVU Hospital and the United Hospital Center in Clarksburg. Many individuals are delaying care because there are no beds available there. Based on these statistics, there is an immediate need to increase bed capacity at the old Fairmont Hospital. Now just think about this. This hospital, we refuse to let it die. Now, just to tell it like it is, if we'd have sat on our hands just a little teeny bit longer, this hospital would have been mothballed. Not only did we save a lot of jobs, and not only did we absolutely create a situation to where we have a hospital that is serving Marion County, the 7th largest city in our state, in Fairmont. You know, at the end of the day, we absolutely have created jobs. We have provided all kinds of care and more convenience for the people in that area, and absolutely done the right stuff with the Fairmont, the great city of Fairmont. Now, with all of that, in addition to that, we designated this hospital at Fairmont as the potential to have to be a COVID overflow hospital with 42 bed spaces and everything to be able to do that. And so we did that, you know, as a precautionary move. And now, lo and behold, look what we've got. We're setting at capacity levels at WVU and at the United Hospital Center in Clarksburg. And now, lo and behold, we have the resource there that we protected. And we absolutely protected it, first and foremost, for the people that are working there and the patients that were coming there in the city of Fairmont. And now, the move that we made to make it a COVID hospital is becoming a reality, and it's becoming a reality right now. We'll have to add an additional 65 staff positions to care for these patients. This will enable Fairmont Hospital to care for up to 42 patients and provide the necessary services to meet the needs of the COVID patients and others so that their care won't be delayed. We appreciate WVU Hospital for stepping up and helping us with this important task, and we're committed to seeing that our healthcare needs are met in this region and the rest of our state. You know, our community hospitals are in many, many ways our lifeblood, the heart of our little communities, and we couldn't let them die, or we had to absolutely try every way in the world to have them live and thrive, and that's happened right here. Now, I want to talk to you just a second about the school map. If we could pull that up just one second, Jordan. If you'll look at the school map, a color that we haven't seen in a long time. A long, long time we haven't seen a green. Well, we got a green now. And not only that, we got a bunch of gold, or yellow. And not only that, we got a bunch of gold. And not only that, we got a whole bunch of orange that were red before. So we're moving. We're moving. All of this is upticks in the right direction. You see all over the national news, you know, you see that West Virginia is leading the nation.
All right, everybody, that was the latest from West Virginia Governor Jim Justice, his coronavirus updates. We want to continue on with other top stories here across the country. But first, we're taking a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. has a new president living there. That is Joe Biden, following the oath of office that was taken during the inauguration celebration on Wednesday. Again, thank you so much for tuning in to News Now from Fox this Friday morning. We are in go mode. There is so much to get you updated on, up to speed on, and there's just a lot of information to go around. So again, good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub. Again, huge thank you to Dr. Mike Sirigliano with Penn Medicine. He's a daily staple here on News Now from Fox. Fox, and it's been such a pleasure and honor to be able to speak with him live. We've almost been airing his segments here for a full year on News Now from Fox. But I told you I had some more top stories ready to go for you. I'm going to take you out to California for this next one that I have, and that's because we're talking about a caught on camera moment, the terrifying moments a man in California lived while fighting off a would-be burglar in a gunfight. Fox's Marie Ettinger spoke with the homeowner, who says he's still recovering from shock after that shootout and knows things could have gone very differently.
Peered out his window and saw the man banging on his door had a gun. His family's action plan, they'd only talked about one time years before, somehow immediately kicked into place. His wife ran, grabbed the gun and handed it to him, then went and got their son so she could hide him in a closet. David Aresti says he was at home with his wife and son, fast asleep, when around 3 a.m. Monday, he says someone holding a handgun started pounding on his door.
He's just trying to get through. He's angry, he's threatening me, open the door, open the blanket door right now, aiming the gun at me. But he looked like he was on drugs.
Fearing for his family's safety, Aresti drew his own weapon. The video shows bullets start flying. The man trying to break in hides behind a pole when his own gun jams. He gets it working again, but eventually runs off.
I'm not for harming anybody, I'm a nurse. But that being said, protect your family, because cops need about 5-10 minutes to get to you, and we didn't have that time. He was busting through that door.
Deputies got there a few minutes later and started reviewing all the surveillance video, identifying this guy as 39-year-old Eric Contreras, who lived just a few doors down. He'd been wandering from his house to his neighbors' homes for hours that night.
There was calls, multiple phone calls throughout the neighborhood that he was trying to get into multiple doors. He just kept coming back and settling on our door. And finally, that's when you could tell on the fourth visit he was enraged.
No one was hurt in the shootout, though Aresti's door was damaged. Now, he's just trying to process what happened.
From being totally asleep to total gunfight. The feelings were calm and collective, and afterwards in shock. Not fear, just in shock. I do feel sorry for him. I hold no grudges. I hold no hate. I feel sorry for the guy. Made bad decisions.
Aresti says it seems like the woman and 2 teenage girls who were living with Contreras are now moving out. In Fresno, Marie Ettinger, Fox 26 News.
All right, the sun has risen here on the East Coast. You can see it reflecting off this Disney cruise ship in Port Canaveral, Florida. I cannot wait until cruises pick back up. Can you imagine? Or do you think there's going to be deals, or do you not think there's going to be deals as a result of the pandemic? They were hit so hard. So are they going to try to get people on ships as quickly as possible once sailing is safe again and guidelines are followed? Or are they going to be even more expensive due to the fact that they haven't been sailing for so long? There are some flight deals out right now for those who are willing to travel during the pandemic. So it'll be interesting to see how things turn out. Meanwhile, here's a live look at the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board. We have quite a long time to go until trading begins this morning, but I just want to let you know we are on standby for it. It'll be interesting to see the signs of the economy now that we have a new president and which direction we may be going. We are continuing on. Next, we're going to go out to Atlanta, Georgia, where a gruesome discovery was made. Cops say a Good Samaritan trying to put out a car fire found a dead body inside. Fox's Mark Teichner has more.
He was attempting to extinguish the fire, and while he was doing so, he noticed the body of the deceased male.
A man trying to put out a car fire finds another man dead in the passenger seat. This all happened right before midnight on Argus Circle in northwest Atlanta.
The resident was inside of his house, and he looked outside and heard the commotion and saw the vehicle was on fire.
He rushed out with a fire extinguisher, hoping to put out the blaze, only to make the gruesome discovery. The driver's side window appears to have been shot out, but detectives wouldn't talk about a cause of death.
Was he shot, we think?
We can't say one way or another right now.
They also couldn't comment on any possible suspect description, getaway vehicle, or motive for the crime.
We're pursuing some leads. We're just not able to put anything out right now.
Detectives hope evidence found inside the Chevy Impala where the man's body was discovered will help them crack the case.
Now we're going to take it to our cage, and we're going to do much more intensive processing of the vehicle fingerprints and DNA and anything else that might be left in there, any kind of cell phones or other follow-up items for us to look.
Hopefully they are able to provide some comfort to whoever that man is, his family there in Atlanta, Georgia. But again, everybody, good morning. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. You are taking a live look at what I like to call mission control. You don't just see and hear the host here on News Now from Fox, whether you're watching here from Orlando, Florida, the new News Now from Fox East Coast Hub, or the headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, or the West Coast Hub now in Los Angeles, California. The host, we control the entire show. I have a total of 5 monitors in front of me, 3 different keyboards, 3 mice, an audio board, and this main board right here that helps me operate the show. So as always, we thank you for your patience and understanding anytime there's technical difficulties, any sort of typos on graphics. It's the beauty and magic of News Now. We are unlike any other show out there, and we are now a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to newsnowfox.com to be able to watch us at all times and see all the different ways that you can watch us as well. But again, happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been such a busy week, so I've had so many different top stories from across the country to bring you here on News Now from Fox. Next, we're going to head on out to North Carolina, where a Nazi flag near a home is upsetting neighbors who say it's spreading hate. But law enforcement says they can't take it down. Fox's Kristen Gutierrez has more.
Unfortunately, not surprised in our day and age.
After many complaints, the Wake County Sheriff's Office stopped by this property on River Hill Drive, where a swastika flag hangs from a tree.
We had seen a Confederate flag there before, but today it was, which we don't really love to see that, but I know some people claim that to be a part of their heritage. But today it was a swastika.
After a brief investigation, the sheriff's office determined that the tenant in the home did not place it there. They tell us the landlord did, and they can't remove it since it falls under freedom of speech.
To me, it represents a threat to all Jews. There is not a Jewish person that I know that doesn't see the Nazi flag and feel personally threatened.
One woman saw it on her way to the gym and then returned to take it down.
I just could not get it off my mind. I was like, I need to turn around. So I went home and I grabbed a stepladder and scissors and I attempted to cut it down.
She tells us at the time she didn't know it was private property and was eventually kicked off.
It was really frustrating to see it up, and it was just a sign of utter disrespect to our nation.
Many in the surrounding neighborhoods fear for their safety.
I would hope that he has the decency and the heart to take it down, because who is it helping? It's just hurting a lot of people.
All right, everybody, that's the latest there from North Carolina. We are taking a live look here at Times Square in New York City. New Yorkers, they are waking up. It's almost 8 a.m. again. It's been so interesting, to say the least, to take these live pictures here on News Now from Fox. I've been a host for more than 3 years. I've been showing you these images, these live beauty shots, bumps as we refer to them in the journalism industry. Remember, I teach you guys lingo all the time. So when we first started bringing you Times Square live pictures, there was tons of people, right? Tourists, locals, and the like. When the COVID-19 pandemic first hit almost nearly a year ago, it didn't go dark. The lights stayed on, but there was nobody walking through Times Square. And now you do see a few people out and about on foot, bicyclists as well. Gotta head to work and school and handle life as best as they can during the pandemic. I do believe I have one more top story ready to go for you here on News Now from Fox. This is entertainment related. The Fox hit 911 Lone Star with Rob Lowe. Yeah, he's back as a firefighter captain named Owen Strand on the new season. He shares why he loves playing a first responder and the personal experience that left him filled with so much gratitude for the real life heroes. Fox's Ashley Dvorkin has the story. I am super jealous of her, everyone. She gets to do all the fun entertainment stuff.
Fall back.
Members of the 126 are feeling the heat this week on Fox's 911 Lone Star. The season 2 premiere continues with a new episode that finds the team of first responders racing to save lives after a volcanic eruption wreaks havoc in Austin.
The thing I really love and that keeps me pumped up going to work every morning is that I'm playing a first responder, because they're real heroes. They're not Marvel characters. They exist, and they're heroes.
I don't want any surprises. The show's star and executive producer Rob Lowe plays firefighter Captain Owen Strand and knows firsthand the vital roles of the real-life heroes.
I live in Santa Barbara, and 4 years ago we had 1 in 500 year fires and 1 in 1,500 year floods within 2 weeks of each other. I had first responders camping and living in my backyard. I've seen up close what they do. I've seen up close why they do it, what it means to them. And I'm grateful to them for, saving my community.
The 56-year-old actor is also happy to be working with former West Wing co-star Lisa Edelstein. She joined the firefighter drama this season as the ex-wife of Lowe's character.
Walking on the set and seeing her, it almost felt like that very first day in 1999 where we were making this little pilot called The West Wing. And it was really fun to see her again.
Got one last chance to turn the tide.
The drama unfolds Monday night only on Fox. Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Welcome back to News Now from Fox. I'm going to stick you in, or keep you in, New York City this morning. Show you a segment from our sister station, Fox 5 in New York, talking to mayoral candidate Andrew Yang.
Former tech entrepreneur Andrew Yang, now considered one of the top mayoral candidates, a long-shot presidential bid that lasted longer than most expected, but it put him on the path to nearly 2 million Twitter followers, and now he hopes to win over a new generation of voters, New Yorkers. Right now, he is conducting his campaign remotely after a staffer tested positive for COVID just a few days ago. And Andrew joining us now from quarantine. How you feeling? What day is this for you?
This is day 4 for me. I'm doing great. I'm still riding high from yesterday's inauguration. Yes, the Trump era is over. President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris. But thank you for asking. The quarantine has been, like more of an opportunity to work virtually than anything else. But I can't wait to get back out there again.
You mentioned Biden. Today he signed off on at least 10 executive orders in addition from the 17 yesterday. But these were focused mostly on COVID-19 and the battle. Here, of course, we have the lack of vaccine. Everyone is thinking about that. The governor, the mayor blaming the Fed, the government. But what onus is really on the governor and the mayor to get their act together to make sure that New Yorkers have access to enough vaccines?
New Yorkers are frustrated. The fact that we had appointments canceled is unacceptable, really. I mean, we're the most densely populated city in the country. We were one of the original epicenters. We need the vaccine. And certainly Donald Trump bears a lot of responsibility for this. They really just completely fell asleep at the switch this last number of weeks. But New Yorkers know that we've been suffering for too long, and if anyone should be getting the vaccine on time, it is us.
If you were in the position as the mayor, what would you do differently?
I would be going directly to the companies that source it and say, look, whatever it takes, hell or high water, we need to get the vaccine. And then we have some suggestions on how we can actually get the distribution out a little bit more quickly to some folks that are having trouble getting to sites. But we need to be moving heaven and earth right now. New Yorkers are fed up. We've been going through too much for too long. And I think most New Yorkers agree that we should be expecting better than this.
Yeah, well, this town is in such a financial freefall and dire straits right now. I know you have proposed a casino on Governor's Island, even though right now there's a deed restriction that bans casinos. But what else have you been talking about to get the economy up and running again if you were to be the mayor?
Number one is to recover from COVID. We need to get the vaccine out to people quickly and accessibly, but then we need a way to confirm for folks.
All right, again, everyone, we will continue to listen in to Fox 5 New York segment here in just a bit on News Now from Fox, but we have another live interview that we want to get to as soon as possible. I am currently joined by Dr. Amish Adalja. He is from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Good morning, doctor. How are you doing? And thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
All right, so we just talked to Dr. Mike Sirigliano. A lot of people are hopeful that this is the beginning of the end of the pandemic. Where do you think we stand here with COVID-19?
I think it is the beginning of the end, but there's still a long tunnel that we have to traverse because we have the solution at hand. We have this vaccine that really has excellent results. But the problem now is turning that vaccine into a vaccination, and that's going to take some time. So I do think we're going to see for the next several weeks more deaths and more hospitalizations. Once we start to get the vaccine into the vulnerable populations, nursing home residents, community dwelling, elderly, and high-risk individuals, we'll start to see hospital numbers drop and deaths drop. But we're still going to see spread for some time, probably until the summer before we get some control of the community level spread. But I think people's risk perception will change once the hospitals are able to kind of breathe a little bit.
What are your thoughts that we might have an annual COVID-19 vaccine? Do you see that coming kind of like a flu shot?
I think it's too early to say. Remember that we do the flu shot every year, not because of something that's changed. It's because the virus changes in a way that's very different and very unique to influenza. It's almost a whole new vaccine that we get. And we haven't seen those kind of wholesale changes with COVID-19. We've seen variants arise, but we see that the vaccine still works pretty robustly against those variants. So it may not be that it's yearly, it may be a longer period of time, or it could be because our immunity drops and we need a booster shot, the same way we get 2 doses of the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine. But we need to wait and see exactly how people who were vaccinated very early on, how they do, what happens to their antibody levels, what happens to their T cells, do they get reinfected, and then we'll make that decision of what the interval might be or if the vaccine needs updating.
We've got a new administration in the Capitol. We have President Joe Biden now in office. He put out some executive orders to expand testing. What are your thoughts on that?
And this is something that's long overdue. Since the very beginning of this pandemic, we've had a problem with testing. It's been very difficult to get tests. Even in the last month or so, I've had colleagues and friends having a hard time getting appointments to get tests as outpatients. We've gotten the inpatient testing problem fairly solved, but the fact is we want to be able to test for this when we brush our teeth so we know whether or not we're contagious to others that day. And we do have some home tests, but we need more of them and we need more funding. This should be something seamless, that it should be easy to do and can be done at the drop of a pin, and it's still not that way. We can't test in the United States in January of 2021 the way probably Taiwan could do in January of 2020. So I think we really need to get testing to a point where we can do this as simply and as easily as possible so everybody can have a pack of home tests in their home and do this every day before they go out.
We've got the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines already making their rounds across the U.S. Both of them require 2 doses. What are your thoughts on, I believe it's AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson, who currently have 1 dose trial studies going on right now?
Well, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is looking very promising. We've seen phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trial data. We're waiting for phase 3 data, and this is an interesting vaccine because it does only take 1 dose, which makes it very, very easy to administer. Anytime something is more than 1 dose, compliance goes down, people forget to come back, people don't want to come back because of the side effects they had after their first dose, and it's logistically challenging. The AstraZeneca vaccine is a 2-dose vaccine, although they're studying single-dose regimens, but really that's another vaccine that's approved already in the United Kingdom. It will probably be coming into the United States probably late spring because they've had some issues with their clinical trials. But the more vaccines we have on the market, the more of a menu we have, the better it is going to be, because we need to do a lot of vaccination. We need 300 million plus people to be vaccinated with a 2-dose regimen versus a 1-dose regimen. That's a big difference. So I do think that having as many vaccines out there is going to make everybody's job easier when it comes to getting this vaccine into people's arms.
Yeah, here in Central Florida and cities and counties and states across the country, they're just having a hard time with administering these shots because they're not getting them, or it's just not quite as organized. Do you think we need a federal organization plan for this?
Not every state's been able to do well with this vaccination campaign. We've seen some like West Virginia really be able to do this, but not everybody can. And I do think there had been a real lack of federal leadership when it came to this last mile of vaccination. There was a lot of emphasis placed in Operation Warp Speed on developing the vaccines, and they were a smashing success. To have vaccines approved within 1 year is really kind of unprecedented. But a lot of us were advocating for the fact that when we actually had to turn these vaccines into a vaccination program, there were going to be problems. We saw this back during the pandemic in 2009 with H1N1 because states and state health departments are under-resourced and unable to really do this. And at the same time that they're being asked to set up vaccination clinics, they're doing testing, they're also doing contact tracing, and they just don't have the resources. And the bill that gave them funding was only signed over Christmas weekend, already after vaccine rollout had started. So it is going to take some time, but I do think federal leadership, using FEMA, the National Guard, having the CDC help with best practices and meeting states where they are, because each state may need something different, is going to be a way to accelerate this, because we really have to remove all the speed limits on this vaccination and just move as quick a pace as possible, because the faster we get vaccine into people's arms, the faster this pandemic is over.
Yeah, how can we safely reopen businesses and schools? Many are still closed. How do we get back to the normal that we remember from January of 2020?
The best way to get back to normal is to get vaccine into people's arms, and then also have the CDC being able to speak very frankly to the American public with guidance on how do you open a certain business, how do you open a school, what are the measures that need to be put in place, what are the best practices. Some of these things have already opened. So for example, in some parts of the country, in some cities, schools are open, and in other parts they're not. What can we learn from the schools that are open to make them as safe as possible? There is a way to do all of this, but it is going to include vaccination. It's going to include some modification of operations, and people realizing that we're still in a pandemic and you have to behave like you're in a pandemic, which means following those common sense recommendations of wearing a face covering, washing your hands a lot, and avoiding crowded and congregated places, trying to stay 6 feet apart. This can all be done, but we actually need to have the will to do it.
All right, Dr. Adalja with the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Johns Hopkins has been in the public eye worldwide due to keeping tabs of the coronavirus cases. So thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox.
Thank you for having me.
We're taking a live look now at Port Canaveral, Florida, a Disney cruise ship. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, Rain Augustine will be your host for the next couple hours. I will rejoin you from 10 a.m. to 11 right here on News Now from Fox.
All right, good morning, everyone. We have been rocking and rolling all morning, but if you are just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine. Of course, right here on News Now from Fox, we are continuing to bring you all the latest headlines, top stories, and breaking news from around the country. Of course, the big news that we've been following for the past couple of days are all of the executive orders that President Biden has been signing and putting into place. So in just a few moments, we will be breaking down his latest executive order as it relates to his international and domestic initiatives that he's placing towards climate change. So be sure to stay with us. We will have a live interview for you explaining everything it means for the U.S. as we re-enter the Paris Accord. But right now, I want to bring you a story that we just briefly showed you a little bit earlier. Mayoral candidate Andrew Yang is running for mayor in New York City. You may remember him. He was actually a Democratic candidate for presidency a few years back. So we want to bring you his latest presser out of New York City right here on News Now from Fox.
The most expected, but it put him on the path to nearly 2 million Twitter followers, and now he hopes to win over a new generation of voters, New Yorkers. Right now, he is conducting his campaign remotely after a staffer tested positive for COVID just a few days ago. And Andrew joining us now from quarantine. How you feeling? What day is this for you?
This is day 4 for me. I'm doing great. I'm still riding high from yesterday's inauguration. Yes, the Trump era is over. President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris. But thank you for asking. The quarantine has been, like more of an opportunity to work virtually than anything else. But I can't wait to get back out there again.
You mentioned Biden. Today he signed off on at least 10 executive orders in addition from the 17 yesterday. But these were focused mostly on COVID-19 and the battle. Here, of course, we have the lack of vaccine. Everyone is thinking about that. The governor, the mayor blaming the Fed, the government. But what onus is really on the governor and the mayor to get their act together to make sure that New Yorkers have access to enough vaccines?
New Yorkers are frustrated. The fact that we had appointments canceled is unacceptable, really. I mean, we're the most densely populated city in the country. We were one of the original epicenters. We need the vaccine. And certainly Donald Trump bears a lot of responsibility for this. They really just completely fell asleep at the switch this last number of weeks. But New Yorkers know that we've been suffering for too long. And if anyone should be getting the vaccine on time, it is us.
If you were in the position as the mayor, what would you do differently?
I would be going directly to the companies that source it and say, look, whatever it takes, hell or high water, we need to get the vaccine. And then we have some suggestions on how we can actually get the distribution out a little bit more quickly to some folks that are having trouble getting to sites. But we need to be moving heaven and earth right now. New Yorkers are fed up. We've been going through too much for too long. And I think most New Yorkers agree that we should be expecting better than this.
Yeah, well, this town is in such a financial freefall and dire straits right now. I know you have proposed a casino on Governor's Island, even though right now there's a deed restriction that bans casinos. But what else have you been talking about to get the economy up and running again if you were to be the mayor?
Number one is to recover from COVID. We need to get the vaccine out to people quickly and accessibly. But then we need a way to confirm for folks that we have been vaccinated. Because I want you to imagine if you're watching this at home, let's say you got the vaccine. Does that mean that you're going to feel confident going to a show or restaurant or bar? So we need to have an app on our phone that just says, look, I was vaccinated. And then you can go into that restaurant or bar, take off your mask, breathe easy. That's how we're going to get New York back on its feet, because the truth is that we're missing 60 million tourists, 700,000 plus jobs. We need to speed it up. And there are ways we can speed it up if we allow people to actually share that they've been vaccinated on their phone.
You know, I've heard you talk a lot about police reform. Today, the NYPD, they announced some new guidelines when it comes to disciplining officers for misconduct. How would you tackle the crime? Because it's everywhere. Would you replace a commissioner? I've heard you said that you would with a civilian rather from within.
Now, we need to have a civilian police commissioner the same way they do it at the national level, where you have a civilian head of the military, and that's actually very constructive for the culture. But the single biggest driver of the crime that we're seeing is the wake of the coronavirus. If you get vaccines into people and then they're able to get back to school, get back to work, then you're going to see crime come down. It's a problem that we have to attack from all angles.
You think all roads lead to the coronavirus as being the crux for everything?
Well, I'm an entrepreneur, and what you want to do is you want to solve the biggest problems first. And the fact is, the city had its problems pre-COVID, but COVID just devastated us on so many levels. Again, 700,000 missing jobs, over 10,000 small businesses closing. We need to get New York back on its feet, and the fastest way to do that is through vaccine, a way to confirm that you've been vaccinated, give us the confidence to get back together. We have to solve the biggest problem immediately.
All right, Andrew Yang, pleasure to have you on with us tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Lori. Have a great night.
Stay well. Stay well.
Taking a live look now at the U.S. Capitol. Now, following the presidential inauguration, a lot of people are wondering who is Amanda Gorman and just how the 22-year-old became Biden's inaugural poet. Well, we have the latest right here on News Now from Fox.
That somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished.
At just 22 years old, Amanda Gorman made history as the youngest inaugural poet.
We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is.
As a Harvard graduate, she made some fellow Harvard students very proud.
It was incredible seeing Amanda's poem and both the truth and the passion that she brought to it, and she's a wizard with words. It was amazing.
Gorman's poem was the highlight of the presidential inauguration for so many.
I think it's really empowering and inspiring for little black girls and black boys out there that are watching her, and it just kind of tells them that you can be anybody you want to be.
I think after she spoke, everyone was immediately Googling her, and I wanted to see what else she had written, and I think I'll want to continue to see what else she comes up with.
Derva Trivedi says Gorman truly captured this moment in history without ignoring the attack on the Capitol just 2 weeks ago.
But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated.
I think that the sky's the limit for her. She has a very bright future, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot of her very soon.
The future is bright, not only for Gorman, but for the nation inspired by her words.
For there is always light if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Gorman has also written a children's book that's available for pre-order. After today, she tweeted her book is now a #1 bestseller on Amazon, and she's grateful for all the support. In Cambridge, I'm Lisa Pappas, Boston 25 News.
I think a lot of people will agree that Gorman definitely captured a moment in history so eloquently in such at a young age. She's only 22. Now, the First Lady, Jill Biden, has been a fan of Gorman's work and actually convinced the inaugural committee that Gorman would be the perfect fit. So just in case you missed her full poetic address on Inauguration Day, we have it right here for you.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew. That even as we hurt, we hoped. That even as we tired, we tried. That we'll forever be tied together, victorious. Not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the west. We will rise from the wind-swept northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked south. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Amanda Gordon, 22-year-old Harvard graduate. She is the youngest poet to perform at a presidential inauguration. Now, I have to admit, Amanda isn't the only one with a viral moment. If you've been paying attention to social media, I'm sure you've seen the viral images of Senator Bernie Sanders at the inaugurations. He has been photoshopped with his wool mittens and his thick coat on everything, including parties, public transportations, and other moments in pop culture. I want to show you all right here on News Now the image, just in case you've missed it. Now, his outfit has inspired memes, and also a bobblehead. The National Bobblehead Hall of Fame and Museum has created a new product commemorating the look. Is now available for pre-order, just in case you're interested. All right, guys, right now, some of you will see a 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, we will have the latest coronavirus updates out of Maryland.
Very glad that you have joined us again. We'll spend the bulk of our time today in our portion of it talking about the vaccination plan and protocol and how it's playing out across the whole state of Indiana. It's heartening to see many Hoosiers who are eligible to step up and get a shot in the arm are doing exactly that. It's a good problem to have. We said last week our real main limiting factor is the allotment or the allocation that we have from the federal government. So we say a lot around here, we need more because we have the infrastructure and the logistical plan put in place to be able to get it out to all 92 counties. And I'm sure you and Dr. Weaver will go over this, but the latest numbers that I looked at in the 70 to 79 age group, we have scheduled or have vaccinated about 238,000 Hoosiers, which that group totaled 470,000, I guess. So we're over 50%. So when we were talking about 20 or 30% saturation rate, where are we going to be? This is a good thing to have those folks either vaccinated or scheduled. In the 80 and older group, about 125,000, north of 125,000 Hoosiers who are scheduled or have been vaccinated. And then, as you have described them to me, the vectors in society, and most importantly, the healthcare workers, those folks on the front lines, 264,000. So, the goal is, or the ultimate eligible was 5.4 million, and we're at 626,000 scheduled or already vaccinated. Plus, by the way, the long-term care facility residents that aren't included in that equation ultimately for that total number. But you all will, both you and Dr. Weaver, will go over that, I'm sure, in your portion. But it really is encouraging to see that, and to see how we've been able to evolve and ramp up over time, over the days and weeks since we've been doing this. Started with 5 sites, quickly went to 55, I get it, but started, that first day or a couple of days at 5 sites, and to think that we're at now 189 different sites throughout the state of Indiana. I looked at one state I was told had 9 sites. In a state, our size or larger, and so there's different approaches out there for sure, but I'm really pleased that our very methodical kind of maybe under promise, over deliver approach, making sure that we're not over promising, that the expectations are aligned with actually the results that are occurring. This approach is making not just sense, but it's effective. And so thank you for the job that you all are doing. We're seeing this, and too early to tell probably. Maybe you'll get this question. Maybe you'll get it 3 or 4 times. But the question is, ultimately, as we've said, the faster immunization, the slower the spread, or will bring down deaths and will bring down hospitalization rates. And again, maybe too early to tell, but those are coming down. I mean, it's just the facts are the facts, and we're starting to see reason for optimism as we look across the state of Indiana, and you see that positivity rate tick down, tick down, tick down, and we were just felt like yesterday we were in the 16+% range. Yeah, and now heading in the right direction. There's probably some reasons for that, but we'll take all those things under consideration. We're working on those right now in terms of what that will do. I'll extend the executive order for just another week as we digest these numbers. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We still have most counties in red. And so while I may be giddy right now, just looking at trends and trajectories, we're still over double digits positivity rate, and we're still losing people. And so we want to make sure that we do this in a very responsible, data-driven way, as we've done from the very beginning. But the executive order will be extended for a week, and then we'll look at what that would do in terms of how we are managing this locally as well, events, capacity numbers, etc. But heading on the right path, and with that,
most definitely
more good news.
All right, thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, Hoosiers. In just over a month's time, more than 362,000 Hoosiers have received their first dose of vaccine. And of those, nearly 88,000 have received both doses and are therefore fully vaccinated. That is an incredible milestone for our state and represents the first crucial steps on a journey back to normalcy. But as with any journey of 1,000 miles, you take one step at a time, which is why we continue to follow our age-based approach to vaccine eligibility. This data-driven approach focuses fully on our goals of preventing hospitalizations and saving lives. With high demand comes the need to level set expectations. As Dr. Weaver will explain in more detail, we are limited in how quickly we can expand vaccine eligibility by the amount of vaccine available at the federal level. We have partners across the state who are eager to join the vaccination effort and expand their clinics. Many of our local health departments continue to clamor for more doses because of the interest in their communities. Rest assured that we will continue to request every single dose that the United States federal government allows for us to access, and we will get those doses out as quickly as possible. The doses that the federal government approves for us to go directly to vaccine sites, we will get them there. We are getting vaccines in arms as quickly as possible. We are being asked about opening mass vaccination clinics. As of now, we are receiving limited vaccine, and the appointments are being made as fast as we receive vaccine and open the slots. Our focus remains on expanding the number of clinics, removing obstacles to vaccines for those who are eligible, educating and answering questions about vaccine safety and efficacy, and creating a smooth process for Hoosiers to be vaccinated. I get regularly asked to provide a timeline for when additional groups will be eligible for vaccine. Right now, we are unable to predict when that will happen. We find out on a Tuesday what our allocation for that week is, and we work based on those numbers. For now, we continue to get about 78,000 to 80,000 doses weekly. I did want to share with you what to expect next. When we are ready, the next eligible group of Hoosiers will be people ages 65 to 70. This represents about 350,000 people. We don't have an estimated date for when this eligibility will open, and you cannot make appointments at this time in that age group. When we first announced our age-based approach, we had said the next eligible group would be Hoosiers 60 to 69. So this is a small change in that we are breaking that category down, and we'll start with a smaller group of Hoosiers again because of the amount of vaccine that we're receiving. Keep in mind that the 65 to 69-year-old age group is about the same number of people who became eligible when we expanded eligibility to the 70 to 79-year-old age group. So when we are ready to add this age group, we expect an influx again of interested Hoosiers. The reason we will next add this age group when the time is right remains consistent. We want to protect our most vulnerable Hoosiers, and age has been the biggest contributor to hospitalizations and deaths from COVID. We are focused on saving lives and reducing hospitalizations. We started with Hoosiers ages 80 and older who account for less than 4% of the state population, but nearly 20% of the COVID hospitalizations and 52% of the deaths. Once we progress to make Hoosiers 60 and older eligible, we will have targeted the population that accounts for 93% of our COVID deaths and 64% of our hospitalizations. As we wait for more vaccine, I want to point out some very encouraging news. Our positivity rate has been coming down, as the governor mentioned, and currently stands at 10.8%. This is the lowest that we have seen in several weeks. We also have seen a decline in the number of Hoosiers hospitalized with COVID symptoms. As of yesterday, just over 2,300 Hoosiers were in the hospital due to COVID. That's down from nearly 3,500 on November the 30th. Daily hospital admissions have also dropped. On January 14th, 322 Hoosiers were admitted for COVID symptoms, and that's down from 504 on November the 30th. As we look at our color-coded county maps, we are seeing some positive signs there also. All 4 maps are improving from last week to this week. Our advisory level map, our 2-metric score, our cases per 100,000, and our positivity rate. The 2-metric score improvement is being driven by decreasing positivity rates. This week, 34 of our 92 counties are in red on the 2-score map, down from 73 last week. We also have 1 county in yellow this week. The rest are all in orange. This is encouraging to see, but I want to again caution Hoosiers that we still have a long way to go. Our advisory map, which indicates which level of restriction counties must follow, shows 17 counties in orange. That's a slight improvement from the 15 we saw in orange last week, but it still reflects very high levels of transmission across the state and leaves 75 counties in red following the most stringent guidelines. We hope these downward trends continue, but I want to caution Hoosiers not to let your guard down as this virus continues to shift. We have now seen at least 4 cases of the United Kingdom B117 strain in Indiana. In total, more than 122 cases have been identified in at least 20 states. As a reminder, this strain is a mutation of the virus, and it is more easily transmitted than the strain we were dealing with up until now. There also are reports of other mutations, including one that has been detected in South Africa. This new strain behaves much like the UK variant and also is more transmissible. It has not been detected yet in North America, but we continue to monitor closely for this mutation. We are very aware of some deaths that have occurred in Norway associated with the COVID-19 vaccination. These deaths occurred in their very, very frail populations. We are watching closely for any indication that they believe that the vaccine was causative of these deaths. Indiana has had 3 individuals who have passed away sometime after receiving their vaccine. Each case involved a patient with significant underlying conditions that were actively affecting their health at the time they received the vaccine. We have investigated each of these cases and have reported them to the CDC's Vaccine Adverse Effects Registry. I know that the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices Safety Committee will also be reviewing all of this information. I want to remind Hoosiers that we have given more than 360,000 vaccines with very few severe or adverse outcomes. That speaks volume to the safety of these vaccines. At this time, there is no way to know if the vaccine played a role in these 3 deaths because these individuals already had health conditions that would have impacted their life expectancy significantly. These losses are tragic, and my heart goes out to the families of these Hoosiers. Sadly, we are closing in on a heartbreaking milestone in Indiana. Today, we reported 64 new deaths. That brings our total losses due to this pandemic to nearly 9,600 Hoosiers when you include the probable deaths that have been reported based on their clinical diagnosis. That's an increase of about 500 people since last week. As we focus on the promise that the vaccine brings, we cannot lose sight of the toll that this pandemic has taken on the lives that have been lost, or on the tools that we have available to us today to help prevent further losses. Now, I'll let Dr. Weaver provide some more details about our vaccination efforts.
Thank you, Dr. Box. The vaccine progress we've made is incredibly exciting. We know Hoosiers are eager and anxious for their turn to be vaccinated. Our team is working to add appointments to schedules as quickly as our supplies allow. Last weekend, the team added more than 55,000 appointments between Friday and Monday. But demand is high, and those appointments go quickly. Nearly all of our appointments are booked for the next couple of weeks for those who are eligible, but continue to check back as we add more appointments. Go to ourshot.in.gov or call 211 if you need assistance. About 50% of Hoosiers age 70 and older have scheduled an appointment to get their vaccine. That is an incredible rate of uptake and shows just how much this vaccine means to our seniors. We are committed to providing a vaccine to any eligible Hoosier who wants one. At the same time, we need to ensure that we have second doses available 3 to 4 weeks after the first dose is administered. Despite being told that additional vaccine would be coming to states, we've since learned that there is no national stockpile. Our vaccine allocations have not increased beyond the roughly 78 to 80,000 doses we were already expecting each week. The system we have in place is to ensure that we don't have to do what other states have done, cancel vaccine appointments due to no doses available. So while you may be frustrated at the availability of appointments, you can rest assured that our goal is to ensure that there will be a dose for you when you arrive. We have received to date about 736,000 doses. This accounts for both first and second doses. This does not include an allocation of 112,000 doses set aside for the long-term care facilities. We have administered approximately 450,000 first and second doses to healthcare workers, first responders, and eligible Hoosiers as of this morning. As of today, we have about 286,000 doses in Indiana. We have more than 270,000 appointments currently scheduled for first and second doses between now and the end of January, and we are adding appointments into February by the minute. Essentially, we are running very close to one-to-one in terms of doses and appointments, which is why we cannot expand further at this time. We are aware of the over 2 million Hoosiers who, as a requirement of their job, must interact with the public and potentially be exposed every day. At this time, we must continue to concentrate on vaccinating those people who are at the highest risk of hospitalizations and death. Even people with very minimal risk of exposure still have a much higher risk of hospitalization and death compared to younger people who have a very high risk of exposure. I assure you, we will expand eligibility as quickly as we can when we receive more vaccine. We have worked to set up at least one vaccine clinic in every county and to ensure that counties with vulnerable populations have multiple places that can offer vaccine to make this as convenient for Hoosiers as possible, regardless of where you live. For instance, Allen County has 5 vaccine sites, Lake County has 14, and Marion has 12. We continue to work to expand access to vaccine through partnerships with pharmacies and federally qualified health centers, and we continue to look at options for large-scale vaccination options and mobile vaccination clinics for that day in the future when supplies do increase. We are also working to make sure that no one is forgotten, and we are piloting programs to get vaccinations into eligible Hoosiers who are homebound, and making sure in the meantime that no doses are wasted. We must continue to build confidence in the vaccine. We know there is significant vaccine hesitancy in some of our communities of color, and we are working with stakeholders around the state to share appropriate education and messaging to build awareness and trust in the vaccine. We also continue to work to make information available in other languages at ourshot.in.gov, and you will start to see Hoosiers from all backgrounds and regions of the state sharing their reasons for getting a vaccine as part of our public awareness campaign. When we say this is our shot, Hoosiers, we mean it's a shot for all of us. So please, learn about the vaccine and be ready when your turn comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. And with you, physically distanced, of course, is also Superintendent Doug Carter and Chris Johnston for the Q&A portion as well. But I also wanted to say just a few things, Dr. Box, that you reminded me of. One, and Dr. Weaver reminded me of, is we've gone from, in a period of about a week, from doing, Dr. Weaver, you told me 20,000 vaccinations a day to now 28,000 a day. And again, we need more. We'll get more out, but we have been able to scale this thing up according to the inventory or supply that we have. We're going to continue to look at this, map over the next week and beyond every single day to make our future decisions. But we're seeing positive trends occur, not just positivity rate, but the R0 number has now come down. We're top 3 in the nation. Don't want to get giddy about that either, because we were one of the tops, and then we, this thing moves quickly. And our practicing good health or good public health, and private practices is key to slowing the spread as well. So the vigilance part, not just the vaccine part, critically important to what this map looks like as well. And I don't think it's of coincidence that also you were talking about vaccinations and the numbers thereof and its effect on our rates. We're also, Indiana now ranks in the top 3 in the nation for the Lilly hometown hero, the Lilly antibody. Being used at our hospitals. In fact, one out at NDI you were talking about is the +1 site in the world for that for those therapeutics being used. So that also one has to think. I don't have doctor in front of my name, but one has to think that that's having a positive effect on our hospitalization rates as well. You care to talk about that just for a second before we go to the Q&A?
So I think the monoclonal antibodies are so important, and the usage of them, just like other therapeutics. And really, we have had multiple people ask us for this. As soon as we get our doses that are allocated to the state of Indiana, we know from across the state what every hospital system would like to have, and we have to then allocate those out. And sometimes we can't even give enough for the certain sites. Some sites would like to have more, but we are making sure that sites are using those up and that they're efficiently and effectively getting into the arms of Hoosiers that need them, that are at risk.
Yeah. Greed is not a sin in this sense. I'm greedy, and I'm proud of it. You want to go right to the Q&A?
Matt from RTV6.
Matt, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, good afternoon. My question is about death certificates here. As I understand it, there have been some significant delays in getting some families their death certificates, whether that's COVID or unrelated. Can you explain kind of why this might be happening and what kind of impact, if any, COVID has been having on that problem?
Yeah, Matt, I don't necessarily think that is a factor related to COVID, other than we did just transfer to a new birth and death registry right over the New Year period of time. And the new deaths that have been certified into 2021 are going very, very well. We know the system works. Hundreds of deaths and births have been processed through that. But we have had an issue with some of the deaths that finished and were completed right at the end of 2020, and being able to get those certificates finalized through our providers, many of which have not yet signed up for this new system, and get those to the loved ones. And I know that is a very frustrating issue for families. I know we have heard their concerns over not being able to do certain things with the estate because they don't have a death certificate, or birth certificates where people want those as they're filing their tax.
All right, everybody, you're watching News Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, and right now I have the pleasure of speaking with Steve Gauthier with Energy Experts International. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning.
Now, we know that President Biden has signed an executive order to launch domestic and international initiatives when it comes to climate change. So can you tell us what exactly is in President Biden's clean energy plan?
Well, his clean energy plan, or his plan for a clean energy revolution, includes nine key elements that look to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and other pollutants, reduce current and new sources of these pollutants, including emissions from methane emissions, including methane emissions from oil and gas operations, which have always been on the radar of a number of politicians to help reduce these. His desire is to accelerate the deployment of clean technology throughout the United States. One specific aggressive point that he has is he's looking to require that 100% of new light duty and medium duty vehicles be zero emissions in the near future. That is, no emissions from the burning of a hydrocarbon fuel to run the vehicle. Assumedly, this means electric vehicles, since there's really no other alternatives on the horizon. And as such, these vehicles will probably be battery powered. And to facilitate the introduction of more electric battery powered vehicles, he's also planning to support the deployment of over 500,000 vehicle charging stations throughout the United States. One question here, though, that I often discuss with people is a battery powered vehicle needs to be charged through a charging station. And the charging station is getting electricity from one of the very many electric power generating stations in the United States that are very often fossil fuel powered, natural gas, petroleum, coal. So the question sometimes is an electric vehicle really zero emissions, or are we simply moving the emissions from the vehicle to the power generating station that's providing the electricity? I think that is something that needs to be looked at a good bit more.
Now, it's interesting that you mentioned zero emission vehicles, because the state of California has actually implemented a zero emission vehicle mandate. They plan to have zero emission vehicles, I think, within the next 5 years. Now, how quickly can we see this become a norm for people?
I think there's two hurdles. One is the technology itself, long-range, reliable vehicles that can be trusted, the infrastructure, the charging infrastructure that needs to be out there. At least where I live in the suburbs of Chicago, it's not unusual to see charging stations in the parking lots of grocery stores and pharmacies that are free for public use to help encourage the use of electric vehicles. So the technology has to be out there. And then on the commercial side, they have to be affordable. Right now, the current projected prices are a little pricey. Economies of scale might help this, but the cost of electric vehicles needs to come down. And I guess also there's a third factor here. It's public acceptance. There's always the concern about, what do I do if my battery goes dead and I can't call somebody to come with a gallon of electricity? So I think these three factors need to be addressed for electric vehicles truly to take hold in the United States.
The technology, a very important issue that you raised. Correction, California has a mandate to sell zero emission vehicles by 2035, not in 5 years. But moving forward, so just hours after President Biden became president, he brought the United States back into the Paris Climate Accord. What is the significance of this move?
Well, the Paris Climate Treaty is a international treaty on climate change. Almost 200 countries and the European Union have signed the treaty. The goal of the treaty is to identify and implement industrial and commercial operational changes around the world that will limit global warming to below 2 degrees centigrade above what the Earth was pre-industrial levels 100 years ago or so, before the Industrial Revolution, to implement changes to operations that largely emit carbon dioxide and is the main contributor to global warming, identify specific steps that countries can take to reduce these emissions, and support moving forward with implementing these changes to try and stem the growth in global warming.
Now, of course, we're talking a lot about the incoming administration because the first 100 days are critical. So we're hearing that Biden plans to make some changes when it comes to the Keystone Pipeline. What do you know about this?
Well, the Keystone Pipeline is a pipeline that will bring reserves, oil and gas reserves from Canada down to the Gulf of Mexico to refineries to be processed. That is a very long pipeline. I believe the number is 1,700 miles long, and it brings with it both benefits and concerns. It is a domestic, if you will, even though it's coming from Canada. We're not relying on global transportation of petroleum-based products. It's coming from Canada, but a 1,700-mile pipeline is going to go through a lot of sensitive areas. There's a lot of concern for the effect on the environment, the effect on endangered species, and some questions on if it is really needed as a new source of energy, given the rise in the production of petroleum and natural gas reserves in the continental 48. There's quite a growth in domestic supplies, and so there's a concern, I believe, on the new administration to pause the pipeline and take a look on what the overall effect is going to be beyond the supply of a new energy resource for the country.
Many leaders have been quoted saying that we need to respond to a climate that's in crisis. Where does the world stand right now when it comes to climate change? And how can we reduce our carbon footprint, if you will?
Yes. I think there are three camps on the view of climate change. The first is people that say it's just not true. The numbers aren't right. There's no science behind it, and there's nothing really happening. That's on the fringe. There's another group that says it is occurring, but it is a natural occurrence. History has shown changes in climate in the past from records that can be found. There's a period from about 1,000 to 1,100 that's referred to as the medieval warming period. It was a time of generally warm climate in the North Atlantic and in Europe. That was believed to have been caused by solar activity, changes in the ocean current, this sort of thing. Had no impact, not a result of human activity. More recent, if you will, is what's called the Little Ice Age, from about the 16th century to the 19th century, where the North Atlantic became very cold. Europe and North America went through a mini ice age, and this can be seen in the historical records. The drawings you might have seen of people skating on the Thames in London and skating on the canals in Amsterdam because they had frozen over, and the bad winter of that the Continental Army went through during the American Revolution, and the winter that caused Napoleon to retreat from Moscow, these very, very cold winters. This mini ice age was not caused by American industrial, or excuse me, worldwide industrial activities. This was naturally occurring changes in the climate. The third camp, which is largely based in science, says that climate change is real. And it is being caused by human activity, and that if there's not something done to reduce the causes of global warming and climate activity, mainly the production of carbon dioxide, that things will continue to warm up and will have fairly catastrophic effects on the world in the future.
Now, many of us are not scientists. We are not energy experts such as yourself, but I think that I hear a lot of experts say it takes all of us to make a difference. As you mentioned, that last group kind of thinks that climate change is based on human activity. So what can the average everyday person do to reduce their carbon footprints?
There are technologies becoming available that represent lower emissions, cleaner vehicles, recycling, reduce, reuse, recycle. There are a number of things that the average person can do to contribute and household environment use of less electricity, that sort of thing. At least in the Chicago area, we see a very large switch now to LED lights from incandescent lights, which use substantially less electricity and thus may represent lower emissions from power plants as the need for electricity goes down. So there's a number of things that can be done both on an individual level and on a global level. I think there is evidence, recent evidence, that a concerted effort can make a difference. It's been a while since you've heard a discussion on the hole in the ozone layer above Antarctica. And that is because the hole in the ozone layer above Antarctica is measured once a year because it does seasonally vary. I believe it's in September. And since 2000, there's been evidence that the hole is healing, if you will. It is closing, it is reducing, and it is predicted that the hole in the ozone layer will be back to what it was by the year 2030. Scientists credit this to something called the 1987 Montreal Protocol, which was an agreement to cut production of chemicals that damage the ozone layer, mainly CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons. And there was a worldwide reduction in the production and use of these chemicals that damage the ozone layer. And this has resulted in the healing or the repair of the ozone layer. So there is very recent demonstration that changes in human behavior, changes in human activity can improve the climate and will be able to reduce climate change.
Steve Gauthier with Energy Experts International. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
My pleasure.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Some of us will see a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we will resume coronavirus updates for the state of Indiana.
Dr. Box, the vaccine progress we've made is incredibly exciting. We know Hoosiers are eager and anxious for their turn to be vaccinated. Our team is working to add appointments to schedules as quickly as our supplies allow. Last weekend, the team added more than 55,000 appointments between Friday and Monday. But demand is high, and those appointments go quickly. Nearly all of our appointments are booked for the next couple of weeks for those who are eligible, but continue to check back as we add more appointments. Go to ourshot.in.gov or call 211 if you need assistance. About 50% of Hoosiers age 70 and older have scheduled an appointment to get their vaccine. That is an incredible rate of uptake and shows just how much this vaccine means to our seniors. We are committed to providing a vaccine to any eligible Hoosier who wants one. At the same time, we need to ensure that we have second doses available 3 to 4 weeks after the first dose is administered. Despite being told that additional vaccine would be coming to states, we've since learned that there is no national stockpile. Our vaccine allocations have not increased beyond the roughly 78 to 80,000 doses we were already expecting each week. The system we have in place is to ensure that we don't have to do what other states have done, cancel vaccine appointments due to no doses available. So while you may be frustrated at the availability of appointments, you can rest assured that our goal is to ensure that there will be a dose for you when you arrive. We have received to date about 736,000 doses. This accounts for both first and second doses. This does not include an allocation of 112,000 doses set aside for the long-term care facilities. We have administered approximately 450,000 first and second doses to healthcare workers, first responders, and eligible Hoosiers as of this morning. As of today, we have about 286,000 doses in Indiana. We have more than 270,000 appointments currently scheduled for first and second doses between now and the end of January, and we are adding appointments into February by the minute. Essentially, we are running very close to one-to-one in terms of doses and appointments, which is why we cannot expand further at this time. We are aware of the over 2 million Hoosiers who, as a requirement of their job, must interact with the public and potentially be exposed every day. At this time, we must continue to concentrate on vaccinating those people who are at the highest risk of hospitalizations and death. Even people with very minimal risk of exposure still have a much higher risk of hospitalization and death compared to younger people who have a very high risk of exposure. I assure you we will expand eligibility as quickly as we can when we receive more vaccine. We have worked to set up at least one vaccine clinic in every county and to ensure that counties with vulnerable populations have multiple places that can offer vaccine to make this as convenient for Hoosiers as possible, regardless of where you live. For instance, Allen County has 5 vaccine sites, Lake County has 14, and Marion has 12. We continue to work to expand access to vaccine through partnerships with pharmacies and federally qualified health centers, and we continue to look at options for large-scale vaccination options and mobile vaccination clinics for that day in the future when supplies do increase. We are also working to make sure that no one is forgotten, and we are piloting programs to get vaccinations into eligible Hoosiers who are homebound, and making sure in the meantime that no doses are wasted. We must continue to build confidence in the vaccine. We know there is significant vaccine hesitancy in some of our communities of color, and we are working with stakeholders around the state to share appropriate education and messaging to build awareness and trust in the vaccine. We also continue to work to make information available in other languages at ourshot.in.gov, and you will start to see Hoosiers from all backgrounds and regions of the state sharing their reasons for getting a vaccine as part of our public awareness campaign. When we say this is our shot, Hoosiers, we mean it's a shot for all of us. So please, learn about the vaccine and be ready when your turn comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. And with you, physically distanced, of course, is also Superintendent Doug Carter and Chris Johnston for the Q&A portion as well. But I also wanted to say just a few things.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now we are listening into the latest coronavirus updates out of Indiana. If you look at the top left-hand corner of your screen, we do expect a live event from Chicago when it comes to the coronavirus and how public schools are handling the surge. So stay with us right here on News Now from Fox.
We have been able to scale this thing up according to the inventory or supply that we have. We're going to continue to look at this map over the next week and beyond every single day to make our future decisions. But we're seeing positive trends occur, not just positivity rate, but the R0 number has now come down. We're top 3 in the nation. Don't want to get giddy about that either, because we were one of the tops, and then this thing moves quickly. And our practicing good health or good public health, and private practices is key to slowing the spread as well. So the vigilance part, not just the vaccine part, critically important to what this map looks like as well. And I don't think it's of coincidence that also you were talking about vaccinations and the numbers thereof and its effect on our rates. We're also, Indiana now ranks in the top 3 in the nation for the Lilly hometown hero, the Lilly antibody being used at our hospitals. In fact, one out at NDI you were talking about is the #1 site in the world for those therapeutics being used. So that also, one has to think, I don't have doctor in front of my name, but one has to think that that's having a positive effect on our hospitalization rates as well. You care to talk about that just for a second before we go to the Q&A?
So I think the monoclonal antibodies are so important, and the usage of them, just like other therapeutics. And really, we have had multiple people ask us for this. As soon as we get our doses that are allocated to the state of Indiana, we know from across the state what every hospital system would like to have, and we have to then allocate those out. And sometimes we can't even give enough for the certain sites. Some sites would like to have more, but we are making sure that sites are using those up and that they're efficiently and effectively getting into the arms of Hoosiers that need them, that are at risk.
Yeah. Greed is not a sin in this sense. I'm greedy, and I'm proud of it. You want to go right to the Q&A?
Matt from RTV6.
Matt, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, good afternoon. My question is about death certificates here. As I understand it, there have been some significant delays in getting some families their death certificates, whether that's COVID or unrelated. Can you explain kind of why this might be happening and what kind of impact, if any, COVID has been having on that problem?
Yeah, Matt, I don't necessarily think that is a factor related to COVID, other than we did just transfer to a new birth and death registry right over the New Year period of time. And the new deaths that have been certified into 2021 are going very, very well. We know the system works. Hundreds of deaths and births have been processed through that. But we have had an issue with some of the deaths that finished and were completed right at the end of 2020, and being able to get those certificates finalized through our providers, many of which have not yet signed up for this new system, and get those to the loved ones. And I know that is a very frustrating issue for families. I know we have heard their concerns over not being able to do certain things with the estate because they don't have a death certificate, or birth certificates where people want those as they're filing their taxes. So we are in the process right now of developing in the next day a process by which we will be able to work with our local health departments and our funeral directors across the state and be able to get those out in a more timely fashion. I will say that we only have less than a third of our providers that were signed up in our old system now signed up in the new system, despite months and months of trying to get individuals to sign up through working through the hospitals and through the State Medical Association. So we are going to do a full court press again with our partners at the Hospital Association to see if we can't do that, because that definitely is a delay. And so we're working to address all of that, and feel like in the next week or two we'll have those kinks worked out, but certainly realize this is an inconvenience for Hoosiers, and we're really trying to address it and improve that.
Abigail with the Brown County Democrat newspaper.
Afternoon, Abigail.
Good afternoon, Governor, Dr. Box. I have two questions, actually. The first one is, how are you deciding how many vaccines are distributed to each county? And is there a data portal where we can see how much our county will get or has received or anything like that?
I think I'll let Dr. Weaver take that one if she doesn't mind.
Yeah, so great question. So when we started with our 55 hospitals, a lot of it was based on population, and each hospital who was vaccinating was actually assigned other counties around them to be responsible for vaccinations. And so that was based on population. We took that same model when we started to expand and looking to send it to our local health departments, again, looking at population, but of course assuring that they had the ability to whatever vaccine we were sending them, that they had ability to put shots in arms. So those numbers really change on a daily basis as we very closely monitor what the uptake in different communities are, how far out they're booked with appointments, and then we work directly with the local health department to see, if we can find some more somewhere else and we were able to get it to you, would you be able to put it in arms, and then adjusting what our allocations are on a weekly basis if needed to be, or moving around vaccines. So it's not a stagnant number, but did start based on populations.
Dr. Weaver and Dr. Box, you want to comment on the latest that you've heard about potential, and I know you don't have a crystal ball here, but potential vaccines, additional vaccines that might come online? Are we weeks, months, or what's the status there?
So our head of our incident command and I were on a call with General Perna the other day. He said for the next couple of weeks we should just plan on the amount of vaccine that we have been getting, that we would not see a change in that. But he did hint at the fact that we could be in early February receiving more vaccine. I hesitate to even say that because I've become a bird in the hand woman. If I don't have it in my hand, I don't believe it. So Dr. Weaver and I will be very anxious to get more, and I can assure you we have lots of places for that vaccine to go so we can get it in Hoosiers' arms.
Nikki Kelly with the Fort Wayne Journal-Gazette.
Afternoon, Nikki.
Hello.
I have been getting inundated with concerns from people who haven't been paid unemployment since December. Under the new program, hundreds of thousands of Hoosiers are having trouble paying for their medication and food. So what is taking so long to get these checks out to people?
Well, we have to verify each and every one of them. And we want to make sure that we're not participating in any fraudulent activity. And it takes time to go the extra distance when a lot of newly eligible citizens have been applying, and they should. And if they qualify and are eligible, they will be in receipt of a check.
Steve?
I think she had another, I think she had two. Or maybe not.
Actually, I didn't, but I did want to say these were people who were already getting checks under the previous program. And when the new one was announced for the $300 in December, they are not getting them now.
I'll have Fred Payne look into it.
Steve with KPC Media.
Afternoon, Steve.
Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Doing good, thank you.
A question. We've been hearing, one of my reporters was talking with a member of our local health board after their meeting, and we had heard that among one of our nursing homes and even at one of our local hospital facilities that only about a third of eligible healthcare workers or eligible staff members, let me say, have taken the vaccine. It's not so much the medical staff that is refusing it, but other support staff at those facilities. I'm wondering if that rate is atypical, or does that match up some things that you're hearing? And are there concerns that if, housekeepers and other staff members, maybe who don't directly have contact with patients, aren't taking this vaccine, are we, not necessarily going to make great progress in pushing the virus out of some of these really vulnerable places?
That's a great question, Steve, and I want to back up just a little bit and give you an update on where we are. We have our federal partners with Walgreens and CVS have actually been able to vaccinate 358 of our 535 facilities that are long-term care or what we call skilled nursing facilities. So that's 2/3 of our individuals' facilities have already received their first doses. That's about 20,100 residents that have been vaccinated and about 7,857 staff that have been vaccinated. It's a little hard to get a handle on exactly the percentage of staff that have been vaccinated through this program because we did open this up very early to the staff at the long-term care facilities to come to our other sites, which would have included our hospitals and now our local health departments and federally qualified health clinics and community health clinics. So it's hard to actually rectify what that number is. I will say that when we did an early survey before the vaccine was even out and we were able to go around and start putting it in individuals' arms, that we only had about 45% of the staff that said they would take this. So I do believe there is vaccine hesitancy there, and we believe that as we go back to put second doses in arms in these facilities, that we will see an increased uptake among the staff because they will have at that time been able to watch their friends and fellow colleagues and how they've done with the vaccine.
Sherry with the Indianapolis Star.
Afternoon, Sherry.
Good afternoon, Governor. Good afternoon, Dr. Box. I have two questions, kind of one looking to the past, one looking a little bit to the future. When you look at the past, say the past month, one of the things that has changed in terms of the virus spread is that many of our counties were under stricter restrictions because of how high the spread had been before. So is it possible to tease out, especially seeing that spread is increasing in other areas of the country, is it possible that those restrictions have actually worked as opposed to some of the vaccinations that haven't been, that haven't had time to fully flower, even people who have had both doses, their immune systems are just sort of ramping up now. And my second question on vaccines is I'm hearing from a lot of seniors who are saying, I couldn't get an appointment until
play in our society, and we're very committed to making sure that they are prioritized in our vaccination planning. I'm happy to answer additional questions in a moment, but the last thing I want to say is that we are in a good place here related to COVID-19 here in Chicago. Standing here today, we have the lowest case rates that we've had since October. We have the lowest positivity rates that we've had since October. We are past this surge and continuing on the way down. And if things continue the way that they're going in the next couple of days, I anticipate we'll have met the metrics to be able to open indoor dining, for example. We've already been able to move ahead with opening other settings, like indoor fitness, classes in those settings, settings that we know are significantly higher risk for COVID spread than schools are. Schools have been open across this country and across this city throughout the surge. Now that we are actually coming out from this surge, the news is good on all fronts, and I'm so excited that students are having the opportunity to come back into these amazing learning environments that are designed for them with choice, and recognizing that there are students and families who may not make that choice at this point. But for those who do, the safety protocols that are in place are excellent here. They are meeting all of the standards that have been set by the CDC and have gone beyond. We are partnering to make sure that there is testing in place for staff, regular testing, to again, continue to monitor risk of COVID. We're committed to bringing vaccine in, but that vaccination process is going to take many, many weeks to months, depending on how long it takes for us to be able to really increase vaccine supply here. Vaccination is one critical mitigation strategy, but it is not the one that keeps the schools safe. The ones that keep the schools safe are the ones that we have already seen in place, and we saw here in Chicago, in the private and parochial schools that were open, lower rates of COVID among staff and students than what we saw in the general community. I know that that's hard to understand, and it's hard to imagine if you've not been in person. I've been working in person, every day throughout this pandemic, and at the Chicago Department of Public Health, yes, of course we've had cases. People get infected in their communities. They come into work. We have protocols in place. We have the masks, we have the distancing, we have the contact tracing, we quarantine individuals. We've not seen outbreaks, we've not seen spread, and that is broadly true in workplace settings. It is even more true in school settings, where there have been additional investments in things like ventilation and smaller pods. So I do have every confidence in continuing with these reopening plans, and so pleased to be able to add vaccination as one tool. And with that, I am really pleased to welcome up a parent from this school, Alma Velez.
Good morning, and thank you, Doctor. Good morning. My name is Alma Velez, and I am the proud parent of an 8th grader here at Ellington Elementary. I have 7 children in total, and I am extremely involved in their education, even serving with an after-school organization here in the Austin community. I am extremely happy that my daughter will be able to experience in-person learning for at least part of her 8th grade year before she graduates from Ellington in June. I have no doubt that this is what she needs to finish elementary school strong and move on to high school. I could not be more proud of what she has accomplished while at Ellington, and extremely grateful to her teachers and Principal Scott for supporting her during her time here. This is certainly an unprecedented time for parents like myself to be making extremely important decisions for our children. Do we keep them home? Do we send them back to school? I want to share a little bit about how I made the decision to send my daughter back to Ellington. The first thing I thought about was safety. It can be easy to think that at home is the safest place right now, and for some families, they may be the case. As I thought about it more, I thought about the families in our West Side neighborhood and some of the realities of being at home day after day without access to the school building and in some cases without an adult at home to supervise our children. Not being able to access our school building also means no hands-on learning, which is really important to me, and fewer opportunities for my daughter to learn directly from her teacher and classmates. School buildings in Austin have been some of the safest places for our children to be in the neighborhood for years, and I don't think as much has changed over the past year as we think it has. Sure, in-person learning will not be the exact same as was before the pandemic. My daughter and her classmates will need to wear their masks, socially distance, and take safety extremely seriously while in the classroom. Even with those differences, I think that being in the school building, finishing up her time at Ellington, and while actually at Ellington, will be more valuable to my daughter and her development than learning from home from several more months. With vaccines on the way for teachers and staff, I am even more secure in my thinking that inside her classroom is where my daughter needs to be. This is how I made my decision, and I am sure that are many parents in a similar situation to me who agree with me. I'm sure there are also parents who have made a different decision, and that is okay. The decision regarding our children and their education should be very personal and be made after thinking about what is best for them. I am just grateful that I was given the opportunity to make this decision. Thank you. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Alma Vélez y soy la orgullosa madre de un estudiante de 8º grado aquí en la Escuela Primavera Ellington. Tengo 7 hijos en total y estoy extremadamente involucrada en su educación, incluso sirviendo con una organización extraescolar aquí en la comunidad de Austin. Estoy extremadamente feliz de que mi hija puede regresar a el aprendizaje presencia durante al menos una parte de su 8º grado, antes de que sea graduada de Ellington en junio. No tengo ninguna duda de que es lo que ella necesita para terminar la escuela primavera con fuerza y pasar la escuela secundaria. No podrá estar más orgullosa de lo que ha logrado en Ellington, y estoy muy agradecida a sus maestros y la directora Ska por apoyarla durante su tiempo aquí. Sin duda, este es un momento sin precedentes para los padres como yo, que tenemos que tomar decisiones importantes para nuestros hijos. ¿Los dejamos en casa? ¿Los enviamos de vuelta a la escuela? Quiero compartir un poco sobre cómo tomé la decisión de enviar a mi hija de vuelta a Ellington. Lo primero que pensé fue la seguridad. Puede ser fácil pensar que el hogar es el lugar más seguro en este momento, y para algunas familias este puede ser su caso. A pensar más en ello, pensé en las familias de nuestro barrio de oeste, en algunas de las realidades de estar en casa día tras día, sin acceso al edificio escolar y, en algunos casos, sin un adulto en casa para supervisar a nuestros hijos. No poder acceder a nuestra escuela también significa que no hay aprendizaje práctico, que es importante para mí, y menos oportunidades para que mi hija aprenda directamente de sus maestros y sus compañeros. Los edificios escolares en Austin han sido algunos de los lugares más seguros para nuestros hijos en el barrio durante años, y no creo que ha cambiado tanto en el último año como creemos. Por supuesto, aprendizajes en personal no será exactamente igual que antes de la pandemia. Mi hija y sus compañeros tendrán que llevar sus cubrebocas, practicar en el distanciamiento social y tomar la seguridad muy en serio mientras están en el aula. Sin embargo, creo que estar en el edificio de la escuela, terminando su tiempo en Ellington, asistiendo en personal, y será más valioso para mi hija y su desarrollo, que aprende desde casa para varios meses más. Con las vacunas en camino para
You're watching News Now from Fox. We were currently listening to the most recent coronavirus updates out of Chicago. Switching gears now, I am joined with Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader. Doug, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Now, Doug, typically the first 100 days of presidency are very crucial. We've already seen President Biden sign a number of executive orders, and it looks as though the Biden administration is really hitting the ground running.
Yeah, you know, the beginning of any administration is seen as just kind of a golden hour where you have this brief opportunity where you have a little bit of a honeymoon, although they seem to be getting shorter and shorter with each administration, but a little bit of time and opportunity to get some initiatives through Congress. Now, it's one thing to sign executive orders, but the big stuff you still have to get through Congress. So there are some things that the Biden administration would like to get done, notable among them immigration reform, COVID relief. These are big, difficult to negotiate packages. The issue they may run into is impeachment. A Senate impeachment trial could suck a lot of oxygen out of the room, and we don't know when that would actually take place. We have this offer on the table from Republicans to have this impeachment trial probably sometime in mid-February, and we're waiting to hear now from Democrats to see if that timeline would work for them.
Now, the Biden administration has been very outspoken about what they call disappointments from the Trump administration. Are there any Trump-era initiatives that Biden plans to reverse?
Oh, they've already done that on a number of fronts, ranging from immigration, border wall construction, to how the COVID vaccine is going to be distributed, more of a federal role and less of a state role for that. So yeah, we're seeing some wholesale changes here, and this is happening right now at the executive level. The thing about the recent trend that's been going on for, I guess, recent decades, where administrations do more and more by executive action rather than going through Congress. The thing about that is it's easy to do, it's easy to undo, and that's what Biden is doing here in these first days. He's undoing a lot of executive actions that President Trump took through his 4 years in office.
It definitely seems like congressional cooperation is needed to fulfill most of the promises. But what specifically does Biden plan to do on his own through executive orders? Uh-oh, guys, it looks like we just lost Doug. We will try to get him back a little bit later. But right now I'm going to switch gears and bring you all back to Chicago. They have a live press briefing as to what they are doing to curb the coronavirus pandemic and how they plan to get the students back into school. So I'm going to bring you all that live right now. That's the beauty of live TV, guys. Sometimes you have technical difficulties, but let's take you all back out to Chicago.
I don't know if that's going to be included in the data update today or not, but I don't want to misrepresent where we are.
Okay, I have a few vaccine questions, then I'll move on to other topics. Chalkbeat is asking, why did clinicians, nurses, and other staff who qualified in the first round of vaccines not receive central communication from the district until this week? And will there be efforts to better organize this going forward for this next round?
First, to restate, nurses did receive information about vaccines prior to this week. I'll let Dr. Arwady talk about how that was prioritized, but they are in 1A. We are still in 1A until next week, and we have made vaccines available to not only all of our nurses, but I'm happy to report that we expanded that as of yesterday to 1,200 employees. These include other employees such as special education classroom assistants who work directly with students with special needs and have to help them with, things such as eating or using the restroom, etc. And so I think our plan is moving on as expected. We sent all 1,200 of those employees about 2 days ago an email saying that they would have prioritization, and I believe they will start to get vaccinated as early as next week. So I'll let Dr. Arwady talk a little bit about how the city is prioritizing people.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think a lot of people are under the assumption that when 1A, quote, finishes, when we move to 1B on Monday, that we are done vaccinating healthcare workers. And unfortunately, that is just not true in Chicago. We're able to move ahead at this point because we have gotten a large bulk of those healthcare workers done, but I can tell you that we continue to see every day additional outpatient healthcare workers, meaning not hospital-based, still enrolling and being vaccinated. It's one of the reasons I know looking ahead to next week, there is not going to be as much availability as seniors are hoping there will be in, for example, our city points of dispensing, because we continue to prioritize healthcare workers. We did prioritize even within that. We started with hospital-based staff, and in fact, the highest risk hospital-based staff, the ones working directly with COVID patients. We then moved on to other hospital-based settings. We've then moved on to outpatient settings, community-facing, particularly prioritizing those that are having a lot of contact with the public at this point. So we are continuing to vaccinate. I know there have been CPS nurses vaccinated, and I know that there is a strong plan to keep moving ahead with vaccine. As I've said, it's one of our very top priorities, along with making sure we're getting COVID vaccine into the settings that drive our rates down the most and the quickest here in Chicago.
Sarah Karp from WBEZ is asking, why not wait for in-person learning until after teachers and staff begin to get vaccinated?
Yeah.
The CTU has proposed as teachers begin getting doses of the vaccine, they can become eligible to return to schools.
Yeah, as Dr. Arwady pointed out in her remarks earlier, the vaccine is one of many tools that the public now has to mitigate the spread of COVID. It's not the only one. We have data to answer the question why. There are schools that have proven that you can operate safely if you do a few things, the things we've been talking about since the beginning of this pandemic: wearing a mask, social distancing, proper hygiene. Those things matter and work. We do think that the vaccine is an important tool. I'm excited, more excited than anybody, to be able to announce that here today. But I think people also have to understand that the vaccine is going to be rolled out over the course of weeks and possibly months, unless something changes with the allocations that we've been receiving. And so I don't know that there's ever going to be a perfect time to do anything in an environment like this, but what we do have to do is rely on the research and the data, and it has proven that you can reopen schools safely if you do the following things, the things that we do.
We're listening into the most recent coronavirus updates. Officials are addressing how public schools will adjust to the coronavirus in Chicago, Illinois. I'm going to take a 2-minute break right now for some of you. And when we return, we will be in Michigan, where Governor Gretchen Whitmer is addressing the coronavirus surge.
Being showcased on the global stage as the Pfizer vaccine started to roll out at the end of last year. Passing this legislation will be good for our families, our businesses, and our economy. Yesterday, my administration announced more support for families that have been hit hard by COVID. The more than 1.2 million people in Michigan who are eligible for food assistance benefits will receive an additional payment by the end of January that raises their monthly amount by 15% to help families affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. This 15% increase in SNAP benefits is for 6 months and comes to a close in June. And I want to thank our U.S. Senator Debbie Stabenow for her leadership in securing this important increase and for her tireless efforts to expand access for food assistance, which has brought relief to so many Michiganders in need throughout this pandemic. So just because we are lifting some protocols on February 1 doesn't mean it's time to let our guard down. In fact, it's more important than ever that we keep our guard up because the actions we've taken have worked. COVID-19, though, is still a very real threat to us all and our economy, and that's why we've got to keep taking it seriously. People across the state have been hurting. It has been a long, tough year. Many are mourning the loss of a loved one, and yet we have to stay vigilant. The good news is that we know what it takes to be successful. We know what to do, and we can do this. Wear your mask, practice social distancing, wash your hands, avoid indoor gatherings where the virus can spread. That's how we end this pandemic together. The state is working with local health departments and pharmacies to ramp up distribution of the vaccine. One of the most important things Michiganders can do right now is to make a plan to get that vaccine. It is safe and it is effective. And when it is available to you, make your plan to get vaccinated. Let's join forces and eradicate this virus together. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Keldin.
Good morning, and thank you, Governor. So this is where we are with our most recent data on COVID-19. Our case rate is now at 225 cases per million and has been declining for the past 11 days. Our test positivity rate is now at 6.8% and has also been declining for the past 12 days. Our hospitalizations also continue to decline. Now, just under 10% of inpatient beds in the state are being used for patients with COVID-19, and that has been declining for 7 weeks. So overall, I am pleased with our progress. We should be proud as Michiganders. We largely avoided the post-holiday surge, and it's because many people did the right thing, avoiding gatherings, wearing masks, and washing hands. Our pause has worked, and we're doing much better than most states, including those in the Midwest. You can see Michigan's cases here in blue. Because of the great progress we have made today, MDHHS is moving forward with a new order. So, starting February 1st, indoor dining at restaurants will be allowed, as well as concessions at entertainment venues and additional personal services. Large stadiums will also have greater capacity limits. These are incremental steps we can take because of the successes we have seen with our order. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about restaurants. Because our data is looking better, we want people to have the choice to go to a restaurant, and we are doing what we can to make it safer. This slide shows the new way restaurants will be open with some restrictions, including a 25% capacity limit and a curfew of 10 p.m. So I'm pleased that we can move forward in this way. We know that our restaurant owners want to protect their patrons and help to end this pandemic. However, I do want to caution people. Top scientists and doctors from across the country have reiterated that being indoors with no mask on is one of the riskier activities people can do when it comes to the spread of COVID-19. So now people have a choice. The safest thing to do, especially if you are elderly, if you have underlying medical conditions, or if you live with someone who's elderly or has underlying medical conditions, the safest thing to do is to not eat inside a restaurant. But we still want you to order from them, though. You can support them with takeout, delivery, or dining outdoors. MDHHS is also announcing a new voluntary program, My COVID-19 Safer Dining, for restaurant owners who can certify that they meet certain criteria for implementing measures that prevent the spread of the virus, like making sure there is good ventilation and proper distancing between tables. So if you choose to dine in a restaurant, look for this special certification so you know that restaurant is taking additional steps to make indoor dining much safer. More information can be found on our website, michigan.gov/COVID Safer Dining. While we are slowly able to open up more parts of the economy, I do want people to be careful and understand their risk. Now, this is especially important because of a new variant of the coronavirus that's been found in Michigan called B.1.1.7. It's been found in Michigan and several other states across the country. Now, we've been warning about this for weeks. We've now identified one outbreak, but there are possibly other cases in the state that have not yet been identified and cases that are not associated with the outbreak that we found. So this slide shows why this new variant is concerning. It's more easily transmitted from person to person. This means that every person who gets it is more likely to infect more people. So this slide here shows how the original virus might spread from person to person. But on the right, you can see how the new variant could cause more spread because each person infects more people. And if this new variant becomes more common, as many scientists have said it could, it will mean more cases, more hospitalizations, and unfortunately, more deaths. But the good news is the tests we currently have for COVID-19 do identify this new variant, and current data tells us that the vaccines that we have also work against this new variant. But we will likely see more and more cases of this, and it will be harder to control the spread of it. And we don't want to go back to where we were last April or where we were in the beginning of November when our hospitals were overwhelmed and hundreds of people were dying every day. But there's something you can do. You should still keep doing the basic things. Wear your mask and wear it properly over your mouth and your nose every time you will be around someone outside of your household. Make sure you are socially distancing. And you should get tested if you are having symptoms, if you think you've been exposed, and especially if you have traveled to areas where this new variant is circulating. And remember that just because something is open, it does not mean that it is 100% safe or that you should do it. So please, everyone, do be smart. We all have our part to play in ending this pandemic. So one of the most important things you can also do to end this pandemic is to get your vaccine, as the governor mentioned. And I'm very pleased with the progress we've made in the state, with over 598,000 doses of the COVID-19 safe and effective vaccine going in arms. In fact, Michigan has jumped more than 20 spaces in the past 2 weeks when it comes to our rate of vaccinating people in Michigan compared to other states. I'm so proud of the work of our local health.
Stay with us. News Now from Fox returns right after this.
And getting us to our goal of vaccinating at least 70% of Michiganders over the age of 16 as quickly as possible. These vaccines are safe, they are effective, they have been studied in tens of thousands of people. No steps have been skipped in the approval process. It's important that everyone makes an appointment to get their vaccine when it is their turn. However, while we're pleased with the progress we're making with vaccines, there's simply not enough available right now for everyone who is eligible to receive one. So please be patient. You can go to our website, michigan.gov/COVID vaccine, to find out if your local health department has appointments available. You can also now call 211 to get assistance with scheduling. So overall, our data looks good with cases and hospitalizations coming down. And we're glad that we can slowly start to open up more parts of the economy in the coming days. But please, everyone, continue to be safe and be smart. Be mindful of the risk associated with the activities you are doing. Continue to wear your mask properly and wash your hands frequently. Let's all do our part to end this pandemic. And with that, I'd like to introduce Kim Collins.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. My name is Kim Collins. I'm the owner and head brewer of Guardian Brewing Company in Saugatuck. I'm pleased to serve on the board of the Michigan Brewers Guild, as well as the co-chair for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. Guardian's really excited to open for indoor dining at any level as soon as it's deemed safe. So the news today is pretty awesome. We're a small brew pub, which means that all of our sales go over our bar, out our tap room, whether it's delivery or carry out, or even dining on our patio. With our license, we don't distribute beer. Therefore, having the option for both indoor and outdoor service and dining at any level is pretty essential for our success. I talked to our team at Guardian today. We have 20 staff members. They're excited and they're ready to reopen. They feel confident about applying simple protocols that we've been practicing this whole time. We've been open 7 days a week the entire pandemic. And so our staff's just pretty jazzed for the news today. We feel very fortunate to having been open 7 days a week. I think it's a huge reflection of my staff's ability to be consistent, be vigilant, as the governor said. Simple things like sanitizing and wearing masks, and just keep doing it so that we can build trust within our community. We're known for following our protocols in a strict manner, and we're not afraid to turn away customers who don't feel like they need to follow them. So we've definitely built that trust within our community. At the end of the day, it's really the health and the safety of our staff and our community that matters most. Guardians for everyone, and we love our community. We love the relationships that we built over the last 2 years. We're ready to show them again that we're a trustworthy and safe place to visit. Guardian team, I just wanted to send a little shout out. I'm really proud of you. You've done great work over the last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Appreciate that. We had a opportunity to visit a little bit before we came out here, and just hearing kind of what the spirit is in terms of Kim's workforce and team, and how everyone's been able to stay safe. And it's important that we all do our part so that we can continue to keep, whether it's Kim or her workforce or the workforce in your local restaurants and small businesses, if we all keep doing our part, we're going to continue to move forward together, and it's great. So with that, I am happy to open it up for a few questions.
All right, great, Governor. We'll start questions with Dave with the Detroit Free Press.
Hi, thank you for doing this. Can you clarify that this order allows all establishments, like not only restaurants, but bars and every other establishment, to allow at least some restricted indoor dining? Can you also speak to any concerns you might have heard from hospital associations or health departments about this change?
So we've had regular conversations with industry, regular conversations with hospital system leaders. I mean, this has been an ongoing conversation, because we wanted to know that if and when we made a change, that it was one that everyone, all of our experts felt comfortable that we could do this and do this safely. And that has been the sentiment here around this space, considering where our numbers are and how seriously Michiganders have taken this pause and done their part. We are in a stronger position than most other states. Our vaccines have ramped up incredibly. We need more vaccines. There's no question we still need a lot of partnership out of the federal government, but I am glad to be able to say that I have confidence that that is coming and has already begun. And so we're not out of the woods yet. I know that we've been saying that for many months. There's reason to feel good and optimistic. We know what works. And if we all continue to take that seriously and do our part, we're going to get more of us through this tough time in a stronger position, and that's our universal goal. Dr. J, do you want to add anything in terms of the scope of what this order applies to? Okay.
Yep, and we did put it on a slide, but it was very quick. So right now, nightclubs will still be closed, but bars and restaurants will be open to 25% capacity. There will be a 10 p.m. curfew as well.
And I know
all right, there you go.
These.
And we're going to continue to carry this on our website. I think we're going to get in a break here, and then we'll talk about everything that the governor just talked about coming up after the break. We're going to have this.
You're watching News Now from Fox. That was the most recent coronavirus updates out of Michigan, where they announced that nightclubs will remain closed. However, bars and restaurants will open with limited capacity. Now, in just about 5 minutes or so, the Senate will convene, and we will bring you all this live feed, raw and unfiltered, right here on News Now from Fox. But right now, some of you will see a commercial break, and when we return, we'll have the latest coronavirus updates out of Maryland.
I get them, and how many are there? I know that this is at the forefront of everybody's mind. And there's also a tremendous amount of information coming out very quickly and changing very, very rapidly. So I think it's important, and I can tell you we do this at the city level, to try to make sure we know everything that's coming out of Washington, everything that's coming out of Madison, so that we can be nimble in responding to that. But I think we all would agree that if you have people who are more vulnerable, and if you look at the mortality rates, the morbidity rates,
why it's so critical that we work to get all of our students back into the classroom. Last May, we required all of the local school systems to submit plans for a safe reopening. And in August, all county school systems in Maryland were authorized by the state to reopen for in-person instruction. Many of the school systems in Maryland have been successful in getting at least some of their students back into the classroom, especially those kids with special needs. I want to commend all of the teachers, administrators, parents, and students who have really worked so hard to try to adapt and successfully under very difficult and trying circumstances. Dr. Salmon and the State Board of Education have continued to consult with superintendents, educators, parents, health officials, and medical experts. And a growing consensus has emerged, both here in Maryland and across the country, that there is no public health reason for county school boards to keep students out of schools. Now, let me say that again. There is no public health reason for school boards to be keeping students out of schools. None. This really isn't controversial. The science is clear. Nearly everyone wants to get our kids back into school. And this is a top priority that has strong and broad bipartisan support. President Biden has made the reopening of schools one of his top priorities for his first 100 days in office. And today he signed an executive order supporting the safe reopening of schools. Dr. Anthony Fauci has said our default position should be to try to keep the children in school or to get them back into school. Former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb, a member of our Maryland Coronavirus Task Force, has said we have to do everything possible to get kids back into classrooms. The American Academy of Pediatrics said earlier this month, children absolutely need to return to in-school learning for their healthy development and well-being. Data from contact tracing and epidemiologists have indicated that school reopenings do not increase community spread, or contribute to increased hospitalization rates. And with continued vigilance, better treatments, and the nearly 300,000 of doses of vaccines that have already been administered, our health metrics have already begun to show some indications of plateauing. This month, our positivity rate has dropped nearly 20% to 7.66%. Our case rate has dropped by 26% to 39.5%, and our hospitalizations have declined by 13%.
All right, everyone, let's listen into the Senate Live talking about possible Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen right here on NewsNow from Fox.
Truth brings freedom. Thank you that you are our helper, sustaining our lives and keeping us strong. You guide us through the wilderness and protect us through life's storms. Lord, inspire our lawmakers to place themselves into your hands, permitting you to fulfill your purposes through their faithful toil. Fill them with reverential awe and give them a sanctified audacity, even when facing trials and setbacks. We pray in your loving name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, everyone, so this does not appear to be the Janet Yellen confirmation that I thought it was. It appears it's going to be the Senate meeting and beginning consideration of Lloyd James Austin to be the Secretary of Defense. We're going to continue to listen in live right here on News Now from Fox.
We actually started a minute before.
All right, everybody, we've got a little bit of lull in the activity there, so we will listen in on just a bit here on News Now from Fox. But if you remember, I was talking about Janet Yellen's nomination to be Treasury Secretary. I believe we do have, they're calling it an open executive session, which normally executive session means people cannot be there or they cannot listen in. But as of right now, it appears they are allowing us to listen in here on News Now from Fox. I'm going to switch gears and take us there.
Reasonable, and there's no doubt about the qualifications of Dr. Yellen. That's not to say, however, that I do not have concerns, but they're policy concerns. I do not support some of what I believe will be Dr. Yellen's political agenda, but I do hope that she maintains a view that she needs to work with members of the committee on both sides of the aisle in developing these policies. I also believe that Dr. Yellen was not entirely responsive to some of the questions we asked of her following her hearing on Tuesday. We will continue to ask questions, and I continue to expect timely, thorough responses. If confirmed as Treasury Secretary, Dr. Yellen will serve as part of the Biden administration. It will be important for her to keep in mind, though, that as Treasury Secretary, she will be serving the interest of all Americans and not simply those of a liberal agenda. I'll also note that in considering Dr. Yellen's nomination, we haven't organized any resistance campaign, vote boycott, or personalized attacks on her character. We have not created any false claims or unfounded accusations about her. Unfortunately, I can't say that like treatment was afforded to nominees of the prior administration. I hope that President Biden realizes that the treatment of Dr. Yellen's nomination in this committee signals an interest by me, and I know by all of my Republican colleagues in working cooperatively and in a bipartisan way. We want to work on policy issues to help all Americans, and we're not interested in cancerous cultural wars that serve only to divide the nation. If confirmed, Dr. Yellen will be, as I've already said, the first woman to serve as Treasury Secretary in the nation's history, which is a welcome development. And if confirmed, I look forward to beginning to work with her for all Americans. I congratulate Dr. Yellen on her nomination, and I will say a second time that I will support it. Senator White.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, we do now have a quorum, so I'm going to set a land speed record here and do this in just a couple of quick minutes. First, colleagues, I believe that members of the committee would agree that Chair Yellen had a successful nomination hearing on Tuesday. This is no surprise to any of us because she has actually been cleared for key economic posts 4 times by the United States Senate. She is, in effect, an NBA all-star when it comes to clearing the Senate nomination process. Third, we're all going to appreciate her commitment to working with all of us on transparency and coming here when it is necessary. She backed this up with substantial answers to hundreds of written questions. Finally, this is an urgent nomination. You look at yesterday's unemployment numbers, still right at the top of all-time records, and it's my hope that when Janet Yellen is in place, she will work with us to come up with a strong economic package, and that this nomination can be on the floor of the United States Senate this afternoon. This is an urgent appointment, and anybody who questions it, look at the unemployment numbers yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Will the chief clerk call the roll?
Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune.
We don't. Yeah. Well, continue calling. He's on his way, but
Mr. Burr.
Continue to call.
Mr. Portman.
Aye.
Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Cassidy.
Aye.
Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford.
Aye.
Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Daines.
Aye.
Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Young.
Aye.
Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sass. Aye. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Wyden. Aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Ms. Cantwell.
Aye.
Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Menendez.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Menendez, aye by proxy. Mr. Carper. Aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Cardin.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Cardin, aye by proxy. Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Bennett.
Aye.
Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Casey.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Casey, aye by proxy. Mr. Warner.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Warner, aye by proxy. Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Whitehouse, aye by proxy. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Chairman.
Before I vote, I can vote Thune by proxy, and I vote aye.
And Mr. Burr?
By proxy? Burr by proxy.
Mr. Burr, aye by proxy.
Yes, aye by proxy. I didn't say aye.
Mr. Chairman, the final tally is 26 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay. The nomination will be reported unanimously from the committee. Are you done, Senator Biden? Okay. Who wants the floor now to speak? Okay. Then the meeting is
Mr. Chairman.
adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Cantwell.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and the committee for moving this nomination so quickly. We are proud that we have now the first woman to be the Treasury Secretary of the United States. I think that in her testimony before this committee really focused on how she was going to focus on Main Street instead of Wall Street, or at least, and there's a lot of policy she has to continue to focus on, and making sure that shadow banking isn't a key aspect of the challenges we face, and making sure that depositors' interests are looked after. But I really do hope that she can lead a new day at Treasury to focus on the Main Street issues of the workforce training, and the important aspects of getting America's economy and getting people back to work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'll call according to the
Chairman,
order.
Senator Menendez is here. I think you'd like to be recorded in person.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I could be recorded as aye in person.
Yes, you sure may. Yes. Now I'll go according to the order that the clerk has given me. Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I first want to associate myself very strongly with your remarks. I believe you very well stated the fact that we want to try to work closely together, and we want an era of collaboration and partnership in developing the tax policy and the other policies that this committee will work on as this new administration stands up. I have very strong disagreements with Dr. Yellen on a number of her positions, particularly in the tax policy arena, but she has committed to us that she will work with us on these issues and the concerns that we have. And I think the strong vote on our side to support her today is an indication that we want to engage. And I simply want to ask my colleagues to engage with us, and Dr. Yellen to engage with us as we develop the new policies as we move forward.
Senator Stabenow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to just thank you and Senator Wyden, Senator Crapo as well, and the whole committee. I think this is a great way to start the new year with a unanimous vote on behalf of someone who I believe may in fact be the most competent, qualified Secretary of the Treasury we have ever had, and certainly her perspective is one to fight and move forward to build the country back better for Americans, and I look forward to working with her. Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly see the wisdom of her serving as a Secretary of the Treasury. She is certainly a qualified candidate, one that I philosophically can't imagine agreeing with often, and certainly my comments during the finance hearing on Tuesday reflected my concerns about things like a $15 minimum wage, $15 an hour minimum wage, and eliminating tips as a way of misunderstanding how to put America back on the right track. However, she's not my Secretary of the Treasury. She is the choice of President Biden, and so I think he deserves an opportunity to put his Treasury team in place.
Senator Cantwell has spoken, so now Senator Lankford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the conversation today on this for just a moment. I did struggle with this nomination because there's no question she's qualified for this role. So I have to strike a balance between my advice and my consent. If I'm going to give my advice to President Biden, it wouldn't be to pick someone that I philosophically disagree with so much. If I'm going to give my consent, I would give my consent because she's definitely qualified and has been through the training and the preparation to be able to do it. So I do hope that she maintains her word where she said she's going to work with Congress, not try to go around Congress, not try to implement policies, to be able to implement something that's clearly something that should come through this committee. Multiple times she answered questions and said, I will do things differently and will actually come to the Finance Committee to be able to work this out. And I look forward to holding her to account in that in the days ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Before here's where we speaker. Senator Thune first, and then Senator Casey, for unanimous consent to have your voice or vote in person.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you. I understand I'm recorded by proxy and would ask unanimous consent that I be recorded in support of the nomination as here, live.
So ordered. Senator Casey.
Same as Senator Thune, I would ask consent as if my vote be recorded in person.
So ordered. Senator Whitehouse for the same reason? Yes, sir. Okay, so ordered. Now, Senator Portman, I was going to call on Senator Hassan, or did you have something else you want?
I just want to talk.
Okay.
For a few times.
Is Senator Hassan's not here? Is she on video?
No. Yeah.
Okay. Then we'll go to Senator Daines. Senator Daines isn't here. Then we go to Senator Cortez Masto.
She's not here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Then Senator Young. I guess he's not here. Senator Portman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I voted yes today. I believe Janet Yellen is highly qualified, as was said earlier, maybe one of the most qualified to serve. And I'm encouraged by my conversation with her about fiscal sanity, where she said that she would be a voice for fiscal sanity within the administration at a time when we have unprecedented levels of deficit and the largest debt. In fact, as a percent of our economy, which is, I think, the most important way to measure it, we're approaching a record level, which is frightening. With regard to tax policy, though, I do want to make the point that we had something going really good going into the pandemic. We had 19 straight months of wage growth of over 3% on an annualized basis, mostly going to middle-income workers. We had 22 straight months where we had job openings nationally that outnumbered the number of unemployed individuals. Those two are related, by the way. And I worry about her proposals on tax increases. And it was said earlier she's going to be a secretary for the Main Street. Well, a lot of Main Street businesses are going to be impacted if the taxes go up, particularly on pass-through entities, which is most of the companies in our states. And a lot of these small businesses are going to be hurt and therefore not be able to hire the people that we want them to be able to hire as the economy starts to improve, as the coronavirus becomes addressed, as we get more vaccines out there. In terms of the business side, remember, we used to be able to, in America, say that even though we had the highest taxes of any industrialized country for our businesses, people could defer those taxes. And now we don't allow deferral anymore, which I think is a good thing. But instead, we say they have to be taxed at a certain amount for their foreign earnings. There's effectively a minimum tax in place. That's what's called the GILTI tax. It's complicated, but the bottom line is apparently she wants to increase that substantially, double it. And that would be really bad, because one thing that's happened in the past few years is companies have started to invest in America rather than investing overseas. So I think we need to be very careful, and that's my concern. So I hope we'll have some honest debate on these issues, and at the end of the day, we'll really look at the economic impact of these issues of taxation and not in a knee-jerk way be raising taxes on American workers. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cassidy is next, if he wants the floor. Okay, then Senator Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Senator Stabenow that, and my friend from Ohio, Senator Portman, that soon to be, I hope, Secretary Yellen is the most qualified Treasury Secretary and probably in American history. I appreciate so much her gravitas and her depth. She understands what William Sprague said to the Senate Banking Housing Committee that Senator Crapo's chaired, that we didn't think before D-Day that we have to figure out how much it costs to win World War II. We did what we needed to do. And I think that Janet Yellen understands that, understands, too, how important tax policy is. I didn't really hear my colleagues talking much about the debt when we passed the tax giveaway in 2017. That was a big giveaway to the wealthy, and the middle class really didn't benefit. And I appreciate particularly the work that Senator Bennett and Senator Casey and a number of us have done on the earned income tax credit and the child tax credit expansion and full refundability that Ms. Yellen supports and will fight for. So it's an easy vote to vote in support of her. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Carper.
Test. All right. I did to our Republican colleagues, thank you for joining us and voting affirmatively for Janet Yellen. I think she'll do a terrific job. And frankly, I was delightfully surprised with the good work that Steve Mnuchin did in the last Congress. I know we didn't agree on everything with him either, but I certainly give him an A for effort. I want to say I'm a recovering state treasurer. I was elected state treasurer when I was 29. We had the worst credit rating in the country, tied for dead last with Puerto Rico. The folks in Puerto Rico were embarrassed to be in the same category with us. We couldn't balance our budgets for nothing. We had no pension fund. We had no cash management system. We were like dog meat. We had the lowest rate of startups, of businesses in the country. And we had the highest marginal personal income tax rate in the country. 19.6% was our state marginal personal income tax rate. And we worked really hard. Republicans and Democrats worked hard together. We had a great governor, Pete DuPont, and I tried to help a little bit in my role. So if we can come from where we were then to 6 years later, a AA credit rating, and then AAA, we can get through this as well. There's extraordinary cooperation across party lines at the state level that help to make that possible. When I first got here to the Senate, I knew some of the people in the Senate, some of the folks I didn't know, and the folks I didn't know, I asked if I could go have a cup of coffee with them. And one of the people I didn't really know was Ted Kennedy. And he said, no, we'll have lunch. Come and have lunch in my hideaway with me. And so we did. Okay, pal. And I said, one of the things I said to him over lunch, we had an incredible hideaway. It's like a Kennedy Museum. But over lunch, I asked him, I said, why is it that you, Ted Kennedy, most liberal Democrat?
Breaking news after breaking news, everybody. We have Senate Minority Leader now, Mitch McConnell, speaking about President Trump's second impeachment live on the Senate floor. Let's listen in.
By issuing a waiver to a four-star general and former CENTCOM commander to lead the Pentagon. The Armed Services Committee held a hearing last week to examine the waiver and the current state of civil-military relations at the Pentagon. I expect the committee will continue to pay close attention to this important issue in the months ahead, and will investigate steps the Congress can take to help restore balance over at the Pentagon. The law that we keep waiving actually exists for a good reason. Civilian control of the military is a fundamental principle of our republic. We emphatically do not want high-ranking military service to become a tacit prerequisite for civilian leadership posts over at the Department of Defense. It's not just about a simplistic fear that the military will end up running itself. To the contrary, many experts are worried that military leaders' appropriate fixation on being non-political may not prepare them for the job to forcefully fight for armed services amid the political rough and tumble in the executive branch and here in Congress. Put another way, they're taught from the beginning to stay out of politics entirely, but you do want a Secretary of Defense who's willing to engage in the issue-based discussions that we have related to the department. So nevertheless, I'll vote today to confirm a clear patriot with an impressive career, but I'll cast that vote with the understanding that our new Secretary of Defense specifically commits to balancing civil-military relations, empowering civilian leaders at the Pentagon, and playing an active role in the inherently political budget process to get our forces what they need. Our intensifying competition with China and Russia and all the other threats we face demand nothing less.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. And under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to the executive session to consider the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Lloyd James Austin of Georgia to be Secretary.
Under the previous order, there will be 10 minutes of debate equally divided in the usual form.
All right, everybody, lots of moving parts here this morning on News Now from Fox. We just heard from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. They are now taking up the nomination for Secretary of Defense. We're going to continue to listen in live here on News Now from Fox. Most of you, though, are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue to tune in and listen in here live.
The years we served together. And I anticipate his arrival, but I will, in order to expedite the vote, let me proceed. Mr. President, I rise to express my support for the confirmation of Lloyd Austin to be the Secretary of Defense of the United States. General Austin is an exceptionally qualified leader with a long and distinguished career in the United States military. He served at the highest echelons of the Army and captive service as the commander of U.S. Central Command. His character and integrity are unquestioned, and he possesses the knowledge and skill to effectively lead the Pentagon. The United States faces many complex security threats. If confirmed as the Secretary of Defense, General Austin will lead the department during a time when U.S. strategic priorities have shifted to focus increasingly on near-peer competition with China and Russia. The department must also transform how it operates with an increased focus on critical technologies like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology, and cybersecurity, while also emphasizing rapid delivery of advanced new weapon systems on timelines that keep pace with technological change. In addition, President Biden must address urgent and dire challenges that few of us would have anticipated 4 years ago. Our country is in the midst of a pandemic that has claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, infected millions more, and resulted in billions of economic damage. And the virus is still not under control. Recently, it was revealed that large segments of the federal government and major companies were hacked by Russia. We are still trying to ascertain the extent of the breach, but it could be the most significant cyber intrusion in the history of our country or perhaps the world. This event, too, should prompt us to move promptly to fill cabinet positions that are critical to our national security. And unfortunately, the Department of Defense is adrift and in desperate need of steadfast leadership. Over the course of the past 4 years, there has been repeated turnover at senior levels of the department and a concerted effort to purposely leave multiple senior-level civilian offices unfilled, necessitating the installment of career or mid-level officials into positions in an acting capacity. Unlike the nominees for cabinet positions, Congress must provide, as Senator McConnell indicated, an exception for General Austin to serve as the Secretary of Defense. Under the current statute, individuals are appointed if they are within 7 years of the military service. Congress found itself in a similar situation 4 years ago when President Trump nominated General James Mattis to be the Secretary of Defense. Now, prior to General Austin's confirmation hearing, the Senate Armed Services Committee held a hearing on civilian control of the armed forces that focused on the erosion of civil-military relations. At the hearing, valid concerns were raised about providing another waiver so soon after Secretary Mattis. However, at his nomination hearing earlier this week, General Austin pledged his commitment to repairing civil-military relations while also empowering the civilian personnel within the Department of Defense. These were critical comments from General Austin and ones that I support. Therefore, yesterday, I voted in favor of the legislation to provide General Austin with an exception to serve as the Secretary of Defense, and I was pleased the legislation received strong bipartisan support. General Austin is an outstanding choice to serve as Secretary of Defense. I'm proud to support his nomination, given the unique challenges we face. And Mr. President, I think from now on, in a few moments, we can refer to him as Secretary Austin, which is the appropriate title for his role. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor to my colleague and the chairman, Mr. Inhofe.
Mr. President,
Senior Senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, yesterday I had the opportunity to respond to the majority on my support for Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State. He's one that I've known for a long period of time, and I think that we'll see with the new administration here, as myself being a conservative Republican, and there'll be some of the appointments that I will not really get excited about and agree with, in which case I will state it. But in the case of the Secretary of State, I expressed myself yesterday, and I want to do it again today for what I consider to be the really critical first appointment, second appointment that the new administration makes, and that would be for General Austin to be the person in charge at a time that's very unique. And I agree with the senator who just spoke about the qualities of this general. We know that he's been he rose to the ranks through the Army to become the first become the four-star general commander of the Central Command from 2013 to 2016. He's done everything right. Right now, and I know the chair is aware of this, and certainly the ranking member of the committee is aware of this. We're in the most threatened times that we've been in. We have China and Russia out there with capabilities that we didn't really believe we would find ourselves with. So that's going to be the primary concern of this new administration, and I can't think of a better person to take the helm than General Austin to provide the leadership. And it's true that we had to have a waiver yesterday. That waiver was overwhelmingly supported in a bipartisan way. And so that everyone knows that we gave a lot of thought to it. And this is a time when we really needed someone with the background of General Austin to take that position. And I strongly support it and look forward to serving with him. Back.
Under the previous order, the question of the nomination occurs on the nomination. Is there yeas? Is there affirmative? Yeas and nays? Yeas and nays been, appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell.
All right, everybody, while they're doing some voting on the Senate floor, Pilar Arias here with you this morning from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub. I wanted to provide a little bit of clarification about the Janet Yellen hearing. There was a lot of moving parts, a lot of breaking news, live events happening all at once. So what you just witnessed there, she was voted unanimously by the Senate committee. Now, she still has to go to the Senate floor for confirmation to be the Treasury Secretary. I've got a little bit more background information about her to provide for you right here on News Now from Fox. Janet Yellen's history-making move to head the Treasury Department took a key step forward this morning after she easily cleared an important Senate vote. Along with the raft of experience she brings with her, the appointment would make Yellen the first woman to ever hold the position. She previously was the first female to lead the Federal Reserve. The Upper Chamber's Finance Committee approved of President Joe Biden's move to name Yellen as Treasury Secretary, sending the nomination through by a 26-0 vote. Should she gain confirmation, the position puts her in a critical position to execute President Joe Biden's economic agenda. Indications are that Yellen's name will move to the Senate floor before the close of business today. So right now they are taking up the consideration of Lloyd James Austin for Defense Secretary. We've got a new administration and they are getting these confirmations done as quickly as possible. Again, you're watching the Senate floor live right here on News Now from Fox.
Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell.
All right, everybody, while they are doing this vote, I was not able to get all of now Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's comments on the Senate floor just moments ago, but I was able to get a majority of them. We do believe there is a remark about House Speaker Nancy Pelosi passing on the article of impeachment. Remember, President Donald Trump was impeached for a second time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this live picture up of the vote from the Senate floor while playing Chuck Schumer's remarks moments ago. Again, this is News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Thanks for being here.
And as of this morning, everyone was accounted for and taken care of. This morning, I went over to the CVC and I spoke to a number of guardsmen personally to make sure they were okay. I want to thank Senators Hassan, Duckworth, Kelly, and Heinrich for their work on this matter last night, as well as Senator Lujan, who went around late at night to make sure things were okay as well. And I want to thank all the members who were concerned and lent a hand. I also want to particularly thank Acting Sergeant at Arms Jennifer Hemingway, who, when we told her about this situation, patrolled the floors of the Capitol complex until past 3 a.m. to ensure that no one was left behind or not where they belonged. And she was back at her desk first thing today to follow up. We owe an enormous debt of gratitude to the men and women who worked to keep us safe on January 6th and the days since. A situation like last night will never happen again. Now, I've spoken about the Senate's agenda for the next several weeks. We have 3 essential items on our plate. 1, the confirmation of President Biden's cabinet and other key officials. 2, legislation to provide desperately needed COVID relief. 3, a second impeachment trial of Donald Trump. The Senate must and will do all 3: COVID relief, confirmation of nominees, an impeachment trial. Now, the first order of business is to fulfill our constitutional duty to advise and consent on the President's appointments to his cabinet. This morning, the Senate will vote to confirm President Biden's nominee for defense, Lloyd Austin. Mr. Austin will be the first African American to ever helm the Defense Department in its history, a powerful symbol of the diversity and history of America's armed forces. Mr. Austin has a storied career in the Army, but those days are behind him. As Secretary of Defense, he promised to empower and lift up his civilian staff, and I believe he will be an outstanding Secretary of Defense for everyone at the Pentagon, service members and civilian employees alike. The Secretary of Defense, of course, has a hugely important task ahead of him. He must once again demonstrate to the world that the U.S. military will always support our friends, deter our adversaries, and if necessary, defeat them. Lloyd Austin is the right person for the job. He has the experience, the vision, and the competence to run the largest agency in our government. I look forward to confirming his nomination shortly. Afterwards, the Senate must continue to install President Biden's team by confirming Secretaries of State, Homeland Security, and Treasury. We need Republican cooperation to confirm these nominees, but we expect that cooperation to continue. The continuity of our national security, military, and intelligence policy, as well as our ability to effectively respond to the current health and economic crises, depend on having these cabinet officials confirmed. Now, as I mentioned, the Senate will also conduct a second impeachment trial for Donald Trump. I've been speaking to the Republican leader about the timing and duration of the trial, but make no mistake, a trial will be held in the United States Senate, and there will be a vote on whether to convict the president. I have spoken to Speaker Pelosi, who informed me that the articles will be delivered to the Senate on Monday. Now, I've heard some of my Republican colleagues argue that this trial would be unconstitutional because Donald Trump is no longer in office, an argument that has been roundly repudiated, debunked by hundreds of constitutional scholars, left, right, and center, and defies basic common sense. It makes no sense whatsoever that a president or any official could commit a heinous crime against our country and then be permitted to resign so as to avoid accountability and a vote to disbar them from future office. Makes no sense. Regardless, the purveyors of this unusual argument are trying to delay the inevitable. The fact is, the House will deliver the article of impeachment to the Senate. The Senate will conduct a trial of the impeachment of Donald Trump. It will be a full trial. It will be a fair trial. But make no mistake, there will be a trial, and when that trial ends, senators will have to decide if they believe Donald John Trump incited the insurrection against the United States. Now, over the course of elections in November and January, the American people chose to retire 4 Republican senators and elect a Democratic majority to this Senate. The Senate must now take the basic step of passing an organizing resolution and setting up the rules for a Senate where there are 50 members of either party. Luckily, we have a clear precedent for what to do in this situation. In 2001, then Majority Leader Lott and Minority Leader Daschle came together and agreed on a set of rules to govern a 50-50 Senate. We should follow that precedent. We have offered to abide by the same agreement the last time there was a 50-50 Senate. What's fair is fair. That is precedent. We could organize the Senate today if both sides agreed to abide by the same rules as last time. The Republican leader, however, has made an extraneous demand that would place additional constraints on the majority, constraints that have never been in place before. In fact, his proposal would remove a tool that the Republican leader himself used twice in just the last Congress to accelerate the confirmation of Republican nominees. Leader McConnell's proposal is unacceptable, and it won't be accepted. And the Republican leader knew that when he first proposed it. Only 2 days ago, Mr. President, we celebrated the inauguration of a new president and the turning over of a new leaf. The American people want us to work together and move past the meaningless political fights and gridlock that have plagued us for too long. It's time to get to work. The first step is for the Republican caucus to agree to follow the same precedent that governed the Senate last time around. I yield the floor.
Again, everyone, lots of breaking news, lots of moving pieces here on News Now from Fox this morning. You just heard now Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the Democrat from New York, saying moments ago that Speaker Pelosi has told him that she will deliver the article of impeachment against President Trump to the Senate on Monday. So yet another breaking news development right here this Friday morning on News Now from Fox. Here's a live look at how stocks are doing today. The Dow Jones Industrial Big Board, nothing but red on the big board today, currently down about 240 points. We will stay on top of everything economics, politics, coronavirus for you right here on News Now from Fox. I'm going to take you back out to the Senate floor. They are voting on the confirmation of the defense secretary. These cabinet confirmation hearings moving quite swiftly now that we have a new president in office. Again, this is News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Actually, I'm trying to see here if I might have a little bit of Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's remarks. It appears I only have about a minute.
Okay. Floor remarks surrounding those 2001 discussions specifically cite the legislative filibuster as an important and unquestioned part of the backdrop that lay beneath the negotiations on the finer details. It was assumed no one would ever take that step. After the fact, Leader Daschle, the Democrat, praised the legislative filibuster as a crucial rule. President Biden has praised this distinctive feature of the Senate on many occasions. Current Democratic colleagues used it liberally over the last several years when they were in the minority. More than 24 signed a bipartisan letter in 2017 saying our Republican majority should not break the rule by brute force. Let me say that again. 24 Democrats signed a bipartisan letter into a short-term gain. Floor remarks surrounding those 2001 discussions specifically cite the legislative filibuster as an important and unquestioned part of the backdrop that lay beneath the negotiations on the finer details. It was assumed no one would ever take that step. After the fact, Leader Daschle, the Democrat, praised the legislative filibuster as a crucial rule. President Biden has praised this distinctive feature of the Senate on many occasions. Current Democratic colleagues used it liberally over the last several years when they were in the minority. More than 24 signed a bipartisan letter in 2017 saying our Republican majority should not break the rule by brute force. Let me say that again. 24 Democrats signed a bipartisan letter into a short-term gain. Floor remarks surrounding those 2001 discussions specifically cite the legislative filibuster as an important and unquestioned.
All right, everybody, I told you the remarks were brief, and that was about exactly a minute. So quick that they already restarted here on News Now from Fox. I'm going to take you back out to the Senate floor live, where they continue to vote on the confirmation for Defense Secretary. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We are less than 15 minutes away from passing things off to the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona.
Kennedy, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Confirmed. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Shelby, Aye. Ms. Hirono. Aye. Mr. Sass. Aye.
Again, for those of you just rejoining us here on News Now from Fox, good morning. Happy Friday. 10 minutes away from passing things off to the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. On the top right-hand side of your screen, you're taking a look at how stocks are doing today. The Dow Jones Industrial Big Board currently down about 230 points. Bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is an outdoor picture of Capitol Hill. On the left-hand side of your screen, this is the Senate floor. They are voting on the consideration of Lloyd James Austin for Defense Secretary. The cabinet confirmations of now President Joe Biden moving pretty quickly here. We just heard that Janet Yellen, she is going, to be moving from committee to the Senate as well for confirmation for Treasury Secretary. So lots to follow here on News Now from Fox. We're going to continue to listen in. As long as the vote stays up here, we're probably going to be taking one more commercial break before you guys head off to Phoenix.
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye.
All right, everybody. Woo, what a busy morning for sure. We've got some more breaking news here for you on News Now from Fox. You're only going to hear my voice right now as I provide you this news alert. We are working to get you some video. Both TMZ and Fox is confirming that Hank Aaron one of the greatest baseball players of all time, has died at the age of 86 years old. Now, I am a big baseball fan. My dad was a Little League coach and a high school umpire growing up. I grew up around the sport. I remember the days before Arizona even had its own Major League Baseball team, but unfortunately, I have never heard of this baseball great. His daughter is actually confirming it to a station in Atlanta. That's where TMZ is getting the news from. Again, Hank Aaron has died at the age of 86. He was a Hall of Famer, and he reportedly passed away this morning. Hammerin' Hank is widely considered one of the greatest baseball players of all time. He famously broke Babe Ruth's home run record of 714 in 1973. During his career, he made 25 All-Star teams and won the National League MVP in 1957. Made his MLB debut when he was only 20, launching a 23-year career that would go down in the record books. Now, he retired from playing in 1976 and was inducted into the Hall of Fame in Cooperstown in 1982. He's also in the Atlanta Braves Hall of Fame, and the team retired his number 44 uniform. Among the career highlights, a World Series victory in 1957. The same year, he won National League MVP. He also won 3 Gold Gloves, 2 National League batting titles, and led the National League in home runs in 4 separate years. Again, TMZ and Fox confirming that Hank Aaron has died at the age of 86. One more commercial break for you. When you return, News Now from Fox is going to be passed off to our headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. So Pilar Arias signing off. Have a great weekend. I will see you again on Monday.
Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
Welcome, everyone, here on News Now from Fox, as we do continue to bring you always the very latest here, as it is now 11 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. Live look right now at the Senate floor, where Lloyd Austin is going to be confirmed as the next U.S. Secretary of Defense. He does have enough votes to make it in the Senate right there. So you can see the senators that just voted on this. We'll get the final tally for you in just a little bit here on News Now from Fox. But really the big story here of the day that we heard earlier today from Senator Chuck Schumer, that Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi is going to be sending the article of impeachment for President Trump on Monday there. So that will really start the process up right there. And I got some some insight from our very own Fox News' Capitol Hill reporter Chad Pergram with the very, very latest here. So let me bring this all up to you right here. This is reporting from Chad Pergram. He says he's calling it the user's manual to impeachment trial that will be starting on Monday, everyone. Here we go. When Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the House is sending the article of impeachment for President Trump to the Senate on Monday, that means the trial begins on Monday. That said, the Senate will likely work out a side agreement to begin the practical operation of the Senate trial in the coming days. But the trial starts on Monday there. We will see a procession of the House impeachment managers marching over to the Senate from the House side and being received in the Senate. Senate Impeachment Rule number 2 says when the managers of an impeachment shall be introduced at the bar of the Senate and shall signify that they are ready to exhibit articles of impeachment against any person, the presiding officer of the Senate shall direct the Sergeant at Arms to make proclamation, who shall, after making proclamation, repeat the following words. All persons are commanded to keep silence on pain of imprisonment while the House of Representatives is exhibiting to the Senate of the United States articles of impeachment against President Trump thereafter, which the articles shall be exhibited, and then the presiding officer of the Senate shall inform the managers that the Senate will take proper order on the subject of the impeachment, of which due notice shall be given to the House of Representatives. In other words, the Senate gets the article at that stage. Acting Senate Sergeant at Arms Jennifer Hemingway announces the exhibition of the articles. The articles then are read before the Senate, and the impeachment managers are recognized. At that point, the Senate trial is technically underway, and that's the first step in the Senate trial. The Senate is working on a resolution dictating how to handle the trial that would involve a time frame and the potential to entertain witnesses and evidence. The Senate adopted a resolution exhibiting parameters for Bill Clinton's trial back in 1999. It's not clear whether United States Chief Justice John Roberts would preside if the trial of, because if it's a trial of a former president. But if the Senate fails to agree on any special rules, then Senate Impeachment Rule number 3 will kick in there. Mind you, President Trump was impeached for the second time and not offering up any, or didn't have the opportunity to offer up any defense there. Was just impeached in the House. He will have a defense to put up on the Senate trial there, and that'll get going starting on Monday. That process will begin there. Live look right now at how the market is doing. Down 178 points there in the red. Small sell-off going on here on this Friday, everyone. Let's take you now live look at the Capitol as we continue to roll on here on News Now from Fox. I want to go out to this special report from our sister station in Fox 4 Dallas. Let's go right now, really quickly, back out to the Senate. They are announcing that Lloyd Austin has the votes.
And the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Senator Wyden's got it.
There's the votes there. 93 yes, only 2 no's there. So Lloyd James Austin will be and is now the Secretary of Defense there. Let's continue on right here on News Now from Fox. Go out to our sister station, Fox 4 Dallas, for the special report on a year in the making of this COVID-19 pandemic that we've been talking about for a year, and also been bringing you all the information as well.
Good morning, Dr. Newman. A year out, we're seeing more than 20,000 new cases each day on average here in Texas. That's according to some New York Times data that is out. I know we've learned a lot, but goodness, I mean, we are still in a world of hurt a year out.
Yeah, I think there are really two pictures here. On the scientific side, we have learned a ton. There's been a lot of cooperation internationally between scientists. On the sort of public relations side, I think, boy, we are running into a lot of the same problems that people ran into during Ebola in West Africa, for example. It's the same sort of stuff. People that are mad about one thing are turning it toward public health, and you see the results, yeah.
Yeah, politics has definitely played a factor in this for sure. I know that some of our healthcare workers now in our state getting the second dose of the vaccine. I've heard that some have felt sick after that second shot. Any concerns about that, or any concerns that could sway some people from getting it?
Right now, I don't think there's a lot of concern behind that. So most people will get a sore arm. I've had one dose myself because I'll be working with the virus, and that was really the only symptom that I noticed. In some rare cases, you will see some other symptoms, but in general, this appears to be about as well tolerated as something like a flu vaccine. And it even compares relatively similarly to when people get placebos, just a saltwater injection. So nobody likes shots, I would say, but this one doesn't appear to be particularly strong. Yeah.
And definitely better than getting a bad case of COVID. In fact, you know, I think it really opened a lot of people's eyes when we saw this Texas Tech doctor saying that she is seeing severe lung scarring in patients who survived the virus. I mean, this is proof that just because you've had the virus and it's over, that there are still lingering effects. And for some, I mean, it can be months.
Right. And that's something that we saw with the original SARS coronavirus. And it didn't appear until a long time after. You have to wait to see whether these effects are going to be sort of short-term or long-term. Other areas that appear to be damaged, there is some brain damage. This COVID brain appears to be a real thing. And we are not sure exactly when and if cognitive function returns after that. That's still kind of an open question. And there's also the heart damage and damage to some of the blood vessels, both of which look long-term, but it's probably too early to say permanent. So yeah, the vaccine's still a pretty good option compared to all the other options out there.
Yeah, I'm almost out of time, but you know, when we started getting the vaccine, we're saying light at the end of the tunnel, light at the end of the tunnel. Well, the vaccines are trying to be rolled out. We're seeing numbers still going up. Any estimate on when you think things are going to start going in the right direction?
Texas is actually doing all right in terms of getting the vaccine out. We're closing in, not quite to 10% of the population vaccinated yet, but that's good. I think we're in second or third place among states in the U.S. in terms of vaccine distribution. The key is going to be, when can we get over something like 60 or 70%? And there's still a lot of public relations work that has to be done before we can get there, but I think we can. The vaccine doses are going to keep coming, and as long as we keep using them on people to protect them, I think we're going to keep getting more.
Yeah, just got to get them to the people. Dr. Newman, thank you so much for being with us again.
Happy to help.
Here's the pitch by Dow. All right, folks, now let's go back out live right now to the Senate floor. We have several senators speaking right now here on News Now from Fox.
We're guilty of, quote, crazy moves which gravely interfered in China's internal affairs. Those crazy moves include, presumably, condemning the Chinese Communist Party's genocidal campaign against religious minorities in Xinjiang province, or its atheistic crackdown on Chinese Christians. In addition to interfering, these officials allegedly offended the Chinese people and seriously disrupted U.S.-China relations. I guess that refers to some, such as Secretary of Health and Human Services Alex Azar, who traveled to Taiwan. Under the new sanctions, these officials are now barred from entering China. But more important and more ominous, institutions associated with them are also restricted from doing business with China. Now, it's tempting to laugh off these sanctions, as I did last summer when China sanctioned me. You won't have a second honeymoon in Wuhan, or you'll have to vacation in a non-genocidal country. But these sanctions are no laughing matter. They're not bluster. They're another step in China's long-term campaign to coerce Americans at every level of government and business. They are a direct attack on the independence of U.S. policy toward China and an attempt to blackmail the Biden administration with personal financial ruin in the future if they dare to stand up to the Chinese Communist Party. Some may start to think about the potential damage to their future, and they may start to sweat a little bit. Now, you may say, good, I'm glad that former government officials can't cash in on their service and go to influence peddling firms like West Exec or Albright Stoneridge and sell access to the Chinese. I might even agree with that point, but consider a few other hypotheticals. The Chinese state media singled out book publishers as just one example of who could pay the price. Many public officials like to write memoirs, and these memoirs often add a lot to our understanding of current events. But Chinese state media singled out book publishers as an example of companies that would be banned from China if they associated with sanctioned individuals. And in fact, China has already used American books as pawns in the trade war with the United States. So will major publishing houses really risk losing access to the Chinese market for all their other titles to strike a book deal with, say, a former Biden cabinet official who was tough on China and ended up getting sanctioned? It's unclear, but I would say doubtful. Other public officials practice at big law firms. And I know that we all make jokes about lawyers, but it's an honorable profession. And there's nothing wrong with practicing at a big law firm, and they may plan to return to their firms after the administration is over. A lot of those firms have close or clients with close ties to China. And even if a former public official has no client with any business in China, will those law firms really take back their old employees if it means potentially losing valuable clients who are afraid of angering the Chinese Communist Party? Again, I'd say it's unclear, but perhaps doubtful. Once you consider these hypotheticals and others that don't involve influence peddling or anything untoward, you can begin to see the insidious consequences of these new sanctions. Beijing wants to scare the Biden administration into doing its bidding. And they want to scare U.S. businesses into blacklisting any official who irritates the Chinese Communist Party. Therefore, I call on the Biden administration to treat these sanctions as a day one assault on the independence of its foreign policy by denouncing this intimidation in the strongest possible terms. But as the Chinese Communist Party is determined to prove, actions speak louder than words. So I also call upon President Biden to act reciprocally by sanctioning Chinese officials who are responsible for this blackmail campaign against his administration. Those officials shouldn't be able to ferret away their fortunes in the U.S. banking system the way so many corrupt Chinese oligarchs do, nor should their princeling children get degrees from our top universities or internships at prestigious Washington think tanks. President Biden should also refuse to nominate for senior positions individuals who are professionally or financially entangled with China, who could be compromised by the mere threat of sanctions. Finally, President Biden should determine whether Chinese Ambassador Sui Tiankai was involved in these sanctions, and if so, he should be expelled immediately for this egregious effort to subvert American foreign policy. And that's just for the short term. America must also begin to disentangle our economy from China, to decouple our economies. The Chinese Communist Party's sanctions only pose a threat because American society is so deeply compromised by Chinese influence. American corporations, the big banks, think tanks, universities, film studios, even our sports leagues, even LeBron James, are all addicted to Chinese cash. They're all part of a new China lobby that's deeply invested in the status quo and thus hostile to any efforts to redefine U.S.-China relations in America's interest. This lobby makes their money in China. They make their products in China. They've made their bed in China, and now they are all vulnerable to pressure from the Chinese government. America hasn't been in a bind since our earliest days, when our young republic was encircled by hostile imperial powers. Even during the Cold War, America had few entanglements of the sort we face today. The U.S. had very little trade with the Russians. We competed in separate lanes like runners in a race. The new Cold War with China isn't so orderly. Communist China is wealthier and has more people than did Soviet Russia. And their economies have become deeply entangled. These new sanctions are just the latest example of how that entanglement threatens our security and prosperity. Here's how the United States can beat China in this strategic competition. First, the United States should impose restrictions on inbound and outbound investment with China. Wall Street has financed China's industrial and technological development for more than 4 decades and has become compromised for the bargain. That has to end. Second, the United States should move supply chains for critical goods, such as semiconductors and pharmaceuticals, out of China and back to American soil. China today may be the so-called factory of the world, but it was corporate America with its army of bankers and lawyers and consultants who built that factory. That's got to end as well. Third, the United States must restrict the flow of knowledge and advanced technology between our country and China. American colleges, universities, and research laboratories are the finest in the world, but they allow Chinese nationals to participate even in cutting-edge research with military applications. And this research has an alarming tendency to end up in China, in the weapons fielded by the People's Liberation Army against our own troops. That information pipeline needs to be shut off, and many of those Chinese nationals need to go. None of these steps will be easy, but the Chinese Communist Party's punitive sanctions against Trump administration officials and its blackmail campaign against Biden administration officials demonstrate that decoupling our economies is both necessary and urgent. The communists in Beijing have lulled too many Americans into complacency and dependency over the course of many years. They now intend to blackmail even our government into inaction. So our intention must be different. The United States must break free of Chinese communist suffocating grasp, fight back, and win. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you.
Here's the pitch by Downing, swinging. There's a drive into left center field. That ball is going to be out of here. It's gone. It's 7-15.
And a legend today is dead. Atlanta Braves legend Hank Aaron dies at the age of 86 years old. Yeah, what a legend he definitely was. I want to read out this statement that was from the Atlanta Braves here that they just put out here that I want to read out to you. Wow, what a man and what a ball player, and he will be deeply, deeply missed. Here we go with the statement. It is with great sadness we share the passing of our home run king, Hank Aaron, who passed away peacefully in his sleep. He was 86 years old. We are absolutely devastated by the passing of our beloved Hank. He was a beacon of our organization, first as a player, then with player development, and always with our community efforts. His incredible talent and resolve helped him achieve the highest accomplishments, yet he never lost his humble nature. Henry Louis Aaron wasn't just our icon, but one across Major League Baseball and around the world. His success on the diamond was matched only by his business accomplishments off the field and capped by his extraordinary community efforts. We are heartbroken and thinking of his wife and their children, Gail, Hank Jr., Larry, and CeCe and all of the grandchildren. From Terry McCurk, the Braves chairman. Hank Aaron played 23 major league seasons and hit 755 home runs, the second most of all time. He debuted with the Braves as a 20-year-old in 1954 and spent the next 21 seasons in a Braves uniform. Hammerin' Hank, who also had a record 20 seasons of 20 or more homers, homered off 310 different pitchers, including 13 fellow Hall of Famers. When he retired, he held major league career records in extra base hits, total bases, and RBIs. Think about this. For RBIs, he had more than 2,200. And that record still holds today. He collected 3,000 hits, a milestone he would have still achieved without any home runs. Aaron finished his career with 3,700 hits, batting .305 and winning 2 batting titles. With the 3,000th hit on May 17th of 1970, it was the first player in history to join the 3,000 hit club and also the 500 home run club. Aaron was named the National League MVP back in 1957 and helped Milwaukee win the World Series that season, the franchise's second of 3 World Series titles. Aaron, who was an All-Star a record 25 times and won 3 Gold Gloves, was inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame back in 1982, falling just 9 votes shy of becoming the first unanimous inductee. Aaron had worked in the Braves front office since retiring from his playing career in 1976. He most recently was a senior vice president, a role he held since December of 1989. In the first 13 years of his front office tenure, he was the club's vice president and director of player development. In that position, he oversaw the development of many players instrumental in the Braves' 1982 NL West Division Championship, including 2-time MVP Dale Murphy. Along with the accomplishments on the field, Aaron also gave back to society. In 1995, his Chasing the Dream Foundation was established with the goal of helping children between the ages of 9 and 12 realize their dreams. The foundation has provided grants to more than 755 children or dream chasers in 6 cities across the country, enabling him to seek advanced study in music, art, writing, dance, and sports as well. We want to go out to our sister station, Fox 5, where they talk about the great loss that the city, the team, and the country are feeling right now.
Not only was Hank Aaron my mentor, but he was also my hero. I wanted to be like Hank growing up. I modeled my game after Hank. I contribute my back-to-back 30-30 seasons to Hank Aaron because he taught me a lot. I met him at an early age. Even though he was my hero, I mean, it was just, I was starstruck being around him. And even as he was, giving me tips, I couldn't believe I was talking to Hank Aaron. To me, the greatest player of all time. I mean, I know a lot has been said about Babe Ruth and Stan Musial and a lot of these other players, but to think about how long Hank Aaron played the game, how consistent he was, he almost had 8,000 total. I mean, he did everything. He played great defense. He could run, hit, throw, all the above. And not only did he do that throughout his career, but he did it while people were threatening his life, threatening his family. I try to think about putting myself in his shoes and going through what he had to go through and still be able to focus on playing the game of baseball that he loved so much. I don't know how mentally he got through that. I don't think I could have gotten through that. So not only was he an amazing baseball player, but a very, very strong human being as well. Yeah, Buck, it's hard to find the words right now. Not only...
And that was Ron Gant, a former Atlanta Braves All-Star player and also a Fox 5 co-anchor of Good Day Atlanta, remembering his mentor, Hank Aaron, who died at the age of 86 today. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for you on News Now from Fox. Now we're going to go out to our sister station, Fox 32 in Chicago, as they give this COVID-19 update as they talk to a doctor.
Day in office, all meant to up the ante in the fight against COVID.
And this includes an order mandating masks be worn on flights, trains, buses, and also at airports. So let's bring in Northwestern Professor of Epidemiology and Cardiology, Dr. Sadiya Khan. We want to get your reaction to the order this morning. Good morning to you. I know a lot of doctors have been saying we need mask mandates. What is your reaction?
Good morning. This is a welcome change and one that's every other country in the world has probably already been doing this.
You broke up a little bit there, so I think if I'm hearing you, this is overdue, this decision. You'd have liked to seen it done earlier?
Exactly. We've got great data that masks are effective, that they're safe, and this is our best strategy at preventing further spread, especially with these new variants.
Do you expect that after a mask mandate that we would actually see an incredibly fast result? If, for instance, we might actually be seeing numbers going down, or would we be able to tell with the surge maybe starting to fall as it is anyway?
There are so many factors that go into the numbers that we're seeing, including the circulation of these new variants that may be more contagious. So even if we don't see a dramatic decline in numbers, it doesn't mean that this wasn't an effective policy and one that was necessary.
So, Doctor, I'm holding in my hand one of those garden variety, surgical masks that we see most people wearing, but a lot of people are opting because they can be uncomfortable for the homemade variety, cotton varieties. And so it begs the question, should we be wearing this and the homemade variety? What's your best advice?
That's a great question, and one, especially early in the pandemic, is one mask better than the other? And in my opinion, the most important thing is that there is a cloth barrier. So whether it's a surgical mask, it's a fabric mask, and that you are covering your nose and your mouth, because too often, even if you're wearing a surgical mask and it's below your nose, that's not effective.
Yeah, a lot of us too like to wear some of those more fashionable ones, but I know that compressing the nose is key just to make sure that, you're not able to get any droplets inside. Okay, let's talk about what else you would like to see with the new administration mandating masks. What else do you think that they need to do in order to fight this pandemic?
In addition to masking, the two other pillars that are necessary to reduce the spread and reduce the burden related to COVID are ensuring that testing stay at a high rate and vaccinations increase. Those are the three things that we need: masking, testing, and vaccination to end this pandemic.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Northwestern Professor of Epidemiology and Cardiology. That's a mouthful. Dr. Sadiya Khan, thank you so much, Doctor, for your time.
Now we go back out live to the Senate floor, where senators continue to speak.
One of the things that we've been working on over the last several years is rebuilding our military after drastic cuts by the Obama-Biden administration. Hopefully we're not going to see that again. One of the reasons I was strongly supporting now Secretary Austin was because I believe, and I certainly hope this is a correct belief, and I got commitments from him, he won't agree with that, although I'm sure some, unfortunately, in this body and others in the Biden administration are going to agree with drastic cuts to the military. It'll hurt readiness. So one of the reasons that I think he's going to be a good secretary is not just his exceptional character, humility, leadership, but because he knows what will happen if there's dramatic cuts like there was in the second term of the Obama-Biden administration to our military. Not good. One of the things I had the opportunity to talk to him about, one of the things that's been a huge positive for America over the last decade for so many reasons is that we've become the world's energy superpower again, like we were essentially during World War II. What do I mean by that? Prior to the pandemic, we were the #1 producer of oil. Yes, people still need to use oil. I know some of my colleagues on this body don't believe that, but it's true. #1 producer of natural gas, clean burning natural gas. We're starting to export it all around the world. #1 producer of renewables. So all of the above, America is the superpower of energy. This is good. It's great for a whole host of reasons. General Austin understands that. Secretary Austin understands that. It's great for jobs. In the 2008-2009 recession, the #1 sector of the economy that got us out of the Great Recession was the energy sector, in terms of GDP growth and jobs. It's great for the environment. Why do I say that? Some people tilt their heads. It's great for the environment because in America, certainly in my state, Alaska, we have the highest standards on the environment of any place in the world. By far, it's not even close. So if you need energy, which you do, you should do it and produce it in the place that respects the environment the most. Not Russia, not Saudi Arabia, America, Alaska. It's good for energy security. It's good for manufacturing, low-cost natural gas throughout the country. And like I said, Madam President, it's really good for jobs. These are really good jobs. Resource development jobs are really good jobs. They support working families and the middle class. Everybody knows that. So that's a good thing that's happening in the United States of America. There's some fringe groups that don't like energy. Unfortunately, some of my colleagues in the Senate don't like hydrocarbons. But by the way, as we became the world's energy superpower, our greenhouse gas emissions declined, probably more than any other industrialized economy in the world. Why? Because natural gas is clean burning. So this is a win, 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 win on so many fronts. So here's why I'm speaking right now, because it's all at risk. It's all at risk. The first few days, the new Biden administration has seen an unprecedented assault on resource development in energy jobs. An attack on the men and women, working men and women, good wages, produce really important resources for this great nation, and now for other countries, because we export a lot of these resources. An assault on good energy jobs, good resource development jobs that have been the bedrock of millions of middle-class Americans for decades. For decades. Let me just give you an example just in my state. Everybody knows about ANWR, right? This body moved in terms of legislation for leases. We did it the right way. Law passed by the Senate and the House, signed by the President to move forward on leases. First day on the job, new president decides he's going to suspend everything with regard to ANWR. Okay, that wasn't a surprise, to be honest. But, of course, it was a huge disappointment. Not sure it's legal. Like I said, we did it the legal way. He's doing the old-fashioned Obama pen and phone way. Probably a lot of questionable legalities there. So that's one. We were expecting that. But here's the other one, Madam President. We have another part of Alaska called the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska, set aside by Congress for oil and gas development. Not controversial. We've been doing it for decades. It was originally called the Naval Petroleum Reserve for America. Okay, this is not controversial. And we have a lot of energy projects in the NPRA that are ongoing. Heck, even the Obama-Biden administration allowed us to drill there because that's what Congress said for decades. And it's good for the country. We need energy. We need energy. So if we need it, shouldn't we get it from America? Shouldn't we get it from American workers? Better than getting it from Russia. So the NPRA is a really important area of America's energy production in my state, National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska. It's been that way for decades. So there's a moratorium on any more permits for energy production in the NPRA yesterday. I woke up to text messages from Alaskans saying, "Senator, help us. My little company's going to go out of business. I've had to lay off a bunch of workers. Workers who are doing what? Producing American energy. Since when was that bad, Mr. President? Since when was that bad? One more thing. They say, well, it's only a 60-day moratorium. In Alaska, because we have the highest standards in the world on producing energy, exploring for energy, we only do exploration in the winter. Costs more for energy companies. Why do we do that? Because it's the high standards that we have. Highest standards of any place on the planet Earth. What do I mean by that? We build what are called ice roads and ice pads on the tundra when we explore and when we drill. So that means we just do it in the winter. You build these ice roads and ice pads. It costs a lot of money. And when you move equipment across the tundra on ice, you drill for 3 months. And when the winter's over, you move it off, the ice melts, and there's not one tiny impact. It's called zero impact drilling and exploration. I used to be in charge of this in Alaska. I'm very familiar with it. Highest standards on the planet. So if you put a 60-day moratorium on drilling in the NPRA, guess what? You lose the whole season. You lose the whole season. So that's what the Biden administration did yesterday. And I literally have people back home in my great state calling frantically, saying hundreds, if not thousands of jobs are at risk. That was day 2 of the Biden administration. Let's crush every single energy job in America. Why? I don't know why. I don't know why. Since when is it bad to produce energy for your fellow Americans? We need it. We have the highest standards in the world. These are great middle-class jobs. But day 1 in this administration, they're attacking the men and women who produce energy for this great nation. Shameful. Now, it's not just me, Madam President, who's a little bit upset. You can tell I'm a little bit upset. The Keystone Pipeline was canceled again. Again, no idea why they would do that. There's nothing about climate change. As a matter of fact, that pipeline was going to be all union jobs, and they had it developed and worked on in a way that was going to be emission neutral. So here's the head of the Laborers International Union of America, LIUNA, the laborers, Terry O'Sullivan. He's a great American. I know him well. His father was a Marine who served in the Chosin Reservoir during the Korean War. I'd like to submit this for the record, Madam President.
Without objection.
This is a statement by Terry O'Sullivan. The Biden administration's decision to cancel the Keystone XL pipeline permit on day 1 of his presidency is both insulting and disappointing to the thousands of hardworking LIUNA members who will lose good-paying jobs, middle-class families supporting jobs. By the way, LIUNA is the largest labor union in the largest labor construction union in America, 500,000 members. Blocking this 100% union project and pandering to environmental extremists, 1,000 union jobs will immediately vanish and 10,000 additional jobs will be gone forever. That's day 1. This isn't me talking, the senator from Alaska. This is the head of LIUNA. We support the president's campaign to, quote, build back better, but for union members affected by this decision, there are no renewable energy jobs that come even close to replacing the wages and benefits the Keystone XL project would have provided. Killing good union jobs on day 1 with nothing to replace them is not building back better. This is, again, Terry O'Sullivan, head of LIUNA. Another statement, Madam President, I'd like to submit for the record. This is Mark McManus, General President of the United Association of Union Plumbers and Pipe Fitters. They were going to build the pipeline, Keystone Pipeline too, just like the LIUNA members.
Without objection.
Quote, in revoking this permit, the Biden administration has chosen to listen to the voices of fringe activists instead of union members and the American consumer on day one. Let me be clear. When built with union labor by the men and women of the United Association, Mr. McManus's union, pipelines like Keystone XL remain the safest and most efficient modes of transportation in the world. Sadly, the Biden administration has now put thousands of union workers out of work. So, Madam President, let me close with this. There are a number of senators who want to meet directly with the president on this issue. By the way, when they made these announcements about Alaska, no one from the Biden administration reached out. No one called me. No one called Senator Murkowski. No one called Congressman Young. You'd think if they were going to just kill hundreds, if not thousands of jobs in your state, that somebody would have reached out to us. I just spent the last week working hard to make sure the Biden administration's Secretary of Defense got confirmed. I probably worked harder than any other senator in this body on that issue. I did that because I think it's going to be good for the military and good for America. But we're trying. We're trying. I haven't heard from one person on the Biden administration. So a number of us are going to try and request a meeting with the president. The president talks a lot about his blue-collar background. Great. But guess what? The president is killing blue-collar jobs right now. Right now. By the thousands. And a lot of them are in my state. I hope somebody in the new administration is listening to this. I hope he realizes what he's doing. We're in this pandemic. Our economy needs to grow. We have high unemployment. And the idea that you would start your administration by targeting the men and women who have built this great nation, who have good paying jobs, is astounding to me. Mr. President, and I'm not talking about the President of the Senate, Madam President, I'm talking about the President of the United States. You need to listen to us. This is not a good start. You talked in your inauguration about putting yourself in other people's shoes. Well, I'll help you put yourself in the shoes of the energy workers in America who you are crushing right now. Put yourself in their shoes and maybe rethink these crazy, crazy policies that are only harming Americans throughout the country. I yield the floor.
And some strong statements there by Senator Dan Sullivan on the Biden administration. We will continue to follow that for you right here on News Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break right here. All right, folks, now we are going to go out to a virtual meeting right now. Senator Dick Durbin is speaking.
Willing to get rid of the filibuster?
I hope we can prove that we can work with it. In the past, it was rarely used and only in the most extreme cases. Now it has become so routine that we require 60 votes for almost everything. That's totally unnecessary. I'm one of those who favors more amendments and debate on the floor. I said that when McConnell was in charge. I'm saying it when Schumer is in charge. I trust that's why we were elected, to offer and debate amendments and to try to craft the best legislation we can. Let's do our work.
Senator Mark Brown, Sun-Times, can you comment on the president's immigration proposal? And I understand that you're saying that you would rather move forward with Dreamers legislation first?
Mark, I'm committed to comprehensive immigration reform. I sponsored it. I voted for it. America needs it. And here's what we face. One of the elements in that immigration reform is the fate of those protected by DACA, the so-called Dreamers. This goes back to a bill that I introduced 20 years ago, the DREAM Act. The problem we have, Mark, is that we are facing an immediate need when it comes to protecting these young people. There is a Texas federal court judge who found parts of the DAPA program unconstitutional, who is considering the fate of the DACA program. If he rules in a certain manner, it could take away all protection for DACA and Dreamers in that simple ruling. And that worries me a lot. So many of us have said, let's prioritize taking care of the DACA and Dreamers, but let's not end with that. Let's continue on from that point to a comprehensive bill. There are many aspects of immigration that need to be repaired. That one has an immediacy.
Would that potentially, though, weaken the push for the comprehensive immigration reform?
I don't think so, because I tell you, there's so many grievous shortcomings in our immigration system now. For example, you go to a conservative who says, well, we sure don't need any more immigrants. And you say, have you talked to a farmer lately? Have you talked to someone who owns a dairy operation? Have you talked to anybody who has an orchard in southern Illinois? Let them tell you whether we need immigrant labor, and they do, desperately. The same thing's true for many businesses and for many essential employees. I think there's a strong case to be made for immigration reform beyond DACA and the Dreamers. It is a compelling personal story that they are offering to the American people, but there are many just like it.
So Senator Steve Bridge from WFMB, on the farm front, the proposal for a farm worker who's been in the country working 100 days each year out of the 4 out of the last 5, is that something you support to get those workers on farms and orchards green cards?
Are you quoting from the Biden proposal?
I believe that's what's in the Biden proposal, yes.
I have yet to see the thorough analysis, but I will tell you this. When we did comprehensive immigration reform, and I think it was 6 or 8 years ago, we ended up with a provision on farm workers that was supported not only by the farm workers organizations, but by the growers and farmers and ranchers as well. I think we can achieve the same thing in comprehensive immigration reform. Last time around, Dianne Feinstein and Michael Bennett, Feinstein of California, Bennett of Colorado led the effort. And I'll call on them again to see if they can do that. We definitely need farm workers. I mentioned earlier the dairy operations as well as the orchards. Without them, they just don't have a future.
And should there be any special federal effort to get those farm workers or immigrants that are in meatpacking facilities earlier in the vaccination line?
Well, I can tell you, it's one of the most dangerous occupations for a number of reasons. They work shoulder to shoulder. I know that because many years ago as a college kid, I did that job. They work shoulder to shoulder, and it's tough to have proper masking and to not have contact. They're just too close to one another. And so they need special protection, and I would make that the first priority. In terms of citizenship, what we're talking for all people here is not instantaneous citizenship, but a path to citizenship. So certainly if they are prepared to go through the ordinary course, which we are hopefully establish, they should be given that opportunity.
Senator Brian Kelly at KMOX in St. Louis. A handful of senators are calling for an ethics probe against Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz. Do you support that call?
I think that they've chosen the right venue, the Senate Ethics Committee. The actions of Senator Hawley and Senator Cruz have been subject to scrutiny and criticism over the last 2 weeks, and I believe that the issue should be taken to the Ethics Committee. And let me remind you, Ethics Committee is equally divided between Democrats and Republicans. There's an effort to make sure that there's no question of fairness in their proceedings. I think that's the right place to take the question.
To piggyback on that, Senator Hyatt, Lisa Donovan at the Tribune, you have not signed on to that, though, correct?
The only reason I have not is because as chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, they're both members of the committee. And in addition, there were several other members of the committee who voted their way. So I decided with an abundance of caution to step back from formally putting my name on it as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Is that a sort of to remain neutral or?
Trying my best to maintain some neutrality as the committee opens its consideration of a lot of legislative issues.
Can I sneak in another question here while I got you? As you know, Governor Pritzker and Mayor Lightfoot, like every governor and mayor in the country, has been hopeful that this new stimulus package will send money their way. It looks like Biden has carved out some significant amount of money for states, local government. How confident are you that they will get that money?
Well, I totally support helping state and local governments. There's no question that at a minimum they've lost revenue because of the COVID-19 pandemic that we face, and they've incurred additional expenses never anticipated a year or two ago when they were writing their budgets. They need a helping hand. The alternative would be inadequate resources to deal with this public health crisis, and that's unacceptable. It seems that there is reluctance. I think that's probably being too kind on the Republican side of the aisle to this idea. I hope we can convince them otherwise. We need Republican votes to pass the Biden proposal. And if we can get their support, we can see that happen soon.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Another question, Senator, if no one else
Sure.
has, I don't want to hog up the time, but wanted to touch on one other thing that you mentioned, I think in a previous call about legislation to try and crack down on some of these right-wing extremists. You talked about also holding hearings on this matter, on the January 6th insurrection. How soon do you think we might be able to see some action coming from your committee digging into this?
Well, there are going to be several levels of investigation that are going to continue. First, as it should, January 6th, and what those who participated will have to pay the price for their violation of the law, and those who planned it and engaged in a conspiracy for this insurrection, they'll pay an even higher price. We have legislative responsibilities, and when I speak of domestic terrorism, let me say I'm not confining it to those who were violent on the right only. Anyone who engages in violence, such as we saw on January 6th, whatever their political motivation, needs to be held accountable, right, left, and center. I don't know if center by definition would be engaged in that, but I will just say there are no exceptions, right and left for sure, that they be engaged. What we are trying to do is pass legislation, which I'm co-sponsoring with Congressman Schneider, which I initially introduced, which gathered information on the incidents of domestic terrorism, provided information and resources to law enforcement all across the United States. It's very basic, but we started seeing this phenomena 8 years ago. There was an attack on a Sikh temple in Wisconsin. People were killed. There was a hate group that was behind it, and I held the first hearing in Judiciary Committee on that subject. So they told me over and over, yes, it's a valid issue. We could get nowhere during the Trump administration with pursuing it. We're going to try our best with the Biden administration.
Do you think you'll have more luck with the Republicans supporting this effort, given the proof, I guess, or the evidence of extremists in that January 6th insurrection?
I think so. You know, many Republicans have joined us in condemning what happened on January 6th. Not all of them, but many have condemned it. And this is a chance to show that in a vote for legislation that will start reining in these domestic terrorist groups. I will tell you, they are as much, if not more, of a danger to the security of Americans as any foreign terrorist today, as far as I'm concerned. And we need to take them just that seriously.
And one last thing, when it comes to impeachment, off the top of your head, how many Republican senators do you think are even entertaining or considering impeaching the president? Have you gotten any insight on how many could break with the party?
I haven't taken a head count, but the Republican senators I've spoken to said they want a fair and credible trial, and that will decide their final vote. I couldn't agree with them more. That's what we asked for in the first impeachment against Donald Trump, and I think now that we're in charge, we need to live up to the same standard. Any other questions?
Senator, I have one. Returning to the issue of the food processor workers, there's discussion now that even if the workers are not documented, they should still receive priority to get a vaccine. Do you support that or oppose it?
Well, I think the most vulnerable populations in America should receive the vaccine. That has been our goal from the start. And certainly they are in a very vulnerable position, much like the people who work in the nursing homes. I also want to tell you,
And we will be taking a quick 2-minute break right here for you on News Now from Fox. All right, folks, we will continue to always bring you the latest here on News Now from Fox. So let's go out to Boston now for a COVID-19 update.
Continúe siguiendo las pautas de salud pública. Use la máscara, lave las manos y mantenga el distanciamiento social. Y tan pronto como la vacuna esté disponible, aproveche la oportunidad. La vacuna es segura y es la única forma de superar esta pandemia. Si queremos volver a ser como éramos un día.
All right, well, that is in the Spanish version here. Here's what we got coming up for you on News Now from Fox, everybody. We do have Governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, coming up in just a bit. Also, the Florida Governor, Ron DeSantis, all in the mix in this next hour.
Open up for any COVID questions. Just want to both thank Dr. James and Deputy Jimenez. You know, obviously all the work that the state is doing to create, you know, vaccination access, and all the work we're doing as the city to ensure that folks can get vaccinated, whether it's our first responders, home health workers, whether it's school nurses, everyone in this first phase as we keep going. You know, this, what you heard from Deputy Jimenez and Dr. James is really an acknowledgement of understanding why it's so important to get vaccinated. And so we want to continue to reinforce that message in the community, that when you're able, when you are on the list, on the priority list, we really want you to get vaccinated. We want people to take advantage of it because both of them sort of said this very eloquently. It is our way out of COVID. It is our way to build safety for ourselves and our families. And so again, thank you to both Dr. James and Deputy Jimenez for sharing your story and helping people understand why it's important to get vaccinated. The only other piece I'll share with you on the city end, we continue to partner with the state to focus on additional testing, additional vaccination sites. We are focused on that. We shared with you last week that we are working to be able to lift up the Reggie Lewis Center. We continue along that path to be able to do that, and we are continuing to vaccinate our first responders. I think there's been roughly 2,300 first responders have been vaccinated in the city. And we hope to be able to vaccinate continuously here and into next week in partnership with Tufts Medical Center and BMC. And we're continuing to work through lifting up additional sites so we can vaccinate folks along the phases. So we're eager to continue that work and to respond to what we're seeing with COVID in our metrics and everything that everyone continues to do. So with that, if you have COVID questions, I'm glad to take them, or Dr. James or Superintendent Jimenez. Yeah, so the question is what is the city doing to make sure we can get vaccines to diverse communities and to get it to folks, and working with the state to do that? Yeah, I mean, we're both not only ensuring that sites that get lifted up are lifted up in diverse neighborhoods, which is a really important piece, but it's also why we have a four-prong approach. The mass vaccination sites are super important so that a lot of people can get vaccinated, but it's also why we're working on community-based sites in partnership with community-based organizations so that when folks folks qualify and you're in a diverse neighborhood, you can go somewhere in your neighborhood to get vaccinated. So that's an important piece of it. We also have launched a public awareness campaign specifically in communities of color. That's why we had one webinar yesterday. We have one in Spanish coming up and additional languages moving forward, so that we can also support direct engagement to make sure people understand the story. And we're also, again, partnering with community-based organizations. We opened up through the Boston Resiliency Fund some resources for nonprofit organizations to apply to create messaging into the community, specifically around vaccine awareness and education. So again, I mean, we're partnering with the state to do all this work and following their guidance and leadership. I think it's really important. Sometimes you'll see in other states, it's sort of a free-for-all where anyone can go if you can get it. That's oftentimes when you do that, those who need it the most still don't get it. So it's really, really important that we do the best we can to prioritize those through the state process, and we're working with them to do exactly that. Yep, so sorry. So if you have any COVID questions, I can answer them for you. So I don't have any information to give you about the mayor. Yep. Yeah, it's a great question. The question is that hospitals are starting to vaccinate folks, all employees, and some note the question about whether or not even folks that are working from home who are not working in person. The state opened up that guidance for hospitals so that hospitals could vaccinate employees, right? It's really important in our healthcare settings. People are coming and going, and we really need folks in our healthcare settings to be able to take care of those who need it without any fear of exposure or spreading it to others. I can't tell you whether all Boston hospitals are doing that, but prioritizing getting people vaccinated is the goal. We want to stay in that prioritization and do that, but again, that's controlled by the state. So the state opened that up, and hospitals are trying to vaccinate folks. Yeah, so the question is, do we think it's fair? I mean, there are many, in terms of making sure diverse communities are hit, there are many folks of color working in those hospitals, in many jobs across the board, Boston residents working both frontline staff and working in food service and doctors and nurses, et cetera. So we want people to get vaccinated, and we want it to be accessible. And so I think whether we think it's fair or not, I think the reality is the more people getting it, the more people that get access, the better for the city. So the question is about the VA and the 1,900 doses. That's all coordinated through the state. So the city learned about that also today. So we have no specific reaction to it. That's a direct connection between that facility and the state. So we don't have any specific reaction to it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. It's an honest mistake, but again, is that difficult? No question. I mean, not only do we want more doses from the federal government, we want more doses coming into the state, we want more doses getting into the city, and we want those that are administering those doses to be able to take the care needed so that doesn't happen. So there's no question about that. The reality is that we want to make sure that there's doses for people to take and for people to be able to utilize. But those things happen. I mean, sometimes freezers, temperatures, and what you want it to be. Sometimes someone opens a vial without having a plan for the rest of the doses, so sometimes that can happen. But again, generally, we need everyone to take care, especially those clinical providers, and the ones we're working with want to avoid any kind of situation like that. So the question is, can we talk a little bit about hospital capacity and then vaccine supply? The hospital capacity is tight, as Mayor Walsh mentioned. It's clear that hospitals are tight on beds and tight on capacity. One of the things that I think is different than where we were in the spring when we had some tight capacity, the overwhelming majority of patients and the increase in patients over the last couple weeks really has been non-COVID patients. We right now have around 380 COVID positive patients in our Boston hospitals, down down from maybe 450, 460 about 10 days ago. So we definitely have seen the COVID numbers improve, which is a good thing. And we've seen more patients non-COVID in our Boston hospitals, which has tightened the capacity. But again, that's what we don't want anyone to have to be in the hospital, but we want people to get taken care of if they need to. And our hospitals have done an amazing job at being able to balance that out and ensure that there's beds for people who need it, and they continue to do that, and we're continuing to partner with them. On the vaccine, obviously the state is working with the federal government to loosen that up, and I think the challenge is continuing to make sure that vaccines flow into the state and then flow into the city. The state did notify us through the city that the doses hopefully will be increased over the next couple of weeks so that we see greater access to doses here. It's important to remember we not only want the first doses, but we need to make sure that providers have the second dose so that folks can get vaccinated. But I feel confident that the federal government and the new administration is going to be able to meet that growing demand. Yeah, so the question is talk a little bit about the state's restrictions and their pullback, and then where we are and how that balance takes place. For us, it's a huge balance, right? I mean, the state loosened restrictions, and we support and partner with them in terms of what they try to do in loosening that 9:30 restriction. We have restrictions, and as we have been the entire time, the city of Boston has always been what's best for the city of Boston, which is why we're at phase 2, step 2, and still have restrictions in place. And we're going to look at new data. We have another data report coming out tomorrow morning. Will show us a little bit more about the trends to see if we can loosen any of the restrictions that we have in place. But I'm the health and human service guy, so for me, it's about how do we open slowly and not quickly, and how do we make sure that we don't have to go back and restrict again because we open too quickly. I think the variant is still part of this equation. We don't know if we've seen the effect of that yet. And so it's important to know that if we see increased cases and a greater capacity pull on our hospitals, we then will end up seeing more cases and be concerned about the spread. So it's all a balance, but we've worked very collaboratively with the state and will continue to do so. No, it's just why there's more non-COVID patients in the hospital. I mean, again, it's just about the hospitals being able to take care of folks, right? So it's a variety of different things, right, that people go into the hospital for, and it's clear in the ICU and regular medical surgical beds, it's not beyond normal. It's normal sort of, people coming in. But again, the whole balance with COVID's always been about, can you take care of everyone's needs and the COVID pandemic at the same time? And our hospitals are absolutely doing that. Thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate it.
team with the ranking members and others that came 5 seats away from winning a majority when everybody in America thought we were going to lose 20 seats. Yes, we allow differences of opinion inside our conference. They're welcomed. But I think there's questions that need to be answered, style in which things were delivered. At the end of the day, we will unify because our policies are right, which will unify us around. Do we have growing pains? Yes, we will. But we will do it in our private manner of a conference that we hold every time, and we'll have it next week. Yes, sir.
Liz Cheney to remain as conference chair or no?
Yes. Yes, sir. Let's see if you change questions this year.
Well, after the rioters came into the Capitol on January 6th, you voted to overturn the results in Pennsylvania and Arizona. You also signed on to that Texas lawsuit to invalidate the elections. You waited until a couple of weeks ago to declare that Joe Biden won the election.
And we are now live here with the governor of New York, Governor Andrew Cuomo, with the latest COVID-19 update.
Bronx, which has been growing for a while. Staten Island seems to have stabilized, and that's good news. Thank you very much, Staten Islanders. And again, these numbers are a function of behavior. How you act is how the virus will spread. It's that simple. Where are we in terms of vaccinations? Remember what happens, we get a supply from the federal government. We've tried to find the allocation on our own, purchase on our own. Pfizer and Moderna are both operating under something called an emergency authorization use. They call it EAU. It's a federal program. Everything has to be an acronym because that's the federal government. Emergency authorization use does not allow them to sell it, so they cannot sell directly to the state of New York. So the supply comes from the federal government. We have used 97% of the doses we've been allocated thus far through week 1 to 5, okay? This is the allocation usage by region for week 1 through 5.
All right, everybody, we are going to go back to New York here, but we got some breaking news that we want to go to. Take a look at the scene. This is in the Los Angeles area. Sky Fox aerials giving us this right now. Sky Fox up in the air right now. Fox 11 Stu Mundell here is giving play-by-play. Let's listen.
I think, yeah, we're good right now, yeah. Yeah, it's getting close. I don't think that's an alley. I think that's a walkway. That's a walkway. And look, the roof is starting to heat up. All right, so we're live on Facebook, just letting you guys know. We're going to be live on Fox here in just a moment or two, so I'm a little kind of juggling right now. What you're looking at, huge fire out in there in the Hollywood area, 1200 block of Bronson. Basically what the LA City Fire is dealing with is an abandoned structure fully involved in fire when they first arrived here. You can see those large trees and a lot of foliage around there. All that foliage catching fire. And then what other issues you have is all the homes in the area, the apartment buildings. Vinny was kind of showing what's off to the left of the screen right there. That's across the way. There's a little walkway right there. I understand. And some of that home there is starting to smolder. So that's just the heat from the fire starting to catch that apartment house on fire. This again happening in the Hollywood area. If you guys are local, turn on channel 11. We got Michaela doing some really great newsy stuff right now. But they're going to go live here in just a moment. We're going to be back on Facebook probably after that is done. But again, a huge fire out here in the Hollywood area. If you're in Hollywood, I can tell you can see the smoke. We saw the smoke all the way from the Santa Monica area after our desk gave us heads up that this was going on. Start with some big flames if you can, if they come to us. They might go to commercial. Well, right now you can see that actually this is actually a lot less fire, Michaela, that since we've been here. This is a home, an abandoned home out here on Bronson, 12,000 block of Bronson. You can see LA City Fire arriving here on scene, and what they're dealing with is when they arrived, that home was completely involved in fire, and all those trees in the area, well, they had a lot of foliage on them a few moments ago. All of that was going up. Huge flames out here. The problem, or not the problem, but what LA City Fire is dealing with, the men and women of LA City Fire, is all these homes that are around the area. They've got apartments all around this area that is completely involved in fire. There's a little walkway that actually, the apartment building that you're seeing off to the left, that one was actually starting to smolder just moments ago. Now, LA City Fire, they know about all this. They understand the dynamics of what's going on out here. They went to master streams as soon as they arrived. That basically means they put up a ladder and they started dumping water on it as soon as they got here. Haven't heard about a second alarm or anything more than that, but a lot of fire, and the homes near this abandoned structure, that's what the big concern is right now. No evacuations, but I'm sure folks that are in these apartments exactly right next to these huge flames, I'm sure they're seeing what's going on, probably a little worried right now, maybe gathering up some of their belongings. But you know, you've got LA City Fire down there. They are some of the best in the world, and they're going to be protecting a lot of these structures. But you can see a very active firefight out here in the Hollywood area, off of Bronson. Sure. Awesome. I love Brian Humphrey.
And we continue to bring you the very latest right here on News Now from Fox. Everybody, we have been listening to Fox 11. Stu Mundell high up above right now in the Sky Fox chopper as we are taking a look at this massive fire in Hollywood, California. The fire crews, as you can see, because these buildings are just so close to each other, they're trying to contain it to just this one building before it spreads to the other buildings in this area. We're going to definitely keep an eye on this here for you. Keep this shot up as long as we have it. We will continue to listen here for the play-by-play by Stu Mundell. And while he takes a breather, let's continue to focus in on this. You see several ladder trucks here throughout the area on this street. As you can see, just through those trees, massive, massive flames still coming out of this building here. So fire department and crews, we're hoping for the very best for all of them here in this really, really difficult situation that they continue on right now. But look at what we are seeing here as that smoke continues to just pile through right now. And you're seeing the whole street, it is blocked off right now as the crews doing their very best to contain this so it doesn't jump to the other buildings. And what you can see here is the crews here on this home right next to it. As you can see, they are trying to work their best. As you can see some smoke coming out of this building as well. So multiple structures right now on fire here. You're seeing a good job, though, of the crews really tackling this very fast, because look at that smoke is turning white right now, not the thick black. Look at here, what they're doing there. It's poking some holes in this roof right now.
Brought up the fact that that Craftsman house was one that they were having real exposure problems with, and you can actually see some scorching there and saw a little bit of fire taking off in the eaves, and that's what the LA City Fire folks, they don't want to see that, especially with that older Craftsman style home. That basically means a lot of wood, aged wood, very tinder dry, and of course not updated with the current codes and fire codes out here. So that is what they are really concerned about. While we were live, and even before we were live, Vinny was pointing out that the house that was just across the apartment building that's actually covered by smoke right now, that was the one that was actually, we saw some, they call it taking off, actually starting to get hot. And it is something that, you know, a lot of folks, you know, I found fascinating when I started doing news and, you know, as a stringer, is how just the heat from these fires across the way or nearby, just the heat can actually start heating up a structure next door. Things will start getting warm and then just catch fire. That is how these things spread so quickly. Right now, though, you can see LA City firefighters there on scene. It is a greater alarm, as Brian Humphrey mentioned to us earlier on. He was talking 75 firefighters, which, you know, that is quite a number of firefighters down there right now. This fire continues to burn out here. Most of what we're seeing burning, though, is actually the foliage, these large older trees. They are beautiful older trees, and I'm sure the people in the neighborhood loved having them around. But you know, in this type of situation, an abandoned structure, huge pine trees in the area, you can see that one in the middle of the smoke there just completely defoliated. There's no green on that at all anymore, and I'm sure that was an actual tree moments ago. When this fire actually erupted, our assignment desk was the one that was basically, somebody's asking about my personal life. That's why I'm laughing. And again, I'm sorry if you guys are new to all this stuff. This is one of those ones where if you guys are listening, this is kind of behind the scenes, but official, not official. We are on Facebook. I'm reading a lot of the comments out here. But at any rate, what you can see coming back to us. We're coming back to us. A copy. Probably just picture only. So, but anyways, keep an eye on this, and we are going to keep an eye on it as well. The LA City Fire Department really getting a handle on this. This thing was huge just moments ago. You can see how quickly they work, how quickly they act. All right, so they're not using us on the show. So at any rate, there's that Craftsman home that they were just talking about. Once again, that had a little bit of fire in the eaves right there, but you can see a number of those firefighters up there on the rooftop. The actual structure itself, we've been here in the past. I know we have been here in the past. This fire, that abandoned structure had a little bit of fire many, many times in the past. Don't know how it keeps reigniting. That's something else for somebody else down there, arson possibly, and possibly LAPD. But right now you can see a lot of smoke down there. That's really good. All those newer buildings next door, those also seem to be safe at this time. There's part of that structure that they were talking about. This was an older, very large wooden structure, single-family home. That's right here off of Bronson, just south of, is it south of Santa Monica or north of Santa Monica, Ange? North of Santa Monica by a couple of blocks. But the smoke, I mean, you can see it. If you're in the Hollywood area, wherever you're at, you'll be able to see this smoke. We actually saw it from the Santa Monica area. That's what I was going to give props to our assignment desk. You know, a lot of times when we're in doing something else, I'll turn the scanner down. I know. Don't turn the scanner down. But I actually had it down, and somebody gave us heads. Our desk, Lewis, actually said, hey, do you see any smoke out there? Not only did we see smoke, but we actually saw the fire from the Santa Monica area with the naked eye. Vinny was using that camera and really got out there super quick. Sandy, thank you for joining us. But at any rate, this fire was really starting to get a handle on it. Sky Fox, oddly enough, about every 2 hours. It's really weird how that happens. Somebody should look into it. About every 2 hours, we need to get fuel. So at any rate, we're probably going to have to pull off here in a moment or two. But all the excitement for this one, LA City Fire on it, took it down. And it is just almost not a knockdown by any means, but it is definitely getting close to that. I'm getting information that my mic is hot on Fox. If we are still hot on Fox, this is a fire in the Hollywood area. This is going to be off of Bronson Boulevard, very close to Santa Monica Boulevard. And you can see the firefighters from LA City Fire made their way out here protecting neighboring structures, and that was what the big concern was. This was an abandoned structure. They called it a two-story single-family home. Previous burn, meaning it had been on fire in the past, a wooden structure with a lot of trees around it. And when that fire started this morning, caught those trees on fire, the big concern for LA City firefighters was the fact that there were a lot of neighboring structures. We had an apartment building, we had that other similar type of building next door, but this one still habited. They have people living there. LA City firefighters, getting on scene, assessing that situation very quickly, and then starting to set up protection for all those other structures. In the end, there's a little bit of damage to that one older wooden single-family home next door, but the apartment building's safe at this time. No evacuations at this time either. No injuries, and that's the big part right now. Of course, that abandoned structure that now completely is burned, they're going to have to go through that, make sure that they actually make entry and make sure that there was nobody inside. Right now, though, the fire does technically continue to burn. It was greater alarm pretty much as soon as they arrived here, meaning that they bumped up the number of units on scene, and over 75 firefighters from LA City Fire Department out here battling these flames. Again, this was what could have been a horrible fire out here in the Hollywood area. Right now, pretty much under control. Property next door, neighboring buildings, all safe. LA City firefighters saying that they've got a handle on it. Okay, copy all. Yes, I can. Go ahead. All right, copy all. Getting a handle on it. Okie dokie. I'm all up.
We were listening to the coverage there from our sister station, Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Stu Mundell high up above in Sky Fox right there. And you could see just within those last 10 minutes, I mean, the fire department did a great job of knocking down that fire very, very fast, because you saw just how close those other buildings were. But boy, wow. That was something to see there, and a great job by the LA Fire Department here. All right, here is, we are going to step away from this because the fire department did such a great job, hoping that nobody was hurt during this all, and we're going to step away from this coverage. And before we take a quick 2-minute break, everyone, we want to show you what we have in store right here. This is a live look right now at the White House briefing room. Any moment right now, we will be getting that live update. And when that happens, we'll bring it to you in full right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back with more coverage. And while we do wait for this event to happen at the White House, we are going to bring you out to New York. Governor Andrew Cuomo giving the latest with the COVID-19 pandemic. We'll keep you in a double box so you don't miss a thing with the briefing.
Are the people who, if they get sick, the hospital capacity will collapse. The hospital capacity collapses, we have to close the economy. We're working very hard on this message, and we're working very hard to get the hospitals to get their staff vaccinated. I've spoken to dozens and dozens of hospitals. There is a broad disparity. Some are at 100%. Some are at 50%. Average is 67. It's ticking up. It was 65 on Wednesday. It was 62 last week. But we have to do more, and we have to do faster. This is the percentage of hospital workers across the region. And you see the variance. Central New York is 82%. You then go down to 61% on Long Island, 62% on Western New York. What accounts for that? 82, Central New York, 78, North Country, 69. We need the hospital staff vaccinated. That's why they were 1A. More good news, we completed the first round of vaccinations of nursing homes because they were the most vulnerable population. 70% vaccinated so far. The vaccination rate among nursing home residents is higher than the vaccination rate among nurses and doctors. Social equity is also a pressing issue. We have a COVID-19 equity task force. We want to make sure that everyone has access to the vaccine. There are two issues there. One is accessibility, and we're working on that. The second is the willingness to accept the vaccine. And we're doing everything we can on accessibility. We're going directly to public housing projects. But we have a problem with skepticism about the vaccine, especially in Black and brown communities. And I'm working with clergy, I'm working with community leaders, I'm working with respected doctors, nurses. I understand the skepticism about the federal government and the past federal government and their vaccination approval. It gave the sense that it was political. I get the historic skepticism, especially among the Black community with the Tuskegee experiment, etc. That's why we had New York doctors approve the vaccine in addition to the federal government approval. And people said at that time, oh, why would New York State do this? It's redundant. If the FDA says it's safe, and if HHS, federal HHS says it's safe, then it's safe. No, because people did not believe that administration, and they did not believe that HHS and that FDA. And by the way, as I say to members of the Black and brown community every day, I don't believe them either.
In just over the past 10 days, take a look at this graph.
About the previous administration. But I'm not taking their word for it. We had New York doctors go through it. We have the best hospital network on the globe in New York. They have all gone through the vaccine. It is safe and it can save your life. But I need the clergy members, I need the medical community. We have to get past this skepticism problem, and we have to do it quickly. Otherwise, without this vaccine, the UK strain hits, you're going to see the death rate go up. As an aside, in the budget, we're doing something called 21-day amendments where you can amend the budget and add certain things. I just want to make sure people are aware. We have consumer utility protections in the budget. Right now, there's a statutory cap on what the utilities can pay for damages. So there's a storm on Long Island. People get hurt. Public Service Commission determines that the utilities were not ready or whatever. They charge a penalty to the utility. In the law, they have caps on the amount a utility can be penalized. NYSEG was penalized the other day. It was only 1.5 million. Why only 1.5 million? The damage was much worse. Well, because the law capped the penalty. The laws, and these are old laws, but they were basically a utility protection program. Why would you cap a penalty? The penalty is commensurate with the damage. That's what a penalty is. But at one time, the utilities were very powerful, and they were powerful with the legislature, and the law protects them. That has to change. You can't artificially limit the penalty. The penalty is what the penalty is. The penalty is equivalent to the damage. If you create $10 million worth of damage, the penalty should be $10 million. Also, they can't shut off utilities because a person can't pay in the middle of a an emergency like COVID. That's in the bill also. Also, internet providers, which now have limited regulation from the state and can often be very abusive to consumers. If you have a problem with an internet provider, it is the most frustrating process that a consumer can go through. And really, there's nobody to complain to. Many of them have basically a virtual monopoly, and they're not responsive to consumer complaints. We also want to say internet service providers, low-income families, you cannot charge more than $15 for the basic internet service program. We go to remote learning and kids are not in school. If the household doesn't have internet, that child doesn't get an education. And I'll tell you who that child is. That's a poor child, a black child, a brown child, a child in public housing. And education is supposed to be for everyone. So that's in the budget also. Also, and this was announced last June, okay, about 7 months ago. Public safety is a crisis in this state and in this nation. The lack of trust between police and the community is worse than anything I have seen in my lifetime. The feelings are very high. Police feel victimized, they feel terrorized, they feel that the community disrespects them, they feel that they're the scapegoat, they feel that they can't do their job, and if they can't do their job, they're not going to try. Members of the community feel that they've been victimized and they've been terrorized. Our great Attorney General just did a report on the New York City Police Department that finds basically that the police have been using unfair tactics against protesters for a very long time, tactics that were supposedly no longer in place. This relationship has to be fixed, and it's not going to fix itself. The communities, we have 500 communities with police departments. Put the people at the table like this: police, community activists, representatives, and talk through the issues. Everyone in the state needs public safety. The police serve everyone. When you see these spikes in shootings now, you know who's dying? Black and brown and poor people. Those are the victims of the increase in crime and the increase in shootings. Forge a collaborative, talk through the issues. It has to work for the police. It has to work for the
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break while we can, and we still waiting right now on the White House briefing.
Is different than what's going to work in the North Country, is different than what's going to work in New York City. They have to do it. I said this in June. I said, form the collaborative and let people talk. By the way, the collaborative itself can be cathartic. I'm offended and I want to be able to express my feelings and my fears and my thoughts, and I want you to hear me. That's the collaborative. You never solve a problem in life that you refuse to acknowledge or you deny. I believe that's true in our individual lives. It's also true in our social lives. You deny a problem, it doesn't go away, it gets worse. And that's what we're doing. I said in June, if you don't have a new reform plan passed by your community by April 1, you won't get funding in the state budget. I've said this 11 times. The plan is whatever your community wants. Nobody's saying, we're telling you what's in the plan. Oh, state government is telling us how to police. No, we're not telling you how to police. We're saying, I'm saying, figure out how you're going to police. What is your plan? And get it passed by your local legislative body. but get it by April 1. So I told you in June. That was June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. Some communities are doing a great job. I mean, a really great job. And they've been creative, and I talked about them in the State of the State, and they're using it for the opportunity it is. Every system has to reform. Every system has to reform periodically. Education has to reform. Everything we do has to reform. The environment has to reform. Criminal justice system has to reform. And the police department has to reform. How you policed 20 years ago is not how you police today. We're smarter, we're more savvy, we have more technology. There are 70 days left to April 1. Don't think the problem is going to go away. Your community has to be safe. And 70 days for those communities who haven't made progress is a blink of an eye. So this is just a reminder. As I announced on the State of the State, New York is operating on multiple levels right now. Track 1, defeat COVID. Vaccination, stop the spread, manage the hospitals, win the COVID war, stop the strains, win the COVID war. Job 1. At the same time, we are anticipating the post-war reconstruction. And we're actually energized by it. There's going to be a transformation moment, and places are going to rebuild all around the world, and we think we can be the first and the best in the rebuilding. And that's why build, baby, build. I love that expression. And you know who's going to be the first to build? The first one with shovel-ready projects who can actually deliver. When President Biden passes an infrastructure bill, which he will, he's been dedicated to it all his life. He's going to look for projects that are ready to go. I know that. He said it. I've been in the federal government. Nobody wants to fund a project that's going to take 3 years to break ground. That doesn't stimulate the economy. New York is going to be ready to go. That's why we're queuing up all these projects, ready to go, ready to go. As soon as that federal bill is passed, we are ready to go. And we're going to be starting on our own, not even waiting for Washington, because I've been waiting a long time. So, simultaneously, all of this is happening. Win the war, post-war reconstruction. Do both at once. It's hard. It's not hard. We're New York tough. We're smart. We're united. We're disciplined. And we're loving. Questions, operator?
Thank you, Governor. If you'd like to ask a question, please use the raise hand function at the bottom of your window. We'll take a moment to compile the Q&A roster. Governor, your first question comes from Peter Haskell at CBS 880. Peter, please unmute your microphone.
Hey, Governor, you've been critical of CDC guidance saying 65 plus, but it's just guidance. Some states, including Connecticut, are holding the line at 75 plus. Why did you decide to go to 65 plus, and did that add to the chaos?
I think there would have been more chaos, Peter, if we didn't allow the 65 plus in when the federal government said they were eligible. You know, a lot of people think what the federal government says has wisdom behind it. And when the federal government said 65 plus, the entire community of 65 plus said, great, I'm now eligible. It's a tough balance. All of this is a tough balance. But I did not want to frighten the 65-year-olds by saying, even though you are eligible by the federal government, we're not going to make you eligible here in New York. I think that would have increased the panic and the anxiety and the tension. So I said very clearly, we're going to open it up to 65, but, and I said this, Peter, explicitly, we're going to open it up to 65, but I want you to understand what that means. It means there are now 7 million people that are eligible for 250,000 vaccines a week. At that time, it was 300,000 vaccines a week. I said, Peter, I'm passing Matilda's rule. Matilda's rule, it's named for my mother. She's 65 plus. That was close. She's 65 plus. Yes, you're eligible, but it's going to take weeks to get there. So good news is you're eligible. Nobody's saying you're not eligible. Bad news is, Matilda's rule, it's going to take weeks. I think at that time at 300,000, it was like 14 weeks of what said that at the same time. So yes, 65, we're not arbitrarily discriminating against you. It's not that we don't like 65-year-old people, but we're going to follow the federal guidance, not to create anxiety, but you need to understand what that means, and that's Matilda's rule. And I said that from day one. My mother's still unhappy with me, but I told them the facts, nice and clear on day one. Next question.
Your next question comes from Miles Miller from WNBC TV. Miles, please unmute your microphone.
Hello, Miles.
Miles, please unmute your microphone.
Miles does not want to unmute his microphone.
All right, we're going to move on. Your next question comes from Gwen Hogan from WNYC. Gwen, your line is open. Please unmute your microphone.
Hey there, Governor. Can you hear me? Thanks for taking my question.
Yes, Gwen. Just hold on one second, Gwen, because I had another thought for Peter Haskell, my friend. Also, remember, Peter, when they said they were opening it up to 65 plus, they also said they were going to increase supply and production, right? That's when they said they were going to free up their reserves because they had more reserves and they were going to increase production. That never happened either, which made it worse. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hi there. Yeah, this question is for Gareth Rhodes. I'm wondering what you can tell us today about the demographic breakdown of vaccine distribution, at least for the state-run sites, which I know is data that the state has. Earlier this week, the governor said he couldn't give information from the counties. 17 states already provide this information. And secondly, I just wanted to ask about the state of COVID outbreaks in the state's prisons. There are outbreaks in about a half of them. No timeline for when inmates will start to receive vaccines, at least the most vulnerable of them. New York City has already started to vaccinate the most vulnerable inmates, so I'm wondering when the state will start that process.
Sure. So on the first question, we have over 1,200 providers who are receiving the vaccine right now and distributing it. There's a lot of data coming into the system. We are compiling it. We are analyzing it, making sure it's accurate. Once there's accurate data that we feel comfortable with, we can release it. But the key here is you can only put out data that you feel comfortable with. There's a lot of providers still getting used to the input into this system. So we'll continue to do that. And once it's ready, it will be released.
And then on the, I can take that one. So obviously, this is something that we've been talking about standing up and operationalizing. Just so everyone's aware, in the 75 plus category, there's about 250 prisoners who are 75 plus across the entire system. When it goes down to 65 plus, it's roughly 1,100. And so that's the population, and we're trying to figure out the best.
All right, folks, we are taking another commercial break right here on News Now from Fox. For some of you, it'll just be a quick 2 minutes. We continue to wait here for the White House news briefing to start up.
Question, operator.
Next up, we have Stacy Sherman from Bloomberg News. Stacy, please unmute your microphone.
Hi, Governor.
Hiya, Stacy.
Good.
You're confident that the Biden administration will be able to increase supply. How do you recommend they do that? What would you advise him? What do you think is the quickest way for him to get you more supply? And then one more question is that UK is reporting that its variant of the virus may be linked to higher death rates. Based on what you know and what you've seen, is that surprising to you?
Short answer on the second part is yes. I've heard the exact opposite. I'll ask Dr. Zucker to comment because that would be frightening news because we know it's more transmittable. We were told repeatedly it's not more lethal. What was the first part of the question again? Do you remember the first part of the question? Well, why don't you talk about the
confidence in the ability to stand up additional vaccines from the federal government.
We know, well, the Biden administration has said, when they say 100 million in 100 days, that is 1 million per day. That's roughly 400,000 to the state of New York. That is more than we are now receiving because we're only receiving 250,000. So just the 100 million over 100 days, that's more than we're now getting. Point one. Point two, increasing the Pfizer production, increasing the Moderna production, accelerating the Johnson approval, using the Defense Production Act, those are all ways where you can increase production beyond that. And if any administration is capable of doing that, I believe it's the Biden administration, especially compared to the Trump administration, which, getting back to Peter Haskell's point, remember, they said they were going to increase supply. They said they had a physical reserve and they were going to send the second doses immediately. That was all untrue. So we then planned, and the public heard, 65 plus, and there are more doses. And that never happened. So the worst case scenario, and that's what I'm trying to do here, at least be honest and be straightforward and tell people the truth. And don't create false expectations. Anybody can get it 65 plus, and we're going to increase supply because we're going to send the second dosages now. That was just not true. It was just not true. Dr. Zucker, did you hear anything about this UK variant?
So this is information which I heard a little bit about this just this morning, but the UK science advisor said that the issue of lethality is not yet strong. And so I have been in touch with them over the course of last week, and we'll speak with them again. You have to also look at this from two perspectives. That's one issue, lethality, but also the fact that it's more transmissible means that there are going to be more cases. If there are more cases, there's more hospitalizations. After more hospitalizations, obviously there's a risk of more deaths. So, so I haven't heard the details of what you're specifically reporting or hearing, but I do know that the UK science advisor said that it's not the lethality is not yet, evidence for that is not that strong.
Have any of our UK cases passed away?
No, we have 25 cases and none.
Nobody's passed away. Well, that's good news. Okay, next question, operator. Let's take two more.
All right. Your next question comes from Dan Clark at PBS. Dan, your line is open. Please unmute your microphone.
Hey, Governor, how we doing?
How we doing, Dan?
Very good, thank you. I'm wondering, in the spring, you were very critical of President Trump for not issuing a national mask mandate, and President Biden has only been in office for a few days. You're a close ally of him. Are you disappointed that he hasn't issued a national mask mandate like how you wanted the former president to do?
Well, look, New York was the first state to pass a mask mandate in the United States of America, and I'm proud of it. I think New Yorkers in many ways were more informed about COVID. We had a different experience about COVID, and I think New Yorkers got it, and I was willing to propose it and push it, and New Yorkers did it. You know, the New Yorkers did it. Mask compliance is like 98% in public spaces, and that's because of New Yorkers. Now, is the country in a different place? Look, you have some states that still are in various stages of denial. I think what President Biden did was a step in the right direction, and is going to make a significant difference. My position, as I did in New York, is I would mandate masks all across the board. But what President Biden did is actually much, much better than what had been done before. We had a president who was saying, basically, don't wear a mask, even though his advisors were saying, wear a mask. And it was total anarchy. So President Biden himself wears a mask. His staff wears a mask. He has a mask mandate. Obviously, our mandate is broader, and I support our mandate, but I understand his. Operator?
Your next question comes from Bernadette Hogan at the New York Post. Bernadette, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, Governor. How are you?
Bernadette?
Okay, so two questions. One, you were just talking about President Biden and the mask mandate, but wanted to get your thoughts on the other day, he was at the Lincoln Memorial and he was not wearing a mask. And this was hours after signing the executive order mandating the use of masks on federal property. And so wondering what you think of that. His top spokeswoman defended this and said, you know, he has bigger things to worry about. So should the president be setting a good example and be wearing masks regardless of, bigger things to deal with? And then number two, with the vaccines, right now, is the state allowed to use second dose allocations for first doses, or how does that work? And how does the Defense Production Act change our vaccination program, and what do you hope that it smooths out going forward?
What is it burned out? So what was the last four words?
And now we go out to the White House briefing just underway.
We're joined by National Economic Council Director Brian Deese, who will highlight some key aspects of the executive orders the president is issuing today related to the economy and underline their impact on American families and workers. Brian is kind enough to take a few questions. I didn't have to twist his arm too much, but he does have to go to a briefing with the president, so I'll be the bad cop and come up when he has to cut it off. Go ahead, Brian.
Thanks, Jen. So I wanted to just take a couple of minutes to talk to you about the executive actions that the president will take today. But just start with a little bit of context. Our economy is at a very precarious moment. We are 10 million jobs short still of where the economy was when this pandemic started. Last month, the economy lost jobs for the first time since last spring. Retail sales fell last month, and just yesterday we saw another 900,000 Americans file for unemployment insurance. That's a weekly rate that is higher than any week during the Great Recession. It's a moment that requires decisive action to beat this pandemic and support the economic recovery that American families need. That's why a week ago, President Biden laid out a comprehensive American Rescue Plan, a plan that is focused on changing the course of the pandemic, getting students back in school, and giving families and businesses a bridge to the economic recovery, while also addressing the stark inequities in our economy that this crisis has exposed. We have been engaging closely with members of Congress, with governors, mayors, business and labor organizations in the weeks since, and will continue to do so, and hope that Congress will move quickly to consider this important proposal. without delay. At the same time, the American people are hurting and they can't afford to wait. They need help right now. And that's the motivation behind the actions that the president will take today. I want to be very clear. These actions are not a substitute for comprehensive legislative relief, but they will provide a critical lifeline to millions of families. So just to get into the specifics, the president will sign 2 executive orders today. The first directs agencies to consider a number of actions that will provide emergency relief for working families affected by the COVID-19 crisis within existing authorities and helping to correct some of the errors or omissions of the prior administration in providing families with relief. I just want to touch on a couple elements that are in that executive order to give you a sense of what we're talking about. On the issue of food insecurity, which is a growing crisis in America of hunger, nearly 30 million Americans last week said that they didn't have enough food to put on the table. So the president will ask the Department of Agriculture to consider taking immediate steps to provide nutrition assistance to hard-hit families. First, by increasing pandemic EBT benefits by about 15%. This is the program that is aimed at supporting families who traditionally rely on the school lunch program to provide meals to millions of kids through their schools. So in the pandemic EBT program provides direct assistance to families to cover those costs. But the way it is being implemented today doesn't get to the full costs necessary. So with these changes, an eligible family with 3 children would get about an additional $100 over 2 months to help pay for food. Second, increasing the SNAP benefits, emergency SNAP benefits for as many as 12 million low-income Americans. This is the core program targeted at preventing hunger in America. And these changes, again, for a family of 4 would mean about a 15 to 20% benefit increase. And third, revising the Thrifty Food Plan, which is really the basis for determining the SNAP benefits, is out of date and needs to be updated to better reflect the cost of a healthy diet. Another element of this executive order is to promote worker safety. And here, President Biden will ask the Department of Labor to consider clarifying that workers have a federally guaranteed right to refuse employment that would jeopardize their health. And if they do so, they will still qualify for unemployment insurance. This is a common sense step to make sure that workers have a right to safe work environments and that we don't put workers in the middle of a pandemic in a position where they have to choose between their own livelihoods and the health of they and their families. The second executive order that the president will sign is focused on the jobs of federal workers and on federal contractors. He will direct his administration to initiate a process starting today that would allow him within 100 days to issue an executive order requiring federal contractors to pay at least a $15 minimum wage and provide emergency paid leave to workers. This was something that the president talked about on the campaign, that when we're using taxpayer dollars, federal contractors should provide the benefits and pay that workers deserve. The order will also protect and empower federal employees who've dedicated their careers to serving the American people, many in very difficult circumstances during this pandemic. And the steps will include restoring collective bargaining power and worker protections for federal workers, eliminating Schedule F, so-called Schedule F, which is threatened the protections of career employees and also provided a potential pathway to burrow political appointees into civil service. And also promoting a $15 minimum wage by directing the OPM, the Office of Public Management, to develop recommendations to pay more federal workers at least $15 an hour. Finally, just one final note, in addition to the executive orders that we'll be issuing today, we will be focusing on another key priority of the president and the vice president, which is equitable relief to small businesses. In previous rounds of relief, too much of the support that has been dedicated to small businesses has left out the smallest businesses, mom and pop businesses that don't have existing connections with a financial institution. And in particular, Black, Latino, Asian, and Native American-owned businesses were shut out completely. And a lot of that is because the outreach and communication from the federal government was either unclear or just non-existent. And so too many of those companies have been denied relief, and many of them have had to shut their doors for good. The president is completely focused on changing that, and he has directed us to take immediate steps to make sure that we're listening to these communities, we're taking their advice on how to improve the distribution of relief. So just this morning, I met along with representatives of the Small Business Administration with dozens of groups representing Black and brown-owned businesses and other underserved communities, as well as lenders, to hear their ideas on how we can improve communications and act on them. We discussed the president's idea of having navigators who are dedicated to helping small business owners find the right relief programs, fill out paperwork, get the money into their bank accounts, the kind of support that many of these businesses don't have because of embedded relationships that more well-connected businesses do. There are some groups out there in the country who are doing this really successfully. We're determined to learn from them and to scale those efforts nationwide. And in this vein, I look forward, I will be joining the Vice President Harris later today. She will be meeting with small business owners to discuss both the American Rescue Plan and the need for more effective small business relief delivered without delay. So that is today. That is our focus through a set of executive orders. And I'm happy to take a couple of questions, of which you all have many. Sure, okay. Sure. This is the good cop, bad cop thing.
Kristen, go ahead. Thanks, Jen. Hi, Brian.
Hi.
Good to see you. Thank you for taking questions today. I want to ask you about the call on Sunday with a bipartisan group of lawmakers. What can you tell us about the call? Will President Biden be on the call? And what is your message to moderate Republicans like Mitt Romney, who say the economy can't have another stimulus after you just passed a $900 billion relief package last month?
Yeah, thanks, Kristen. So the president has made clear to his team that we should be reaching out to members of Congress from both parties to make the case for the rescue plan and to engage with them, understand their concerns. So that's what we're doing, both myself and senior members of the team. We have been doing that over the course of time. We'll continue to do that, including the call on Sunday that I'll be doing with a group of senators, and we'll continue that engagement going forward. In terms of the message, it's pretty clear. We're at a precarious moment for the virus and the economy. Without decisive action, we risk falling into a very serious economic hole, more serious than the crisis we find ourselves in. And economists across the board, including today, President Trump's former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, arguing strenuously that now is the time for that type of decisive action for the economy, and that we can't wait to provide the resources to make sure that we can open schools, we can get vaccine shots in people's arms, and we can provide that bridging relief to families and small businesses. There's a lot of support. I met with a group of mayors yesterday, bipartisan group of mayors from across the country. You hear from mayors, you hear from governors just crying out that in order to take on these crises, the public health and the pandemic and the economic crisis at the same time, now is the moment for that kind of decisive action. That's the case we'll be making.
And just to be clear, Brian, will President Biden be on the call? And if not, why not, if this is so urgent?
So, like I said, we're doing all outreach. The president has directed the team to do outreach to members of Congress, to business and labor organizations, to mayors and governors, and we're in the process of doing that. I'll be having that conversation on Sunday. You can expect that other members of the administration will be engaging with members of Congress across time as well.
And just very quickly, Brian, if I could, what would a February impeachment trial, how would a February impeachment trial impact getting the COVID relief package passed?
Look, I think that we are facing right now a period of multiple crises. And what we're going to need is to be able to act on multiple fronts. And so that's certainly, we understand, and as Jen has spoken to, we understand that the Senate has a constitutional obligation in this context. But we also have these pressing economic and pandemic priorities as well. So that's why we're engaging. That's why we're focused on making the case, and certainly with the expectation that Congress will heed that call and move forward.
I promise to do a whole briefing after this, so just we'll do econ questions for Brian. Go ahead, Mary.
Thank you very much. If you are able to pass this nearly $2 trillion plan, do you envision this being the last round of stimulus, or do you think you may need to do more?
What I can tell you is if we don't act now, we will be in a much worse place, and we will find ourselves needing to do much more to dig out of a much deeper hole. So what I can tell you is the single most important thing economically right now is to take decisive action along the lines of what we've laid out in this rescue plan. And you hear, again, from economists across the board, whether it's the Federal Reserve, the International Monetary Fund, and economic experts across the political spectrum as well. When you're at a moment that is as precarious as the one we find ourselves in, the risk of doing too little, the risk of undershooting far outweighs the risk of doing too much. And that's the economic logic, the economic case behind this package. I think you've also heard the president clearly explain that his economic approach is one where rescue and recovery need to come together. And he'll be speaking more about his recovery plans in the coming weeks that are about building back better, an urgent priority to start creating the kinds of good jobs that we know we're going to need coming out of this crisis.
And after the recession, it took nearly a decade to get the country back to full employment under the Obama administration. If you're able to pass this rescue package, how long do you think it will take for every American who wants a job to be able to have one?
Well, I would just point to, just one example of an independent analysis that was done of the American Rescue Plan by Moody's. And what they said, what they found was that if we passed the American Rescue Plan now, we could see 7.5 million jobs created just this year. And we could see a return to full employment a full year ahead of what is projected if we don't. So those are the stakes involved. And without this kind of decisive action, we're going to have a much deeper economic hole. And that's why we are so focused on making the case for decisive action now.
Thanks, Jen and Brian. I wanted to follow on Walker's question a little bit. The president's talked about seeking unity on this bill, but also being clear-eyed when there's policy differences. So I'm wondering if after this call, which is with sort of the bipartisan coalition that you'd need to get this bill passed, if you expect to know whether the White House will pursue legislation, bipartisan legislation, or sort of head towards legislation through reconciliation. And I'm also wondering if you could talk about what sort of red lines will be, the point at which you say, okay, if you're not willing to negotiate about this in the bill, we're going to just start working with Democrats as Speaker Pelosi and others have encouraged you to do.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'd say two things to that. The first is, if you look at the elements of the American Rescue Plan, it was designed with a bottom-up focus.
Let's take a quick 2-minute break right here for you on News Now from Fox.
Have a national vaccination distribution plan to underwrite the strategy that you heard Dr. Fauci and the president talk about yesterday, and what's the need to support families and businesses during this transition. And the second thing is that as a result of that, I think we're seeing a lot of support. As I said, bipartisan mayors, bipartisan governors, business organizations, Chamber of Commerce, Business Roundtable, economists across the board saying this is an appropriate response to an unprecedented economic circumstance. So that's the approach that we are taking, and that's the perspective that we are bringing here. And I think that we are heartened to see that kind of support. And that's the conversation that we're going to have with members of Congress, be they Republicans or Democrats, including, looking at where we are, where we've come over the last year and the lessons we've learned, that without decisive action, we know the consequences. And so now is a moment not to undershoot or to wait and see. Now is a moment to act.
Right. I guess my question is, I think a lesson that a lot of President Obama and others have talked about from the ACA fight was continuing to court Republican support beyond a point of it being productive. And so I'm wondering for you guys, what is the decision point going to be where you might have Republican mayors, but it doesn't look like you have Republican senators right now. At what point do you say this is no longer worth kind of pushing forward?
We're making the case. We are engaging. We're having conversations. We're listening. And we are also focused on the urgency and the need to act. And so, what I can tell you is that's where the president's focus is. That's where the vice president's focus is. That'll continue to be our focus. Is we want to engage and we want to act, and that's going to be what guides us here.
It's going to be the last one, but Brian will come back.
Thank you for doing this, Brian. Back to the point of the objections of some of these Republican senators who have already spoken out. They say they just passed $900 million or so at the end of the year. Most of it isn't even out yet. How do you know, if that money hasn't gotten into the system yet, that you even need to release more at this point? Why move ahead with $1 trillion plan if the $900 million that's already been approved hasn't even gotten out there?
Sure. Well, first of all, we waited for 6 months or more before Congress acted. And so really a lot of what that $900 billion was doing was filling a hole in the second half of 2020 that desperately needed to be filled. And so this is not an issue of Congress acting too much. It's an issue of not acting enough. And the second is, if you look at the components of the $900 billion, again, we could go line by line. But these are resources that are either already out the door or are addressing economic challenges or public health challenges that were in the rearview mirror. So as we find ourselves today, looking forward, we need a very decisive set of actions if we are actually going to get schools open, if we're actually going to get a vaccination program up and running. And I think that the case that we will make is that today we're not where we need to be. And if we go line by line in the American Rescue Plan, these provisions have been designed based on an assessment of need. And we think they're going to absolutely be necessary. So, I think that looking forward, we're quite confident that this is the prudent assessment of needs.
And I want to clarify two quick things. How many federal employees or federal contractors are making minimum wage right now? Do you guys know?
So I don't have an estimate of that right now.
And then last night you said that there are roughly 8 million people who haven't received their stimulus checks.
Yes.
How do you find them?
So it's a great question. This is principally an issue associated with people who are non-filers, so they're not filing income taxes, in most cases because they don't make enough money to need to file federal income taxes. And so as a result, the way that the IRS and the Treasury Department in the previous administration has focused on getting those checks out has been to work through the tax system. But those are people who are legally entitled to those checks. So we have a number of strategies that we're going to pursue. And that today we'll start with the president's executive order to direct the Department of Treasury to consider a whole range of efforts, including creating an online portal that would allow people to easily identify if they're eligible, to work through counterpart organizations to actually affirmatively do outreach to communities where we know there are significant numbers of these families and these individuals, to let people know that they may be available. Some of this is education outreach as well. And I would just, it's a little connected to what I was saying about small business as well. What the president is directing all of us to do is to really focus on the affirmative steps that we can take, and an affirmative strategy to say it's not enough to just say, well, if folks don't know or if they don't have a network, then they're left out in the cold. We're gonna work both directly in what the federal government can do and with partner organizations to try to make sure that every American who's entitled to a benefit is actually receiving it.
But if there's someone out there right now who hears you saying this and realizes I'm eligible and I haven't gotten it, right now today, is there a way for them to raise their hand and say, send me my check?
Well, starting today, we're going to start a process to make that a lot easier for families, including being able to go online and do that. But that's work that's going to start today.
I totally skipped the AP, so would you mind taking one more?
I just want
Didn't mean to.
Thank you. I just had one small question on the mechanics of the EO targeting the food insecure. Does the USDA have the money to distribute these plus-ups that you're talking about? Yeah. Or is there going to need to be an appropriations from Congress?
So these are mandatory appropriated programs, so there's no need for additional congressional action. It's a change in regulation on the eligibility for benefits. So these are changes that can be made under existing statute and under existing budgetary authority without any additional action from Congress.
The money's there, though, to...
Yeah, it's a mandatory program, so it operates based on the benefits are paid out based on who is eligible.
Great. Thank you, Brian. I'll be back.
Great. Thank you all.
Let's take a quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox.
I have a couple of things just at the top, some things you've been asking about, so hopefully they address some of the questions you may have. First, we applaud the Senate's strong bipartisan confirmation of Lloyd Austin, who has been breaking barriers all of his life as the first Black Secretary of Defense in our nation's history. Secretary Austin's confirmation is a major benefit to our national security, and he's going to hit the ground running, leading the Pentagon. He will be sworn in today, but he will be sworn in more officially by the not more officially, I should say, but he will be sworn in more ceremoniously on Monday by the Vice President. Similarly, the President is very happy to see that Janet Yellen, the first woman who would ever lead the U.S. Treasury Department, was unanimously voted out of committee this morning. This should only be the beginning. We're facing unprecedented challenges and threats to our national security during these emergencies, and our country urgently needs our Secretary of Homeland Security in place. Alejandro Mayorkas is one of the most knowledgeable Homeland Security experts in the country. He's earned bipartisan praise, and he's been previously confirmed by the Senate 3 times. This is a confirmation that we are going to continue to press on in all of our engagements and conversations with the Senate. I also have some news to share on the President's response to domestic violent extremism. The January 6th assault on the Capitol and the tragic deaths and destruction that occurred underscored what we have long known. The rise of domestic violent extremism is a serious and growing national security threat. The Biden administration will confront this threat with the necessary resources and resolve. We are committed to developing policies and strategies based on facts, on objective and rigorous analysis, and on our respect for constitutionally protected free speech and political activities. Our initial work on DVE will broadly fall into 3 areas. The first is a tasking from President Biden sent to the ODNI today, requesting a comprehensive threat assessment coordinated with the FBI and DHS on domestic violent extremism. This assessment will draw on the analysis from across the government and, as appropriate, non-governmental organizations. The key point here is that we want fact-based analysis upon which we can shape policy. So this is really the first step in the process, and we will rely on our appropriate law enforcement and intelligence officials to provide that analysis. The second will be the building of an NSC capability to focus on countering domestic violent extremism. As a part of this, the NSC will undertake a policy review effort to determine how the government can share information better about this threat, support efforts to prevent radicalization, disrupt violent and extremist networks, and more. There's important work already underway across the interagency in countering DVE, and we need to understand better its current extent and where there may be gaps to address so we can determine the best path forward. The third will be coordinating relevant parts of the federal government to enhance and accelerate efforts to address DVE. This considered, NSC-convened process will focus on addressing evolving threats, radicalization, the role of social media, opportunities to improve information sharing, operational responses, and more. Just a couple more items. As you all know, right now, the president and vice president are having lunch. This is something they look forward to doing every week. They'll be discussing their agenda, particularly getting relief to working families and containing the COVID crisis. And I'm sure they'll talk about the last 48 hours as well. Later today, the president will speak with Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau. We confirmed that earlier this week. He'll also speak with President of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. We'll have readouts of both of those calls when they happen. Yesterday evening, the First Lady held a virtual event to honor and show gratitude for the hard work of educators across the country, especially during this difficult time of COVID-19. She was accompanied by the presidents of both the American Federation of Teachers and National Education Association. Over 11,000 educators attended the virtual meeting. Today, she will tour the Whitman Walker Clinic in Washington, D.C. to highlight and promote support services for cancer patients and caregivers. And while I know that was in our guidance, we want to use this platform here to also share with you information about both the Vice President and the First Lady moving forward. One more item as well. Earlier this morning, or late this morning, I should say, the President called General Daniel Hokanson, who is the head of the National Guard, to thank him for not just his work of the last few weeks, but the work of the National Guard over the last several years. He talked about his own personal commitment and connection to the National Guard, given his son had served previously. And he offered assistance, any assistance needed of both the government, but also on a personal level, and asked him to reach out if there was anything that he ever needed. I will stop there. Just a few updates. So, Amar, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. I know this has been asked of you several times, but now that there is a impeachment trial imminent, does President Biden have a opinion on whether former President Trump should be convicted? And then secondly, with how this is going, you're now getting a little bit of momentum on confirmations. You have all that you need to get going on coronavirus, on the economy, and so forth. Is this just going to slow everything down? And does it also take away from the ability to unify?
Well, first, remarkably, at this moment in history, we have some recent precedent of the Senate conducting an impeachment trial while also doing the business of the American people. And when the trial was being conducted last January, there were also hearings that were happening nearly on a daily basis, and we expect that type of work to continue. I'll also note, purely on an operational level, the House can also proceed and continue to do the work on the American Rescue Plan, move that forward, and we certainly expect and hope that they will do that. But what the president's view is, what cannot be delayed through this process is his proposal to get relief to the American people at this time of crisis. So he's confident, he remains confident after serving decades in the Senate, that the Senate, members of both parties can walk and chew gum at the same time and can move forward with the business of the American people.
Does he believe that former President Trump should be convicted?
Well, he's no longer in the Senate, and he believes that it's up to the Senate and Congress to determine how they will hold the former president accountable and what the mechanics and timeline of that process will be.
Just on DVE, if you don't mind, are the tools and methods available to federal law enforcement? Are they what we need right now? Are we still stuck in sort of a post 9/11 mindset? And does there need to be really broad, radical rethinking about how we sort of approach things in the federal law enforcement?
Well, the reason that the president wanted to do this review and the national security team wanted to do this review is because it's a priority to ensure we are assessing what is happening in government and how we can do it better. So clearly more needs to be done. That's why the president is tasking the national security team to do exactly this review on his his second full day in office. So it's sending an indication of that. Let me just give you just a little bit more information. Homeland Security Advisor Dr. Liz Sherwood-Randall has asked Joshua Geltzer to pioneer a scoping effort in the first 100 days in coordination with the Senior Director for Counterterrorism, Claire Linkins. Geltzer previously served as the Senior Director for Counterterrorism on the National Security Council from 2015 through 2017. And Deputy Homeland Security Advisor Russ Travers will also bring his extensive experience. So those are some of the people who will be involved in overseeing this review and an assessment of what the steps are going to be following. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thanks, Jen. One on impeachment, and then if I could, on COVID. On impeachment, did House Speaker Nancy Pelosi consult with President Biden before sending the article of impeachment over to the Senate?
I don't have any calls between them to read out for you, Kristen. Obviously, they're in regular touch. I can say, from a previous question you asked Brian, that he's been in touch with members of both parties about his agenda even since he was inaugurated. So obviously a range of topics come up in those discussions, but I don't have anything more to read out for you.
On the timing, Leader McConnell has said that he's going to push for a February timeline. I know that you don't want to comment specifically on the timeline of this, but how would a February trial impact the effort to get COVID relief passed?
Well, the president's expectation, he believes in the Senate and their ability to multitask and get the work and business of the American people done at the same time while they're proceeding with an impeachment trial on whatever timeline it begins and ends on, Kristen. So he's come.
Is mid-February fast enough?
He's going to leave the timeline up to them. But what is important, and again, there's precedent for this, is that they are continuing to move forward with getting the relief to the American people, because that certainly can't wait and be delayed until March, April, or May. We can't afford that.
If I could follow up with you on what you said about COVID yesterday. You said your goal is 1 million shots per day, which would double, you said, what the Trump administration was doing. According to the CDC, we have reached 1 million shots a day last week. So given the urgent need for vaccinations, why not aim higher?
Well, first of all, we're not packing up our bags and leaving at 100 days. We felt it was important, and we set that goal before any American had received a single shot. So the incoming Biden administration felt it was important to set what was described as a bold and ambitious goal at the time, and many doubted we could even get there. So we want to set our own markers and markers for the American public so that they know we're meeting our goal. If we surpass that, that's great. We're going to continue working after day 100 as well. But there are a number of factors here Dr. Fauci also talked about. It's not just having the access to the vaccine, right? It is about addressing vaccine hesitancy. It's about ensuring we have the materials needed. It's about, and you all have done reporting, of course, on different issues going on in states from New York and others where there are concerns about supply, where there's confusion about the process, and we need to address that. So there are a number of operational challenges that are happening at the same time. Okay, let's go, Ed.
Yeah, following up on the vaccine, stakeholders we've talked to, state leaders, medical experts, have said one of the questions that they're trying to figure out is how much vaccine is actually in the national stockpile right now. Do you have any sense of that yet?
Our team, as you know, has been on the ground for about 48 hours, but certainly what they want to determine is not just the operational issues I referenced, but also what we're looking at in terms of supply. We are, as you may know, we are going to be starting briefings next week, I should say, a couple times a week with some of our health experts. So I expect they'll be able to provide some update of what they've reviewed and what they have access to at that point in time.
Two other quick ones on the previous occupant. House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff is calling on President Biden not to extend the courtesy to President Trump of getting access to intelligence briefings. Has a decision been made on that?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'll follow up with our national security team and see. We would certainly leave the decision to them, to the intelligence community.
Clear up the confusion here about who exactly dismissed the chief White House usher.
Well, it happened.
Was it the Biden administration or was it the previous occupant?
It is a very important question. I'm so happy you asked it. It happened before we walked in the door, Ed, so I don't have any more information than what we've provided. Go ahead.
Not to belabor this point, but you've said that Congress can walk and chew gum at the same time, which is true. But there are also so many hours in the day. Has the president expressed any concern that a Senate trial will slow down additional confirmations or movement on a COVID relief bill?
Only that it cannot. There are only so many hours in the day, you're right. But again, if there's a Senate trial happening in the Senate, of course it would happen in the Senate, the House can move forward on a package. And certainly there is the capacity and ability to have discussions, have hearings, take steps to move forward on the president's COVID relief package. And we don't think it can be delayed or it can wait. So they're going to have to find a path forward. He's confident they can do that.
And President Biden has made pretty clear that he believes former President Trump is unfit to serve. Does he think he should be barred from holding federal office going forward?
Well, we'll leave it to Congress. He ran against him because he thought he was unfit to serve, and he's no longer here because President Biden beat him. But we'll leave the steps, the accountability steps to Congress to determine.
Just two quick COVID questions. Any update as to whether the president may sit down with congressional leaders to discuss and try and hammer out this package?
Sure. Well, I will say without giving you specifics necessarily, but which I know you're looking for, so I shouldn't have just walked myself into that rabbit hole. But right. But the president has already done a number of calls with Democrats and Republicans. That will continue. He's very eager to be closely involved, roll up his sleeves and be making calls himself. I don't soon, but I don't have an update on any meeting. I will, though, just add, just for context, I know the reporting, thanks to your reporting, I suppose, about the meeting this weekend kind of got out there, and obviously Brian confirmed it. There are a lot of meetings happening at one time with a lot of different officials, so I wouldn't see that as like this is the negotiating tool. That is one of many engagements and one of many discussions that the president, the vice president, senior members of the White House team are having and are ongoing.
And as outlined right now, is he confident that you have enough Democrats on board with this plan to pass this?
Well, he announced the plan about a week ago, right? His view is that this is how democracy should work, which is the president of the United States announces what his vision is and what his proposed plan is to address the crises the American people are facing. Then there are ongoing discussions with Congress. They like some pieces, they don't like other pieces. You all have seen Democrats like many pieces, Republicans even like some of the pieces too, and he's had those encouraging conversations. But the final package may not look exactly like the package that he proposed. That's okay. That's how the legislative process should work. Go ahead, Justin.
Thanks, welcome back.
Thank you.
I had a question on COVID, but I wanted to start with just some housekeeping from questions you had earlier in the week that you said you might circle back on.
Okay.
So I was wondering if...
the plane?
Sure, we can start there.
Okay. On the plane, we are certainly aware of the White House military units proposal that has been submitted to them about reconsidering the color scheme of Air Force One. I can confirm for you here, the president has not spent a moment thinking about the color scheme of Air Force One or anything in the House or any article of anything. And no one is going to submit a decision memo to him on that particular topic. But certainly we're aware of the proposal, and as there are any updates, we're happy to provide them to you.
Maybe a little more substantively, I was wondering, you had mentioned syringes yesterday, but not if you were, or not specific companies that might have had DPA contracts either started or come in, and then also DC statehood was an issue that was raised in a previous briefing.
Sure. Well, on the first, I don't have specific companies for you. I can circle back with our COVID team and see if we have more specifics. Obviously, those conversations are happening as we speak. There was a question yesterday about whether the Defense Production Act had been invoked. It has been invoked, so those processes are now rapidly ongoing. The president has supported DC statehood in the past. That certainly remains his position, but I don't have anything for you on the timeline or next steps there. Oh,
just the COVID one quickly. A kind of trademark of the last administration's efforts were that there would be a big announcement like Jared Kushner's testing website, and then no timeline put on it, and it never really materialized. So I was interested when the chief of staff last night said that there would be a central clearinghouse for vaccine information, and I was wondering if you could provide a sort of expectation or a timeline on when Americans could expect that there's a .gov email address or .gov website or a phone number that they could go to find out their specific vaccination information?
Well, I know all members of my family are also asking the same question, as I'm sure yours are. It is something we're eager to do and also provide more information to the American public about when they can call their pharmacy and schedule an appointment, just to make it much easier. The lack of information and the disinformation at times about how people can get the vaccine, when they can get the vaccine, who's eligible, has created a great deal of confusion. As you all know, I don't have anything on the timeline, but I will remind you that the person who saved healthcare.gov and the person who helped him are working on the COVID team. So we're in very good hands, and they're certainly committed to getting more information out in a more accessible way. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Two questions. The first is having to do with the operations of the West Wing. There's some curiosity about this in the early days of the Trump administration, so I'll ask you. Who has Oval Office walk-in privileges in this White House? Do you have Oval Office walk-in privileges as you speak for the president? And how is that access to the president controlled here?
Well, I don't know that I'm going to give you a list of everybody, but I will convey that, since the first conversation I had with then President-elect Biden, he conveyed to me it was important that we have regular conversations and we're able to have a discussion about how he sees things and questions that are coming up to ensure that we are providing you all with information not just about our policies, which is of course pivotal, but his also his thinking on issues. So I talked to him this morning, and certainly I expect and anticipate I'll have regular conversations with him. And there are a number of other people who have those conversations with him on a daily basis as well. That's part of his style, and part of his style of governing is to make sure people who are engaging with the outside world have an understanding of his thinking.
One more question for you. Is Dr. Deborah Birx still a member of this president's COVID response team?
I will have to circle back on that one. That's an excellent question. I don't have any information on it in front of me. Go ahead, in the back.
Thank you, ma'am. I've got a question about the Senate and then also a foreign policy question, if you'll let me.
Great. I love foreign policy questions.
Thank you. Senator McConnell and Senator Schumer have been going back and forth over discussions when it comes to a power sharing situation. Obviously, the sticking point has been the filibuster. Are you concerned that those negotiations could potentially delay the president's legislative agenda, his nominees, and then also, does the president still oppose overturning the legislative filibuster like he did in that interview with the New York Times?
Sure. Well, the president's position hasn't changed, but I will say he's conveyed in conversations with both now Leader Schumer and Senator McConnell that they need to have their conversations, of course, but he is eager to move his rescue plan forward. He is eager to get relief to the American public. He wants to work with both of them to do exactly that, and he wants it to be a bipartisan bill. So that is his objective.
So his position hasn't changed. He opposes overturning the legislative filibuster?
He has spoken to this many times. His position has not changed.
The previous administration, on their way out the door, declared that China's human rights abuses against Uyghur Muslims were, quote, crimes against humanity and, quote, a genocide. Does the president agree with that determination, and will he keep it?
Well, I know that our Secretary of State is just about to get confirmed, or so Senator McConnell tells us, and I'm sure he will be reviewing. I know he will be reviewing a number of the decisions and assessments that have made. Obviously, the president has spoken before to the horrific treatment of Uyghurs, but I don't have anything more for you on it. I can check with our national security team and see if we have a more up-to-date statement. Go ahead.
Hi, just a couple of quick follow-ups. The USDA aid for families that depend on schools to feed their children, that is $100 for 3 children every 2 months. I mean, is that too little, too late? What more are you thinking of doing?
Well, first, I will say that the executive actions, and this is something when we were discussing this with the president earlier today, are just part of his effort to bring relief to the American people. His priority was overturning a number of the detrimental steps that the Trump administration had taken, and to take steps that he can through executive authority, through the review of the legal team, to bring that relief. But he has also proposed this large package, as many of you have pointed out to all of us, to bring additional relief. And he wants to work with Congress to build on the executive actions, to take a bipartisan approach to making sure we are that kids have food to eat, that people who don't have jobs have the relief they need, that we can get the vaccine out, that schools can reopen. Those are all priorities of his, but his big focus is on doing that in a bipartisan way with Congress.
And there was this other detail mentioned about the $15 minimum wage, and I know Brian spoke about federal contractors. But the issue's obviously faced a lot of opposition in Congress over the years. Is President Biden planning to speak to Senator Schumer to bring the bill, the legislation that the House passed on $15 to the Senate? I mean, how does this broadly help workers around the country?
Well, again, this is just one part of his step to provide relief to the American people. There are many federal contractors, of course, serving the government, and he felt it was something that was not just right to do, but something that was necessary to do. But he has proposed a significant relief package, a package that will provide assistance to many, many Americans, and he will continue to advocate for the $15 minimum wage moving forward. There's no question about it. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jen. And I'd like to focus on vaccinations. There's arguably something that the federal government can do in this front. In New York, there is a looming train wreck that's actually happening today. Governor Cuomo and Mayor de Blasio say that they're going to be running out of their batches of first doses of the vaccine today. They don't expect to get more until Tuesday, so there's going to be a 3-day gap. Is the federal government and is President Biden going to do anything to prevent that?
Well, we've asked the CDC to look into exactly this issue and see what can be done. I don't have any update beyond that, but certainly we don't want any states to run out of access to vaccine. We are hopeful that in the weeks ahead, as we get our sea legs here and our team starts to operationalize engagement with governors, engagement with local officials, to provide them a greater understanding of supply, of what we are going to have access to in a time frame that's farther in advance, that we can avoid situations like this in the future. But we've asked the CDC to look into what's happening.
Follow up on that. There's arguably a way that the federal government could just basically flip a switch and help alleviate some of this problem. New York City says it has 65,000 doses that are reserved for a second shot. Is the federal government considering allowing those to be used for the first shot so that there is not this 3-day gap of first shot vaccinations?
Well, as you know, in the past, we have advocated for releasing additional access from the reserves, but we have really deferred to health and medical experts. So that's why we have asked the CDC to look into what the options are.
So you've asked the CDC to look into this, so there's...
Well, to look into, to have the conversation with officials in New York and to look into what is possible. But I don't want to get ahead of them. We want to lean into health and medical experts to make the decisions. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. One of the executive orders that was signed yesterday requires that international travelers quarantine or self-isolate. Is the administration going to do anything to enforce that rule, or is it mostly an honor system? And then on coronavirus, one more. Has the president...
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here for you on News Now from Fox, everyone.
First one I should have information on, but I'll have to follow up with you on both of them. I'm not aware of a discussion about the second piece, so that's an interesting idea, and I will bring it back to people and see if there's more to say.
The immigration bill, has the president got a sense of any feedback on the immigration bill that was sent to the Hill yesterday? And is there an overall timeline for when he'd like to see that moved?
Well, we already have co-sponsors of the immigration bill, as you may have seen, which is obviously a good sign. There are a number of experts, as you know, because I'm guessing you have covered this issue for some time, if you're asking with a level of detail, who have worked on immigration reform, had bipartisan discussions in the past, and we are hopeful that this proposal, that this bill that we sent forward yesterday, will be an opportunity for a reset to really restart those discussions. But we expect that will be the first step here, and that we're hopeful that the components of this proposed bill, which are different from what has been proposed in the past, because it includes smarter security, it includes a path to citizenship, but it also includes funding to address the root cause, will help be the basis of those discussions, and we would like to see them move forward quickly. Okay, why don't you go ahead right here.
You mentioned the issue of vaccine hesitancy. Does the president believe that all Americans should get the vaccine, and then for those who might be reluctant to get it, how do you convince them that it's safe?
Well, he does. The more people who are vaccinated, the safer we are. And that health and medical experts have also conveyed that. That's what I'm quoting. In terms of addressing vaccine hesitancy, it's a big challenge. You heard Dr. Fauci talk about this yesterday, and it will be easier for the first tranche of Americans to convince them to get the vaccine. They're just looking for information on where to go and how to sign up and how to get grandma to come with them. It is really the next layer of people who are concerned, as you alluded to, about the safety and about the efficacy. And unfortunately, there is a larger than should be percentage in minority communities, communities of color. And so we've been quite thoughtful, or we want to be quite thoughtful about how we do outreach and engagement. Obviously, it's making it accessible, so ensuring we have these community centers and health centers that can provide the vaccine, but also who's communicating on behalf of the government or on behalf of the safety of the vaccine. The president certainly will be doing that. The vice president will be doing that. I know a lot of celebrities have offered, that's okay, but what's been interesting in the data, or great, we welcome that, but what's interesting in the data is that local doctors and local officials, people from the community are people who are often most trusted. And so we're really trying to empower and be able to fund local communities to be able to be the spokespeople to build that trust. Go ahead in the back.
Thank you, Jen. You mentioned that the COVID package, the talks may evolve, it may change the package, and there are already some things that you feel like there's bipartisan support for. Is there any consideration that's taken place or that may take place in separating some of these pieces out and passing the things first and foremost that may generate bipartisan support, given the urgency that you've talked about?
Well, I will say, as Brian said, that our objective here, or the way that the package was designed, was to address the core issues of the crisis. So I think the tricky piece of that question is, do you delay vaccine funding to distribute the vaccine? Do you delay funding for unemployment insurance? Do you delay funding to reopen schools? Nobody wants to be having a conversation about why schools aren't reopened in May or June. Democrats, Republicans, no members of Congress. So there are key components in here that that in the package that was designed to address the current crises. So right now we're having a discussion about the big package, but as you noted, there are points of view, no surprise, about many components of it. We certainly understand that, and we welcome the discussion and engagement with members of both parties.
Timeline on the fact-finding period for the domestic violent extremism the letters that you've sent. Is there a period when you're expecting to get maybe some action?
When we're getting the report back. I don't believe we have outlined that yet. We can follow up with you if there's a specific timeline that we're putting out publicly at this point. Go ahead.
Janet Yellen in committee yesterday said that President Biden wouldn't be signing any free trade deals because the focus was on the domestic economy and infrastructure. Where does that leave the potential for a UK-US trade deal, which, is it months away or next year or year after?
Well, I can't give you any timeline. I will say that what is important to the president and also our national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, is that we do, everything we do must help advance working families and the American middle class. And that certainly includes any trade agreements. And that is part of their objective and how they would approach it. But as you noted, at this point in time, we're working to get the pandemic under control, provide economic relief to the American public. We, of course, can do multiple things at the same time, but those are our primary priorities at this point.
Can I ask what happened to the Churchill bust and what should be read about its removal from the Oval Office?
Oh, such an important question. It's the plane of today. I will follow up on that. I don't have, it is something that may certainly be existing in the complex, of course. I'm very familiar with the bust, but we will circle back with you if there's more to update you on that. Go ahead.
Actually, two follow-ups to what they were just asking you. On domestic unrest, first of all, does the president have any comment on the ongoing violence in Oregon and Washington State that we've seen in recent days?
Well, certainly we had our team on the ground, our national security team, even before 12:01, early in the morning on Inauguration Day, because we wanted to be able to monitor events happening across the country and any unrest that was resulting from the last couple of weeks. I haven't spoken with him specifically about those events, but it is something our national security team, Liz Sherwin-Randall, our Homeland Security advisor, is closely monitoring, of course. But if we have an additional update, I'm happy to provide it to you.
Two more. He's speaking with the leaders of Canada and Mexico. Any word on who else is next? And has there been any discussion about when or under what conditions he, the Vice President, the Secretary of State would fly overseas to meet with world leaders?
So despite his desire, my desire, if that matters, to do a foreign trip, I think it will be a bit of time. I don't have an update for you on when that will take place at this point, but I would expect he'll have, of course, additional foreign leader calls next week. As been the case with our national security team, you can anticipate that those will start with our allies and partners, including many of the Europeans, but I don't have a specific day-by-day calendar for you at this point.
This is his first weekend in the White House. Does he still plan to go to Mass every weekend? And has he picked a parish here in the Washington area or a place where he plans to go?
Well, his faith is certainly quite important to him, as you know, from covering him, and I would expect that he attends church, continues to attend church very regularly. He has not selected a church yet, but if and when that happens, we'll certainly keep you updated. Let's see, I haven't taken go ahead, all the way in the back.
So Japan is planning to host the Tokyo Summer Olympic Game in 6 months, but they have not made a final decision if it will go on as planned or be cancelled because of the pandemic. So does the White House expect to be a game on as planned, or is President Biden confident to be a safe Olympic game in Tokyo? And does he feel safe to send Chief USA members to Tokyo in this summer?
Well, as a big Olympics fan, I'm certainly looking forward to it. But I have not talked to the president or our national security team about plans for this summer or the games. So we'll have to take that question too and circle back with you. But did you have another one? Maybe I can get another one.
Yeah. How about the President Biden's Indo-Pacific policy? I'm talking about Japan and North Korea. I understand Mr. Sullivan just talked with his Japanese counterpart. But what is U.S. policy on Japan?
Well, U.S. policy on Japan as it relates to North Korea? Both. Okay. The president's view is, of course, that is without question that North Korea's nuclear, ballistic missile, and other proliferation-related activities constitute a serious threat to the international peace and security of the world and undermine the global non-proliferation regime. And we obviously still have a vital interest in deterring North Korea, as does Japan, of course. We will adopt a new strategy to keep the American people and our allies safe. That approach will begin with a thorough policy review of the state of play in North Korea in close consultation with South Korea, Japan, and other allies on ongoing pressure options and the potential for any future diplomacy. So I will say we will, as we have historically, the United States will work closely with partners in the region to determine a path forward and work together on deterrence.
TPP. Is President Biden considering to rejoin the TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership?
Well, again, I think, President Biden knows TPP wasn't perfect and believes we need to make it stronger and better. But at this point, our focus and his focus as it relates to the economy is on doing everything we can to advance working families in the American middle class. And so that will be his focus in the coming months. Go ahead, Justin.
Just a quick one on Inauguration Day. China sanctioned a number of outgoing Trump administration officials. I know the NSC has put a statement out kind of denouncing that, saying that it was a political act, but there's been a call from some Republicans on Capitol Hill to either retaliate with sanctions against Chinese officials or to expel the ambassador here in Washington. I'm wondering if you're contemplating either of those actions.
For those who didn't have the statement, well, I'll just, because it was, there's been a lot going on this week, I think we can all agree. The Biden-Harris administration has noted China's sanctioning of more than 24 former Trump administration officials, imposing these sanctions on Inauguration Day as they did is seemingly an attempt to play partisan divides. Americans of both parties should criticize this unproductive and cynical move. And President Biden looks forward to working with leaders in both parties to position America to outcompete China. I don't have any additional update, though, on other considerations. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. This morning, the White House put out a statement on the anniversary of Roe v. Wade. As a candidate herself, the vice president proposed an abortion rights law akin to the Voting Rights Act. Is that something that she still supports? Is that something that the president is exploring?
I don't have any update from the vice president's policy. Obviously, her policies are the policies of the Biden-Harris administration, and the statement today speaks to those policies. Oh, we have ventured to get you a week ahead, and I promise that we will do it in the future, but we don't have any really detailed specifics to share with you at this point in time, other than the president will not be leaving the DMV, I can assure you, next week, and he will continue to sign additional executive actions and engage with members of Congress. We will have a more detailed schedule, but we're still ironing out all the specifics. Thank you, everyone. Let's do this again on Monday.
And with that, that closes out the first week there of these White House briefings that'll be on a daily basis, Monday through Friday there. And Jen saying, well, it's going to be quite a bit of time before President Biden goes on his first foreign trip. Also talking about the executive actions that he took yesterday and will continue to take today. We'll bring that to you a little bit later here on News Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break, everyone. We will now go to a Florida update on COVID-19.
Okay, but before we do that, we had the jobs numbers come out this morning. And for the state of Florida, we've added over 20,000 private sector jobs over the last month. And I think that that obviously is something that's positive in of its own right. But I think it's also notable considering that many states, and not all of them have revealed the numbers yet, but they will by Tuesday, many other states have lost jobs. And of course, the U.S. as a whole lost jobs month over month. And so we are not only gaining jobs, but we're doing it against the tide of where other places are shedding jobs. And I think part of that is the fact that Florida is open. Our schools are open. Parents have the ability to send their kid in person. People have a right to work in Florida. Government can't shut you down, and businesses have a right to operate. And I think you're seeing the results of that. But also, if you compare Florida's COVID, particularly over the last 3 or 4 months, but even the whole pandemic, our per capita mortality for COVID is less than the national average. 25 states have higher per capita mortality than the state of Florida, and many of those are lockdown states. The lockdowns don't work. They destroy people's lives. They ruin opportunity. They do not stop or do really anything significant at this point. And I think the jury is in on that. And so, we're going to continue working to get the vaccines to all of our senior citizens. I was able to do an event live TV this morning with a 100-year-old World War II veteran. We think that today will be the millionth senior, because if you look at the way these numbers are reported, there's about a 72-hour lag most of the time. And so we're 800-some thousand that's been reported as of midnight last night. We really believe that in a few more days, as the reports come in, we will actually cross 1,065,000 and up that will have gotten shots in the state of Florida. That is leading the nation by a country mile. And not only is it the most, we have a lot of seniors. So, okay, what about as a percentage? We are getting close to having vaccinated 20% of the 65 and up. I think we hit 18% this morning. So of the 4.5 million seniors, we're closing in on 20%. And here we are in the third week of January. We're in a situation where we did over 400,000 shots last week, Monday through Sunday. This week, we probably aren't going to reach that just simply because we're not getting enough vaccine. We have places that can do more, and we want them to do more. And if we get more than 266,000 doses, we will be able to do a lot more very quickly. But I think that if you look at what the hospitals have done, they've done a great job. If you look at there's over 70 state-supported sites, many times working with county health departments. All 67 counties have at least one place where seniors can be vaccinated. And so we appreciate all our health departments. We appreciate the State Emergency Management and Department of Health for their leadership. And then we now are in almost 250 publics statewide, including 2 in Monroe County. We have Key West and Isla Mirada. We expanded it this week to Palm Beach. That's kind of the biggest enchilada so far, with over 60 stores that are offering that. And 90% of the seniors in Palm Beach live within a mile and a half of those stores. And we have it throughout the state and may expand that as the dosages permit. So we're going to keep putting seniors first. It was the right strategy. Other places are now copying Florida. We're going to keep the pedal to the metal on that. But basically, get us more vaccine. We will use it. We will use it well. And a lot of seniors will be very happy if we're able to do it. Now, today, we're here to announce that we are, through the Department of Economic Opportunities Rebuild Florida program, we're awarding today $100 million in investments in infrastructure and hardening.
Folks, we are going to go right now where the First Lady is talking to troops right now. Let's listen.
Would you like to walk through and hand them out, ma'am?
Actually, could I actually have you face this way, and Lawrence is going to take a group photo and make you there, stand right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Can we do one photo that we can get everybody in so that I can
You want me to bring it in, ma'am?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, they did.
Head, fall out, and close it up. Oh! Bring it in. Bring it in. Okay, first 2 ranks kneel. I'm gonna make you first 2 ranks kneel. Okay, real quick. Might not be the best. Frank, come front of the door. Get some man in front of you. When you look at your sister, National Guard, and it's got my photo.
I can't hear you.
A little bit more. Just right beside me.
I can't see where you're at.
Thank you. All right, so we're ready to get a picture. Yeah, you want to look at Lawrence? Oh, there? I don't want to block you're not. You're good. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Is everybody?
First Lady Jill Biden meeting with National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. right there. And with that, we'll take another quick 2-minute break right here for you on News Now from Fox.
And that represents a 37% drop. In the past week, Oregon is the 3rd lowest state in the nation in new case rates. Thank you, Oregonians. And overall, since the start of the pandemic, Oregon has the 4th lowest case rate among all the states in the United States. In regard to hospitalizations from COVID-19, those are also declining from the peaks that we saw in late December. On January 1st, there were 466 people hospitalized with COVID-19. As of today, there are 317. In testing, we've seen a recent increase in testing. Clinicians administered 129,723 COVID-19 tests the week ending January 16th. And that increase was accompanied by a sharp drop in positive test results, which fell to 5.9%. This decline suggests we may continue to see lower numbers of new cases in the near-term future. However, and this is the part of the report that I hate the most, last week, Oregon recorded the highest number of weekly deaths since the beginning of the pandemic at 195. That grim number broke the previous record, which we recorded just the week before. And today we're reporting 22 more deaths, which means as of today, the toll of COVID-19 associated deaths in Oregon is 1,865. We know that deaths are a lagging indicator and they take a while to show up, but each of these deaths leaves a hole in the lives of friends, families, and neighbors. And we are devastated and so sorry about each and every loss. In terms of vaccinations, as of January 20th, just a month after the first COVID-19 vaccines arrived, I'm going to share with you where Oregon stands in our vaccination rollout. Oregon ranks 19th in the nation in the percentage of vaccines administered at 50%, and we rank 20th in the nation in the percentage of the population given at least one dose, and that's at 4.6%. Oregon has vaccinated 2/3 of those in the phase 1A group of healthcare workers, first responders, people who live or work in nursing homes, people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and other groups. And that's about a week ahead of schedule. Over the past week, Oregon vaccinators met Governor Kate Brown's daily target of administering 12,000 doses per day, delivering a daily average of 12,289 shots. As of January 20th, Oregon vaccinators had administered a cumulative total of 253,711 first and second doses of COVID-19 vaccines. To date, 479,325 first and second doses of vaccine have been allocated to sites across Oregon. If you think about our vaccination efforts as a marathon, Oregon's vaccination program is roughly at the equivalent of the first mile. Over a handful of weeks, we've passed most states in the pace of our rollout, but we think it's misleading to judge any state's effort at this stage. Every state is grappling with the same fundamental problem, a shortage of vaccines. Every state is making hard choices about how to prioritize who is eligible to get vaccinated and how we distribute these scarce, precious resources. Across the nation, you may read that other states are already vaccinating seniors. Across the nation, you may read that other states are already vaccinating essential workers. And across the nation, you may read that other states are already vaccinating people with chronic conditions. Based on those reports, you might question, why is the speed of Oregon's rollout different? But it's not. Depending on the daily data fluctuations, the pace of Oregon's rollout is either in line with or ahead of most states. Every state receives a per capita allocation of vaccines. So when you read about other states throwing the doors open to all seniors or bus drivers or people with chronic health conditions, what's really happening is that those states are expanding the number of people eligible for vaccine on top of the same proportionately limited supply of doses that Oregon faces. In other words, they're layering more people in line for the same number of doses. They're doing that by either spending second doses for people who've received their first vaccination and putting people at risk of not getting a booster shot, or they're offering a promise of vaccine to more people than they can actually deliver one to. And as you may also have read, that's resulted in confusion, canceled appointments, and frustration. Let's talk about Oregon's roadmap. As you know, people who work in education, childcare, early learning are next up in Oregon. And I know that's controversial, but here are some of the very simple reasons to prioritize our educators next. If we want to reopen schools this year with a workforce of educators that has the confidence to re-enter a classroom knowing they're protected by a vaccine, now is really the time to act. As Dave Baden will explain in a minute, the size of the educator child care workforce is manageable enough that the supply of vaccines that we receive from the federal government is adequate enough to allow us to vaccinate most educators before February 8th, when we begin vaccinating seniors. If we waited to vaccinate educators after seniors, we wouldn't have enough doses of vaccine to finish vaccinating them until May. Again, the limited amount of doses forces states to make tough calls and hard choices. Seniors are absolutely a vulnerable population, along with many others who we deeply care about. And quickly vaccinating educators adds to the robust safety guidelines for schools and helps get students back into classrooms and parents back to work months sooner. We know that restarting schools mitigates the harsh educational and economic inequities that the pandemic has worsened for so many communities. And as Governor Brown stated, Oregon acted early in the pandemic response to protect our seniors in a variety of ways, which has led to these outcomes. Oregon has the second lowest COVID-19 infection rate among seniors in the nation and the third lowest death rate among people 65 and older. Senior vaccinations are already underway. Pharmacies have already finished giving first doses for residents and staff at nursing facilities in Oregon. And Oregon will open vaccines to all seniors over a 4-week period, starting with people 80 and older on February 8th. So now I'm going to turn it over to Dave Baden, who took the lead role coordinating the state's unified vaccine response a couple weeks ago. He'll explain how we intend to vaccinate seniors and educators as quickly as possible based on our limited vaccine supplies.
Thank you, Director Banks. Let me walk you through our timelines, and let's pull up the first slide, please. So building on yesterday's total of 221,721 first doses administered, we expect to add another 30,000 to 40,000 first doses administered by the end of this week, before we begin vaccinating educators on January 25th. At that point, we will have vaccinated 67% of the Phase 1A workforce and long-term care residents. As we begin vaccinating educators, anyone we missed in Phase 1A will remain eligible for a vaccine. And over the next 2 weeks, we'll specifically reserve approximately 40,000 first doses for Phase 1A workers and long-term care residents. Going into early February, we'll have vaccinated approximately 72% of people in Phase 1A. Now let's talk about how we stage vaccinations for educators and seniors. Oregon receives a combination total of 50,000 first doses of Pfizer and Moderna vaccines per week. We have approximately 105,000 teachers and other K-12 school staff and 47,000 early learning and childcare staff who are eligible for a vaccine starting Monday, January 25th. To vaccinate that population, we will provide enough doses to administer 30,000 first doses the week of January 24th, reserving the remainder for people in Phase 1A, and 31,624 doses the week of January 31st, reserving the remainder for people in Phase 1A. And 25,000 first doses the week of February 7th, when 168,000 seniors who are 80 or older will become eligible. By the end of the first week that seniors are eligible, we have provided enough doses to vaccinate 57% of the educator workforce. And because of the organized partnerships between local public health departments and K-12 school districts, we expect the vast majority of the nearly 87,000 doses we project to deliver to educators over the next 3 weeks will be administered to K-12 school staff. We expect to have vaccinated a critical mass of seniors, about 78%, by the end of the first week of May. As Director Banks said, we could have taken a different path. We could have vaccinated seniors first, but because we can only count on 50,000 prime doses per week, in that scenario, we wouldn't reach a critical mass of educators until we were well into May. Now let's go to the next slide, please. Here's a spreadsheet that provides more detail. As you can see, in the next 2 weeks, we're vaccinating educators while we're still setting aside doses for the remainder of people who are unvaccinated from Phase 1A groups. The week of February 7th, when people over 80 become eligible, we're assuming an even split of doses between educators and seniors. Again, as Director Banks said, under our approach, we expect all our vaccinators are reserving second doses for people who've received their prime shot. Keep that in mind when you hear people claim there are thousands of doses sitting on shelves in Oregon. Remember, we could provide more doses. We could provide doses to more people in these populations. We allocated all of our 100,000 total doses each week in that way. But we don't think that's responsible until we get further direction from CDC and the manufacturers to spend doses in that way. Let me emphasize, our timelines depend on the doses we receive from the federal government. If we receive more, we can move faster. If we receive less, we'll have no choice but to slow down. This morning, we did receive notice from the Federal Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that we could receive a 20 to 30% in our Moderna allocation. That increase isn't reflected in these timelines, And as we go over the next week, if that's true, we will increase our ability to move through educators and seniors faster. With that, let me turn it back over to Director Banks.
Thanks, Dave. I want to close by acknowledging how hard this pandemic has been on so many Oregonians. We've seen another downturn in cases and hospitalizations due to your hard work to wear masks, limit your social gatherings, and maintain physical distance. And for that, we thank you. This week, we learned that a new highly contagious variant of COVID-19, which was first discovered in the United Kingdom, has made its way to the US and now to Oregon. So we have to keep our guard up. We also learned that the new federal administration plans an aggressive effort to speed the production of vaccine. That's clearly welcome news. But when we get a major infusion of doses, we can't expect to see them until later this spring. Along with wearing masks, limiting indoor gatherings, and keeping physical distance away from others, the COVID vaccines are the safest and most effective way to stop the spread of the virus. Once most people in Oregon get vaccinated, we'll be that much closer to seeing our loved ones, celebrating holidays together, and getting back to a normal life. But we're simply not there yet. We're moving as fast as we can with the limited doses that we get, and we'll continue to keep you updated on our progress and let you know who's eligible and where you can get a vaccination. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Governor Brown.
Thank you, Director Banks, and thank you, Dave, for joining us as well this morning. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Wendy Watson. She's the Chief Operating Officer at Kaiser Permanente Northwest, and she's going to talk about their frankly extraordinary collective efforts to get more Oregonians vaccinated. Wendy, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Governor Brown. So I'm very excited that our 4-system community vaccination clinic at the Oregon Convention Center is now a reality. This is a collaboration across Kaiser Permanente, Providence, Legacy, and Oregon Health Sciences University. And it allows our 4 systems to come together to capitalize on our common vision to get all Oregonians vaccinated as rapidly as possible. So I'll start with just giving you an overview of the model at the Oregon Convention Center. To start with, this is a resource primarily for Tri-County, Multnomah, Clackamas, Washington. So when I provide some numbers, just keep that in mind because some of the state numbers are for all counties, and I'm going to cover the Tri-County area. So the Oregon Convention Center model is we will vaccinate in alignment with the prioritization as established by the state. We will get a certain allocation of doses each week, and we will use all of the first doses we receive each week and vaccinate. We aren't holding back surplus. We're going to vaccinate as much supply that comes our way. We're also doing all first and second doses. So as you heard, we will be reserving out the second dose supply to ensure that we can do that for everyone who receives their first dose. We've built this as a scheduled versus walk-in model. And the reason that we've done that is to ensure that we have a good match between the supply we have to work with each day on our vaccine doses and the number of people that we vaccinate. We don't want to have long lines or people frustrated and leaving without the ability to vaccinate. In order to manage that, we're partnering very closely with Oregon Health Authority, with local public health, and with the superintendents and educational service districts on making sure that we're coordinating on who we're providing those scheduling tickets to and getting scheduled into the convention center. We will run the convention center until we no longer need it. So we're building this as a sustainable model for, we're assuming, the next 6 to 9 months, and we're building it as a scalable model. We will ramp up as vaccine supply increases. By combining our resources across all 4 systems, by partnering up with the National Guard and volunteer agencies, we're able to ramp up those who can vaccinate as we get more supply. So let me give you a few updates on where we're at right now. So we did launch this week. On Wednesday, we vaccinated 1,365 people. Went very smoothly. We had representatives from all 4 systems there participating in that. On Saturday, we will be vaccinating 2,400 people. And in addition to all 4 systems, we have the National Guard and over 60 volunteers coming to participate in that with us. For next week, on Monday and Tuesday, we're partnering with Multnomah County to vaccinate a couple of vulnerable populations as part of Phase 1A. So the caregivers of medically fragile children living at home and adults living at home who require caregivers to come into the home to help them. We have 4,000 doses that we are administering over Monday and Tuesday in partnership with Multnomah County. Starting Wednesday, we will begin vaccinating the educators. We have 12,000 doses for next week for the educators and roughly 15,000 per week after that. As I said, we're coordinating closely with Educational Service District and superintendent leaders on how next week have roughly 12,000 doses to continue vaccinating the phase 1A population. And we will continue to partner with local public health, Oregon Health Authority, particularly in making sure we're getting to the vulnerable 1A patients and getting them vaccinated. Moving forward, we will continue partnering very closely with the governor, with Oregon Health Authority, with local public health. This is a very closely coordinated system because there just is not enough vaccine supply to meet the demand. I want to end with just acknowledgements of the leadership of all 4 systems that have come together and dedicated the resource, the time, and the commitment to make this a reality, and also all of the other people who have come forward and organizations to help us make this happen. National Guard, Governor's Office, volunteer agencies. This truly is an all hands together, coming together for the community. So Governor Brown, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you for your very detailed report out. We're incredibly grateful for our partners, including Kaiser Permanente Northwest, Legacy Health, Providence, and Oregon Health and Sciences University. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our educators. We have 2 teachers here with us today. The first is Nicole Butler-Hooten. She's a 2nd grade teacher at Irving Elementary School, and she is our 2021 Teacher of the Year. Nicole, the floor is yours.
Ayla Shiushi, Nicole Butler-Hooten. I'm a 2nd grade teacher at Irving Elementary in Bethel, as Governor Brown said. I'm also a member of the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, the Chetco Band, and the San Carlos Apache Tribe. Thank you, Governor Brown, for the difficult decisions that you are having to make. Thank you for having me today. As an elementary educator of 14 years, my heart lies within the professional career, and I strive to make connections that transcend the classroom every day. This year has been a year of firsts, resembling the newness of a first-year teacher. Learning to teach online, collaborate with colleagues, support families, engage students, focus on equity, and balance personal life has proved to be one of the most difficult endeavors of my teaching career, and I'm certain the feeling is echoed by teachers across the nation and those who have been thrust into the role of teachers, the parents and the caregivers. As a teacher who networks with many teachers across the state and prides herself on interpersonal relationship building, I've been able to witness and hear multiple stories regarding concerns of equity in distance learning and the desire for students to be back in person. Though the sentiments have varied from family to family, the main concern I hear is that many parents, caregivers, and guardians feel ill-equipped to teach their child, while also showing a great deal of concern about their child's social, emotional health and the feelings of isolation. I have heard pleas, stories of distress, and witnessed tears, and often those have been from my full-time working parents, my students of color, and those students with families with little support. When we step back and use our equity lens, it can become more clear that the students of color and the economically disadvantaged students may be more at risk. With my own children, ages 5 and 9, I've seen a roller coaster of emotion and many questions regarding if and when the coronavirus ends, will I get to see my friends, my teachers, and will school be back to normal? Since last March, when schools shut down, I have also heard concerns from colleagues, my friends, teachers, administrators, and parents about students' academic growth and their social emotional health. This has encouraged me to take a more active role in connecting with students, allowing them virtual play dates at the end of class, one-on-one check-ins, and encouraging parents to do Zoom lunch play dates and other safe experiences. But all these efforts are truly not the same as the feeling of seeing someone in person in a physical space, arguably even with a mask on. If we can get our students safely back to school, we can physically assist them with meeting their educational needs and provide more academic consistency. My district has been strictly comprehensive distance learning since March, all online. And recently we brought back a few students in the upper grades for limited in person. Students and families have shown amazing resilience, perseverance, and flexibility with this model. Each day, parents and caregivers alike face new and difficult choices about how their child will return to school this year, whether or not they will attend in person, and how to best meet the needs of their child. I've had to coach and support, do socially distant home visits, and have daily communication with parents that has been very unique to distance learning. My own personal reflection is that it is critical for schools to open as safely and quickly as possible for in-person learning. The key word is safely. Many school staff are wanting to return only when school is safe, meaning when the vaccines are available and have had time to reach the full immunity of the 2 doses. I believe vaccinating school staff, along with looking at our high-risk populations, needs to be taken into account equally. When I see my second graders attend their daily Zoom meetings, which my next one starts in 30 minutes, I see them smile, laugh, engage, complete their online learning tasks. I'm reminded of their desire to learn, and learning is happening. That's not anything to argue with. But what I want to create space for is the families who are juggling time to be a teacher and a parent, the families who are unable to monitor and support their children, the students who are unable or afraid to unmute because of daily life taking place in their homes, students who have technology issues. I'm sort of becoming an expert on Zoom. Students who are struggling with their mental health needs and feelings of isolation. Our district has been presenting reopening plans for the last 3 weeks to staff. We've been following the Ready School Safe Learners guidance from the state. Last night at my district school board session, there was planning, collaboration, and clear plans in place for reopening. The intense planning on health and safety to make the transition as safe as possible has been really meaningful to staff. Approximately 2/3 of K-3 students in my district have completed parent surveys, and they would like to go back to hybrid. Many parents are speaking out, and there's quite a few that feel safe about returning. From my perspective, the most important thing to consider is that all students need access to a stable learning environment. Board members at last night's meeting in my district also expressed serious concerns about putting adults in jeopardy of contracting the COVID-19 virus. As a result, my district will hold off on beginning any in-person instruction until the teachers have had a chance to receive the vaccines. We are making the decision that is right for our community, and we hope that the vaccination can proceed quickly so that we can make the transition back to school. Schools play an important role in children's educational achievement, health, and well-being. Working with state, tribal, local, and territorial health officials, schools can also play an important role in slowing the spread while ensuring that children have a safe and healthy learning environment. It is important for you to consider your family's unique needs and situations and the comfort level with the steps that your school is taking to reduce the spread of the COVID-19. Teachers, school staff, and representative organizations should all be actively involved and set out the policies for school reopening, looking at the guidance from the state. When we return to classrooms, it won't be business as usual. It will be a learning curve for us all. Lesson plans, assessments, and relationship building will all need to be adapted. I will definitely miss all the hugs, that's for sure. As I said before, my belief is that our students need to come back to school safely. I want to welcome them back, but no one should have to risk their health to make this a reality. I am grateful for the efforts that we've heard today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you so much for being a transformational educator. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Myra Pelayo. She is a kindergarten teacher at Aiken Elementary School, and she is our Regional Teacher of the Year. Take it away.
I apologize. Hi, my name is Mara Pelayo, and I am a kindergarten teacher in Ontario, Oregon. As Governor Brown said, I have been teaching kindergarten for 17 years, and for sure this year it has been different. So I'm going to be a little bit, so I don't repeat a lot of what Ms. Nicole Butler just said, because we both are teachers and we both have such a same beliefs of what she was saying. I'm going to try to outline a little bit, just saying thank you to everybody for working with this pandemic with us. I am grateful that teachers are next in line for the COVID vaccine. We are just full of emotions. We know everybody needs those vaccines, but we really want our schools to open and all the teachers to be protected, because at the end, we are parents, we are mothers, we are daughters, and we have kids, and we want to be safe too. But we really wanted to be protected, and we are desperately to get back in our classrooms. Our goal is hopefully of getting students back in the classroom as soon as possible, because some of our students are falling behind online. And it's sad. It's sad to see it, especially with our college students. It's especially for little kids. It's very sad to see. It's very sad to see them, how low they're getting and how hard it is going to be for them to catch up. So you guys give us the opportunity, and we are asking to support us. I know teachers to get the vaccine, but we really wanted it, because the virtual learning may be keeping the students and their families safe. But during this pandemic right now, it has been so hard for them to keep them motivated, to keep them learning. Plus, not only their motivation, but the lack of social and emotional and academic is very, very low. So we can wait for our schools to open, and hopefully we can return to school safe. So please, we are asking to support us. Thank you to our governor for supporting the teachers and continue helping us. And also to all the teachers, that it's amazing. It's just amazing the hard work that they're doing for our kids during this pandemic. So please give us all your support, not only to us, but also for the kids, because the kids we're doing this for the kids, and the kids are our future. So thank you so much, and thank you for everybody's support.
Thank you. Thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for being a kindergarten teacher, and we wish you the best. We're glad you were able to join us from Ontario. So last but not least, I want to turn it over to one of our students. Yoselin has been serving on my Healthy Schools Reopening Council. She is a senior this year, and she attends South Medford High School. And I just really appreciate her willingness to speak out this morning. Yoselin, the floor is yours.
Hi there. It's so nice to see all of you guys. Speak to all of you guys on my behalf. As Governor Brown said, I am a senior at South Medford High School, and I'm also the ASB president, so I'm able to interact with our peers and our students a lot and hear their opinions. I actually wrote something that really reflected on a lot of the comments I've received and ways I've felt during this pandemic as well. So let me go ahead and read it. Wake up, stare at the ceiling, and wait. Maybe if I just close my eyes for a second, everything will go back to normal. This has been the morning routine for many kids this past year. Some of us are frustrated, tired, and lack motivation to open our computers. Some of us have taken on extra work shifts to support our families due to some of our parents losing their jobs. Some of us have found our way of learning and are exceeding under distance learning. Some of us have lost loved ones. Some of us have been living in an abusive household. And some of us don't even have a place to call home. Over this past year, I have been astonished to hear more of my peers come to me and say, I just can't do it anymore. I just can't. I can't even wake up to attend a class. What makes me think I can even graduate? And even if I did, would I even be prepared to go to college? These students range from those who were once on track to graduate to those who continuously were fighting to be on track to graduate. I keep telling them 1 more year. We have 1 more year. Yet some days, I think that 1 year feels longer than all 3 years of high school combined. Yet some of our students, some of our students want to go back. They do. And many of us have come to the conclusion that going back is like baking a cake. There are many steps to take. And if you don't follow the ingredients and the instructions, you might just end up with a loaf of bread. As a student, we are energized by the extracurriculars, random spirit weeks, and the presence of our peers. Some of us are simply happy to be away from home, to have a break, just a little break. However, we understand that going back will look different than all of that. There will be no rallies, no group huddles, and there will be limited extracurriculars. But we will have warm lunches, a desk, shelter, and most importantly, each other. As many other students, I ponder the thought of opening and the safety for our staff, administration, and teachers. I think about the people that have cared for me, taught me, and supported me throughout my life. Whether that be my middle school teachers or the amazing custodians that roam the hallways. Yes, losing a student, teacher, staff, admin, or a family member to suicide is truly devastating. But so is losing them to COVID. This past year, I have worked on the Healthy Course to help figure out a way to return students, staff, teachers, and admin with safety and efficiency. And ultimately, I want to leave with you guys with this. Please, as the amazing Oregon as I know you to be, can we come together and can we make a cake and not a loaf of bread? Can we take the instructions, the ingredients, and make sure that if we do go back, we make it the best way we can. And we don't rush it and we end up making a loaf of bread. Because people like cake. And that's what I have to say on my behalf and the behalf of students in Oregon. Thank you so much for listening and tuning in, and I turn it back to Governor Brown.
Thank you, Yaslin. Thank you so much for your very eloquent words. And we're going to do everything we can, provide every tool we can to work at getting our students back into the classroom, including your peers. And I wish you the best in your college search. So with that, Charles, I think we're ready for questions.
Thank you, Governor. Thanks everyone for joining today. We have time for just a few questions, so we're going to get right to it with Gary Warner from EO Media. Go ahead, Gary.
Hi, Governor. Can you tell us if you have any modeling or quantification of the number of seniors or people in general who potentially could die during the 2 weeks that you are that you're pushing back the senior inoculations for the teachers?
Thank you, Gary. The harsh reality is that we do not have enough vaccines. There are no easy answers here, only difficult decisions. And I want to be very, very clear that my priorities have not changed, only my timeline has. I'm absolutely committed to keeping our seniors safe. That's why we worked very hard and very efficiently to make sure that every single senior living in an assisted living home or in a nursing home got a vaccine. We completed that this past week. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Seidlinger to provide detailed numbers.
Thank you, Governor Brown. Thank you, Gary, for that question. We don't have specific modeling that looks at the impact on seniors of delaying vaccine to after educators. But what we do know is, as Governor Brown stated, we provided vaccines into our skilled nursing facilities and other congregate facilities and offered that first vaccine to individuals in those settings. Tragically, more than 50% of our deaths here in Oregon have come in those settings, and these are some of our most vulnerable residents in some of the most vulnerable situations. We do continue to monitor the cases, and as Director Banks said, we've seen cases go down in the last week, and that's due to the hard work of all Oregonians. We can continue to drive case rates down, continue to drive hospitalizations down, and continue to prevent deaths with the masks that we have to wear, with limiting our social gathering and keeping our distance for a few more weeks. Seniors are getting the vaccine in congregate facilities first, and seniors in the rest of Oregon will be getting the vaccines as well. These are, as the governor stated, there are no easy answers, just difficult choices. And with our situation where we are, with cases going down, the tools that we have in hand, and the vaccine supply continuing to come in week over week, these choices and these phases we've made will protect as many Oregonians as we can.
I still don't understand the split off on going in and inoculating the people in the congregate care facilities, because about 50% of the deaths nationwide even are in those facilities. Yet you also have statistics that show the large percentage of elderly who make up the people who are dying because of COVID, and why that isn't also a percentage that needs to be dealt with before we start thinking about things like teachers or essential workers.
So Gary, go ahead, Dean, if you want to take that one, that's fine.
Yeah, I think when we look at the prioritization, again, these decisions in Oregon follow along from the federal framework. The National Academy of Sciences came together and looked at ethical frameworks and equitable frameworks for distributing a scarce resource like COVID vaccine. There aren't enough vaccines for everyone to get it at once, and there are many deserving groups, from preventing spread more broadly to protecting critical workers, to protecting workers who continue to work and come into work who couldn't work from home to make sure we had food on the table, to our students who need to have access to their teachers and who can do some through remote learning, but not all, to our seniors, to our communities of color, to our Native American neighbors, those last three groups who've been more impacted by this disease. Not everyone can be in the same place in line. And so making choices as we look at how the disease is spreading here in Oregon, where we can have the biggest impact on preventing disease, preventing hospitalization, and preventing deaths, means that we have to do multiple things at once. We vaccinated those seniors and other residents in congregate facilities along with staff and healthcare staff who provide critical care to all Oregonians. We are vaccinating teachers. We are vaccinating seniors, and those are coming up in the coming weeks. And our vaccine advisory committee is helping us to prioritize amongst the following groups, all of whom are deserving the vaccine, but how do we make the biggest impact in Oregon? And I'll turn it back to Governor Brown.
Thank you. The only thing I would add, Gary, is that it's absolutely true that our children are not dying from COVID at the same rate as members of the Latino, Latina, Latinx community, as members of the African American community, as members of the tribal community, and as seniors. But what is true is that our children are suffering. I've talked to physicians and parents. I know that kids across the state are struggling with anxiety and depression. I know that a number of kids have attempted suicide. And we know that education provides not only the nuts and bolts of the education, but it provides social and emotional support. As Yoselin very eloquently mentioned, just hanging out with peers provides a lot of support for a number of teenagers. So we know that if we put the educator workforce in the pipeline now, we will be able to get our children back into the classroom before the school year ends. I'm committed to throwing every single tool that I have to getting our kids back into the classroom this year, and that includes vaccines.
I'll let my other colleagues move along and take the next questions, but I still didn't hear an answer to the death versus difficulties question.
Thanks, Gary. We're going to let a few more folks ask questions. So we'll go next to John Hendricks from KPDV. Go ahead, John.
Thank you for taking the time to answer our questions. Now, when does the state expect to get through phase one compared to other timelines that had been released? How does this timeline differ? Also, the state is working to get schools open. What progress is being made to open other businesses and lift some of these restrictions?
So I'd like to turn it over to Dave Baden to talk about the timelines with the 1A population. Dave, would you please take the mic on that?
Right. Thank you, Governor. So the vaccines to date have really been focused on those phase 1A populations. And, we continue to provide over 12,000 doses per day into those populations. So, based on how many Oregonians that have received vaccine, and again, that's around 221,000 as of a couple of days ago. We estimate that in the next week or so, based on current rates of vaccine, that we should be over 300,000 first doses provided. So that's really 2/3, or actually 3/4 of that estimated phase 1A population will have been vaccinated right as we're turning to educators. Governor, back to you for the other piece.
Thank you, Dave. I think, John, your next question was how quickly and what are we doing to open up our businesses that have taken the extra mile, honestly, and very willingly complied with safety protocol in order to keep their customers and clients safe, in order to keep Oregonians safe, and to reduce the spread of the disease. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Seidlinger to talk about the numbers, or Director Banks to talk about the numbers. But here's what I do know. Oregon, throughout this pandemic, because Oregonians have been willing to make tremendous sacrifices and wear masks, to socially distance, to limit social gatherings, and really limit their social and community interactions, we have continued to maintain one of the lowest infection rates in the country. And the good news is that we are continuing to see either a plateau or a decline in cases because Oregonians have made these tremendous sacrifices. My goal, and it's really up to each community, and that's why we created the new set of metrics. As community members continue to make sacrifices, the infection rates go down and businesses can continue to open. And the more that we all make these tremendous sacrifices, the sooner we're going to be able to open our favorite restaurants or favorite bars. And of course, I know lots of Oregonians want to get to the gym to work out. Dr. Seidlinger, Director Banks, do you want to talk a little bit about numbers in terms of counties and where we're at?
Sure, Governor Brown. This is Dean Seidlinger. I think what we've seen, as the governor mentioned, with the county risk level framework that she implemented in November in response to our surge, we have a framework for moving forward as we vaccinate Oregonians. What we saw this week, which is a warning week, so we pull data and let counties know where they would be if they were moving this week, is that two counties would have moved down in risk level. So they're seeing less cases, enough to be able to move into a less restrictive area. Unfortunately, 3 counties would have moved up. But what we've also seen, as Director Banks laid out, is that cases in Oregon continue to decline, with us seeing our daily rates going down to where they were in November. This is thanks to all of the actions that Oregonians have taken. The power is in your hands. The power is in your mask. Wearing a mask, limiting your gathering sizes indoors, and keeping your physical distance is what allows those case rates to come down. And so as Oregonians come together, we'll continue to pull that data week by week. And I think we will see over the next few weeks that as Oregonians continue to follow this advice, to do what they've been doing for the last year, that we'll see more counties be able to move into a lower risk level, see more activities be able to be resumed in a safer fashion, and see a semblance of normalcy come back to us as we move through 2021.
Thanks, John. We have time for another question from Lisa Balick from COIN. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yes, thanks, Governor. When it comes to giving out the shots to teachers and other educators, why not at least require a school district to have a signed agreement with their teachers union that their teachers agree to go back this year if vaccinated?
Thank you, Lisa. As I said earlier, I'm absolutely committed to making sure that we are using every single tool in the toolbox to get our kids back into the classroom before the end of the school year. I've had conversations with superintendents and with educators across the state. I am confident that we are providing our educator workforce with everything that they have asked for in order to safely return to the classroom. For example, educators have asked me for additional resources. With the assistance of the federal government, we are providing nearly $500 million to ensure that every single school district has the resources it needs to purchase safety equipment and any tools that they need to increase and ensure compliance with rigorous safety protocol. Secondly, educators have asked to make sure that they get vaccinated. We're working hard as quickly and as efficiently as we can to make that happen. And of course, we're working and continuing to work to make sure that school districts are in compliance with this rigorous safety protocol. Director Gill, do you want to respond, add any information?
All right, thank you, Governor. I think that was great. And just a couple of things to add is that we do have school districts in deep planning with their educators and with their communities all over the state of Oregon. So we have school districts that are looking at their metrics with about 21 of our counties either able to meet the metrics for the advisory metrics for returning to in-person instruction at elementary or throughout the kindergarten and through 12th grade continuum. Those discussions are all about doing that as safely as possible, following the guidelines in our Ready School Safe Learners guidance that include over 160 requirements to build the cake that Yoselin was talking about. Those all need to be followed, and that's a group effort to make that happen in each community. Those discussions are underway, and we see school districts opening from Eastern Oregon to Western Oregon and from Southern Oregon to the coast and up and down the I-5 corridor. So I think that is underway. I think that we see those agreements in place across the state, and we see the system beginning to understand the power of these tools that we put in place, from the testing to the requirements in our schools for physical distancing and face coverings and entry screening, and to this last one, the vaccine being another additional tool to open our schools. The governor has really given us the resources we need to make this happen.
But why not a promise to go back if you get a shot?
Look, I'm confident that our educator workforce, with the assistance of vaccines, with the testing that we have in reserve to ensure that rapid buy next now tests are available, and the additional resources and the partnerships, frankly, between the administration and the educator workforce, I'm confident that we can make this happen.
And I do want to cut in here for some breaking news. I'm Daytona Everett with News Now from Fox. We're taking a look at this live look from the White House. President Biden should be signing some more executive orders into place. I think these are going to be focusing on primarily economy. So we'll keep our eyes on this shot here. President Biden should be stepping up just momentarily. Some of you will be going off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we'll be hearing from the president.
2-minute warning stations, 2-minute.
And if you're just joining us here on News Now from Fox, we'll have President Biden signing some executive orders on the economy coming up here in just moments. You'll remember yesterday we had him signing in some executive orders, those about the pandemic. And it's likely that we'll have our White House press briefing directly following this update. That's what we saw yesterday with the new press secretary, Jen Psaki. She'll be taking reporter questions as well as updating us on anything new at the White House. But just minutes out here. If you missed those press conferences yesterday, President Biden set out some pretty aggressive plans for his first 100 days in office, including 100 million vaccinations, a mask mandate, and much, much more. So we'll listen in as President Biden will be speaking.
Harris and I just received a briefing from our economic team, and we remain in a once-in-a-century public health crisis that's led to the most unequal job and economic crisis in modern history. And the crisis is only deepening. It's not getting better, it's deepening. Yesterday, we learned that 900,000 more Americans file for unemployment. 900,000. They join millions of Americans who, through no fault of their own, have lost the dignity and respect that comes with a job and a paycheck. So many of them never thought they'd ever be out of work in the first place. And just like my dad did when he used to lie awake at night when I was a kid, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep because he worried about whether or not he was about to lose his health care or whether we were going to have the money to pay the mortgage because of the economic circumstance he was in. And now a lot of these folks are facing eviction, are waiting hours in their cars, literally hours in their cars, waiting to be able to feed their children as they drive up to a food bank. It's the United States of America, and they're waiting to feed their kids. Folks who are able to still keep their job, many have seen their paychecks reduced, and they're barely hanging on and wondering what's next. Sometimes the anxiety about what's going to happen next is more consequential than what actually happened. But this is happening today in America, and this cannot be who we are as a country. These are not the values of our nation. We cannot, will not let people go hungry. We cannot let people be evicted because of nothing they did themselves. They cannot watch people lose their jobs, and we have to act. We have to act now. It's not just to meet the moral obligation to treat our fellow Americans with the dignity and respect they deserve. This is an economic imperative. A growing economic consensus that we must act decisively and boldly to grow the economy for all Americans, not just for tomorrow, but in the future. There's a growing chorus of top economists that agree that at this moment of crisis, with the interest rates as low as they are, historic lows, it is smart fiscal investment, including deficit spending, and they're more urgent than ever. And that return on these investments in jobs and racial equity is going to prevent long-term economic damage and benefits that are going to far surpass their cost. If we don't act, the rest of the world is not standing still in terms of their competitive advantage or their competitive possibilities relative to us. That our debt situation will be more stable and not less stable, according to these economists, and that such investments in our people is going to strengthen our economic competitiveness as a nation and help us outcompete our competitors in the global economy, because we're going to grow the economy with these investments. While the COVID-19 package that passed in December was the first step, as I said at the time, it's just a down payment. We need more action, and we need to move fast. Last week, I laid out a two-step plan of rescue and recovery to get through the crisis and to a better and stronger and more secure America. The first step of our American Rescue Plan is a plan to tackle the pandemic and get direct financial relief to Americans who need it the most. In just a few days, it's just been a few days since I outlined this plan. It's received bipartisan support from a majority of American mayors and governors. Businesses and labor organizations have together welcomed it as an urgent action that's needed. Even Wall Street firms have underscored its importance. In fact, an analysis by Moody's estimates that if we pass our American Rescue Plan, the economy would create 7.5 million jobs just in this year alone. That would be on the way to the more than 18 million, I think it was 18,600,000 jobs that they believe would be created over the 4-year period with our Build Back Better recovery plan. And with our American Rescue Plan, our economy would return to full employment a full year faster than without the plan. Even President Trump's now, not some liberal organization, President Trump's top former economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, said, quote, he absolutely is in favor of this rescue plan. This almost doesn't have a partisan piece to it. We're seeing the support because this plan takes a step that we so urgently need, more than just a step, number of steps. It funds big parts of the COVID-19 national strategy that we released yesterday. Our national strategy puts us on a war footing to aggressively speed up our COVID-19 response, especially on vaccines and testing and reopening our schools. I found it fascinating. Yesterday, the press asked the question, is 100 million enough? Week before, they're saying, Biden, you crazy? You can't do 100 million in 100 days. Well, we're going to, God willing, not only do 100 million, we're going to do more than that. But we have to do this. We have to move. The American Rescue Plan also includes economic relief for most Americans who are in need. We're going to finish the job of getting a total of $2,000 in direct payments to folks. $600, which was already passed, is simply not enough if you still have to choose between paying your rent, putting food on the table. We'll extend unemployment insurance benefits for millions of workers beyond the deadline that's now set. It means that 16 million Americans who are currently relying on unemployment benefits while they look for work can count on these checks continuing to be there in the middle of this crisis. The American Rescue Plan also addresses the growing housing crisis in America. Approximately 14 million Americans, 14 million, have fallen behind on rent, and many risk eviction. If we fail to act, there will be a wave of evictions and foreclosures in the coming months as this pandemic rages on, because there's nothing we can do to change the trajectory of the pandemic in the next several months. So look, this would overwhelm emergency shelters, increase COVID-19 infections as people have nowhere to go and can't socially distance. The American Rescue Plan asks Congress to provide rental assistance for millions of hard-hit families and tenants. This will also be a bridge to economic recovery for countless mom and pop landlords who can't afford not to have the rent. But they can't wait. So on Inauguration Day, I directed my administration to extend nationwide restrictions on evictions and foreclosures. These crises are straining the budgets of states and cities and tribal communities that are forced to consider layoffs and service reductions among essential workers. Police officers, firefighters, first responders, nurses, they're all at the risk of losing their jobs. Over the last year, more than 600,000 educators have lost their jobs in cities and towns. The American Rescue Plan will provide emergency funding to keep these essential workers on the job and maintain essential services. Look, it will also help small businesses that are the engines of our economic growth. When you say small business, most people think the major corporate entities are the ones that hire everybody. These small businesses are the glues that hold, and they're important, but these small businesses that hold the community, that the glue that hold these communities together. They are hurting badly, and they account for nearly half of the entire U.S. workforce, nearly half. Our rescue plan will provide flexible grants to help the hardest hit small businesses survive the pandemic, and low-cost capital to help entrepreneurs of all backgrounds create and maintain jobs, plus provide essential goods and services that communities so desperately depend on. Look, our recovery plan also calls for an increase in the minimum wage. at least $15 an hour. No one in America should work 40 hours a week, making below the poverty line. $15 gets people above the poverty line. We have so many millions of people working 40 hours a week, working, and some with 2 jobs, and they're still below the poverty line. Our plan includes access to affordable child care. That's going to enable parents, particularly women, to get back to work. Millions who are not working now because they don't have that care. All told, the American Rescue Plan would lift 12 million Americans out of poverty and cut child poverty in half. That's 5 million children lifted out of poverty. Our plan would reduce poverty in the Black community by 1/3, and reduce poverty in the Hispanic community by almost 40%. I look forward to working with members of Congress of both parties to move quickly to get this American Rescue Plan to the American people. And then we can move with equal urgency and bipartisanship to the second step of our economic plan, to Build Back Better, the recovery plan. It's a plan that's going to make historic investments in infrastructure, manufacturing, innovation, research and development, and clean energy, and so much more that's going to create millions more jobs, good paying jobs, not minimum wage jobs. Well, while we work with members of both parties in the Congress, there are steps that we can and must take right now. For example, on Inauguration Day, I directed my administration to pause student loan repayments for interest, the interest payments for Americans with federal student loans until at least September. So they're not going to have to pay till September. They still pay the bill as it stands now, but they will not accrue interest, and they don't have to begin to pay until September. And we may have to look beyond that, I might add. Today, I'm signing an executive order that directs the whole of government, a whole of government effort to help millions of Americans who are badly hurting. It requires all federal agencies to do what they can do to provide relief to families, small business, and communities. And in the days ahead, I expect agencies to act. Let me touch on 2 ways these actions can help change Americans' lives. We need to tackle the growing hunger crisis in America. 1 in 7 households in America, 1 in 7, more than 1 in 5 Black and Latino households in America, report they do not have enough food to eat. That includes nearly 30 million adults and as many as 12 million children. And again, they're in this situation through no fault of their own. It's unconscionable. The American Rescue Plan provides additional emergency food and nutrition assistance for tens of millions of children and families to address this crisis. But families literally can't wait another day. As a result of the executive order I'm going to shortly sign, the Department of Agriculture will consider taking immediate steps to make it easier for the hardest hit families to enroll and claim more generous benefits in the critical food and nutrition assistance area. This is going to help tens of millions of families, especially those who can't provide meals for their kids, who are learning remotely at home, are not receiving the regular meal plans that they have at school for breakfast or lunch. We also need to protect the health and safety of the American worker. Right now, approximately 40% of households in America have at least one member with a pre-existing condition. Just imagine, you're out of work through no fault of your own. You file for unemployment while you're looking for a job. You find one, and you get an offer. But then you find out there's a high risk of you getting infected with COVID-19 because of your condition. You and your loved ones have ever even greater risk of death and serious illness because of the pre-existing conditions. So you turn it down. Right now, if you did that, you could be denied unemployment insurance because you're offered a job, you didn't take it. It's wrong. No one should have to choose between their livelihoods and their own health or the health of their loved ones in the middle of a deadly pandemic. Because of the executive order I'm about to sign, I expect the Department of Labor to guarantee the right to refuse employment that will jeopardize your health, and if you do so, you'll still be able to qualify for the insurance. That's a judgment the Labor Department will make. Look, there are just 2 consequential ways that the action I'm taking today will help people in need. Another way to help approximately 2 million veterans maintain their financial footing by pausing federal collections on overpayments and debts. Another makes sure that federal contractors are receiving taxpayers' dollars, provide their workers with the pay and benefits they deserve. These are places where federal tax dollars are administered, are being made available to build things from ships to staircases. And the federal government lets the contract, and we're going to make sure that they buy American and are made in America. And here's another. Right now, there are up to 8 million people that are eligible for direct payments from the CARES Act and a relief bill passed in December. They're entitled to those payments, but there's not an easy way for those folks to access them. So we're making it a priority today to fix that problem and get them relief they're entitled to. Look, I'm going to close and summarize this way. A lot of America is hurting. The virus is surging. We're 400,000 dead, expected to reach well over 600,000. Families are going hungry. People are at risk of being evicted. Job losses are mounting again. We need to act. No matter how you look at it, we need to act. If we act now, our economy will be stronger in both the short and long run. That's what economists left, right, and center are telling us. Both liberal and conservative will be better and stronger across the board. If we act now, we'll be better able to compete with the world. If we act now, we'll be better able to meet our moral obligations to one another as Americans. I don't believe the people of this country just want to stand by and watch their friends, their neighbors, coworkers, fellow Americans go hungry, lose their homes, or lose their sense of dignity and hope and respect. I don't believe that, especially in the middle of a pandemic that's so weakened and wreaked so much havoc and caused so much pain on America. That's not who we are. The bottom line is this: we're in a national emergency. We need to act like we're in a national emergency. So we've got to move with everything we've got, and we've got to do it together. I don't believe Democrats or Republicans are going hungry and losing jobs. I believe Americans are going hungry and losing their jobs. And we have the tools to fix it. We have the tools to get through this. We have the tools to get this virus under control and our economy back on track. And we have the tools to help people. So let's use the tools, all of them. Use them now. So I'm going to sign this executive order, but let me conclude again by saying, folks, this is one of the cases where business, labor, Wall Street, Main Street, liberal, conservative economists know we have to act now, not only to help people who are in need now, but to allow us to be in a competitive position worldwide and be the leader of the world economy in the next year and 2 and 3 and going forward. So thank you. I'm going to sign this executive order. The first one is the economic relief related to COVID-19 pandemic that I referenced. The second one is protecting the federal workforce. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, do you support Mitch McConnell's timeline for a February impeachment trial?
I haven't heard the detail of it, but I do think that having some time to get our administration up and running, I want to thank the Senate for passing out our Secretary of Defense. Looks like our Secretary of Treasury. Looks like our Secretary of State's in place. So the more time we have to get up and running and meet these crises, the better. Thank you.
And that was that. That was President Biden signing some new executive orders into place. This, of course, following the other executive orders that he put into place, those more aimed at fighting the pandemic. These are fighting the economic fallback that we've experienced because of the pandemic. Now, this is obviously a developing situation. Things are going to be changing with this package, but it's called the American Rescue Plan. And there's a couple different things that are encompassed in this plan. One of those being $15 minimum wage. So people who are making under that would be making that at this point. This is all part of that $1.9 trillion proposed coronavirus stimulus package. Now, this package hasn't been passed through Congress yet. So that's going to be the next step, getting this through Congress. Yesterday, he was mostly focusing on those 100 million vaccines. He's saying that he wants to do 100 million by his 100th day of the administration, and then also reopening schools and things of that sort. But today was talking about that $15 minimum wage, and then also job growth too. He said that this year he wants to put in place 7.5 million jobs just this year. So job growth would be a part of this, sustaining unemployment for people who are out of work, you know, everything along these lines that he said that he would be proposing with this American Rescue Plan. It's all a part of his idea of Build Back Better. So we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that in the coming hours, in the coming days as we take a closer look at this package. But like I said, nothing is set in stone until it passes through Congress. This right here is a look at the Senate floor, and it's something we have been watching not only for the stimulus package, but also for these confirmation hearings for Biden's cabinet picks. We saw Janet Yellen. She was pushed through today, and she will have her hands full with economic recovery. And as we see it right now, take a look at the big board. Not looking great on this Friday afternoon. But the whole aim of this American Rescue Plan is to move forward in a positive way and get that back in the green. We're going to be sending some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we've got a little bit of a different story coming up here. This one from NASA. We love to hear from NASA. They're discussing some upcoming spacewalks at a press conference at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. So that'll be interesting. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox, where we've got our eyes on several things on this Friday evening. They like to keep the best for last. So we'll see some of you in 2 minutes, and then when you come back, more from NASA. And it does look like we have this event for you here. So we'll be hearing from NASA again in Houston, Texas. And then we have some coronavirus updates coming out of New Jersey and Michigan and more across the country as this vaccine rollout and economic recovery is an issue for all states across the country. We appreciate you being here with us. It's about 1:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 3:30 on the East Coast. We've got more to get to.
And we're looking forward to these spacewalks. Thank you so much for everyone who is watching. To learn more about these, NASA television and our website will broadcast the spacewalks live beginning at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time on the day of each spacewalk. The spacewalks will begin around 7 a.m. and will last approximately 6.5 hours. Tune in on January 27th and February 1st to watch live, and thanks again for joining us today.
So real quick event for you there. We'll find that in its entirety so we can play it out for you. If you're new to News Now from Fox, we play out a lot of these really awesome space launches that NASA does. Most of them in Cape Canaveral and other locations and whatnot. I'm sorry, with SpaceX, we play those out. But we'll get to that in a moment. But for now, we'll go out to this coronavirus update with Governor Murphy in New Jersey, as he, like many other governors, are trying to handle this situation with the pandemic and administering these vaccines as quickly as possible.
And seeing one of our mega sites, and I thought it was really impressive. Really impressive. And the emphasis was explicitly on giving confidence to communities of color that this vaccine is safe, it works, they can take it. Some role models, a World War II veteran, a 98-year-old veteran, a member of Reverend Charles Boyer's congregation, and Reverend Boyer was there with us. Reva Foster, the leader of the New Jersey Black Issues Convention, got a shot. Senator Troy Singleton. Pretty special. They've got it really set up. We're in the if you build it, they will come mode. Now we just need them to come. We need the vaccine supplies to ramp up out of Washington, because we're really set up as a distribution matter around the state. In fact, I got a question from the press. They said, we hear there's some rumors that folks are coming over to Jersey from Pennsylvania because you all have set it up so well. And I reiterated, and I think you would want me to reiterate, Judy, that you can get vaccinated in New Jersey if you live here, if you work here, or you study here. Otherwise, we love our brothers and sisters in Pennsylvania, but we got to stick to those guns, and we will. So it was a great way to get the day off, and I appreciate you guys being there with us. And then if that weren't enough, 2 days ago, our nation welcomed a new president, a new administration, and new focus on the challenges we face as one nation. Tammy and I were incredibly honored to be invited to watch as President Biden and Vice President Harris took their oaths of office, but we were equally honored to be able to visit with the members, the men and women of the New Jersey State Police. Actually, they were, at least the group we were with were all guys, I believe. And then as well as the men and women of the New Jersey National Guard on duty in our nation's capital, providing security for the inauguration. So the picture at top is in the courtyard of the Department of Commerce, where our guards, men and women, were stationed. I shouldn't say stationed, but where they were that day. And that includes not only Tammy and me on the left, but that's Congressman Don Norcross and Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, who joined us. And that was pretty darn special. And below, that's not a picture of the one that we took, but we visited the troopers. Pat, we met with about half of the deployment. I think you had 46-ish down there. We met with about half of them in the Washington Hilton, and each of them were extraordinary. Our troopers and our troops represent the highest values of our state, country above self, and the safety and betterment of our communities before all else. I salute their service. And with the inaugural festivities now over, our troopers returned home, I think yesterday, right? And our guard will soon, God willing, be on their way home to their families and friends. And I must note, allow me to say this, that I was as angry as anyone at the pictures of guards women and guards men from across the country being relegated to sleeping on the floor of a parking garage. This is no way for our heroes to be treated. Thankfully, none of our guard, none of the New Jersey Guard were left to have to deal with such disrespect. We provided hotel accommodations for our guard throughout their duties in Washington, and will continue to do so. We made sure they always had a safe and warm place to recharge. And some folks irresponsibly in the state put out statements without calling me up or asking one of us what the facts were. So I would say, you know what, next time give us a call and make sure you get your facts straight. And secondly, to the same folks, remember why they're there in the first place. They're there because there was an insurrection in our capital, and they need to be there to protect our institutions of democracy and literally to protect individuals. That was the sad part of the visit, I have to say, Pat. It's an armed camp in Washington between folks in uniform as well as, in National Guardsmen in camo, as well as police and troopers from all over the country. So, folks, come on. Next up, the Biden administration has looked to New Jersey to help fill some of the vital roles in Washington. New Jersey's had a big week, I have to say. Our former commissioner of human services on the left, I miss her desperately already. Judy, I know you do, and the rest of us do. Carol Johnson is now helping to lead our nation's coronavirus response. We couldn't have anyone better in that position. We've spoken about Carol here many times, and you've seen her many times. One of our former counsels, and I referenced this last week on the right, Justin Dews, is now counsel to President Biden. Again, an extraordinary talent, each of them. On Wednesday, if that weren't enough, shortly after President Biden was sworn in, State Division of Consumer Affairs Director Paul Rodriguez, right there, was announced as the new Deputy General Counsel to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and that's an incredibly important position. You've seen Carol before. We've spoken about her. I spoke about Justin last week. I haven't said much about Paul on this forum, so you should know for the past nearly 3 years, Paul has been a strong and tireless advocate for our state's most vulnerable residents, and his expertise has been crucial throughout the past 10+ months of the pandemic. I'm extremely grateful for all Paul has done for our state in protecting our consumers, and I know he will be a tremendous asset to the Biden administration. And yesterday, if this weren't enough, my chief policy advisor on transportation issues, the one and only Vin White, there he is, was named as senior advisor for implementation at the U.S. Department of Transportation. He's actually returning to the department he served under President Obama when he was Deputy Assistant Secretary for Transportation Policy. So this is another guy we haven't spoken a whole lot about in this forum, so I wanted to spend a minute on Vin. I can't put it any other way. The progress we have made in improving our transportation infrastructure and in turning around NJ Transit has all been in large part because of Vin's work. He helped us get the new Portal Bridge project through the final phases, for example, and he helped create NJ Transit's 10-year long-range plan. Our state's top infrastructure priority is getting the full Gateway project approved, including the much-needed new rail tunnels under the Hudson River. Vin knows this project and its advantages better than most anyone, and I look forward to his continued efforts on behalf of our state and our commuters. So we're going to miss all of the above, and they're big shoes to fill. And I said it was a big week for New Jersey, so if that weren't enough, if you turned on the virtual parade, or if you turned on the Concert for America on Wednesday night, it was oozing of Jersey. None other than Bruce Springsteen kicked off the concert at night. He was joined later by Aunt Clemens of Willingboro, John Bon Jovi of Sayreville. Jon Stewart helped, I think, MC and coordinate the virtual parade in the afternoon. There was an extraordinary sequence of Broadway stars and singers singing that incredible song from Rent. Ali Stroker, who we've mentioned before, who was in Oklahoma on Broadway last year, and Kim Ung were two of those stars. So Jersey was all over the place. Now, moving forward, I welcome President Biden's focus on a strong and truly national coronavirus response plan. The executive orders he signed yesterday committing his administration to this task is a sea change from where we had been, with a federal government that pretty much kept its hands off and left it up to the states to figure it out, sometimes putting us in direct competition with each other. That is no way to face a national pandemic. We've been needing real leadership out of Washington, and finally we have it. From a commitment to masking up to help stem the spread of the virus, to using the powers of the Defense Production Act to get more vaccines into our communities, to a basic commitment to facts and science. And I, for one, Judy, I know you will join me in this, was pleased, relieved, I would say thrilled to see Tony Fauci back in the White House briefing room. This is, as I said, a sea change. As I have noted before, we have built the infrastructure we need from the ground up for an aggressive vaccination push. We saw one example of that in Morristown this morning. All we need are the millions of doses that we had been promised months ago. And I am much more confident today than I was on Tuesday that we'll get there. And on the issue of vaccines, I want to make one thing clear about our vaccine administration. There are two separate categories for vaccines in New Jersey, and I want to make sure everyone understands that. The first category are the vaccines set aside for the federal administered pharmacy program and its partners, CVS and Walgreens. And they administer the doses to residents and staff at our long-term care facilities and other congregate living centers covered under the federal program. We do not control these vaccines. CVS and Walgreens do. In total, more than 1,500 of these facilities statewide, serving hundreds of thousands of some of our most highly vulnerable residents, are enrolled in this program. Our long-term care facilities have borne, as we all know, a tremendous burden during this pandemic in New Jersey, around the country, around the world, and our first several 100,000 doses were committed to them. And because we are committed to setting aside such a large number of our first doses for those at highest risk, it has further limited our initial supply that we can send elsewhere. Remember, this now goes back into December. Judy deliberately, with her team, did the work to submit to the feds the largest, broadest definition of long-term care and developmental and other centers of any American state. So we already have the highest density of long-term care facilities and residents, and I presume staff as a result, of any American state. And to Judy's enormous credit, putting this on the backs of the feds, that list is as broad in New Jersey as it is anywhere else in America. The second category are the vaccines that we as a state do control the distribution of. These are the vaccines that go to our 6 mega sites and to the 130 community-based sites currently online. When it comes to these vaccines, the ones we control, we've been able to get between 50 to 70%, depending on the day that you look at, of these into the arms of residents already. When it comes to the vaccines distributed to our pharmacy partners, that first group, only a little more than 10% of those have been distributed. In fact, I've got a call this afternoon with the CEO of Walgreens, with Judy, to get them to get more aggressive and faster in their distribution. So when we see statewide statistics that blend these two programs, the federal program and our state-administered or overseen program, keep that in mind. We are working diligently to put out as many doses as we have control over to our vaccination centers. So as of midday today, we've just crossed 500,000, 500,222 doses. We've done that in a little more than a month. Our goal is to ensure that every New Jerseyan who raises their hand to be vaccinated gets vaccinated. We are providing as much as possible of the limited vaccine supply in our control to the sites with the largest capacity, so they can ramp up and confidently open appointments for people waiting patiently for their turn. I was on with folks myself personally this morning from Passaic County and Hudson County, working through with our team how they can get more of the limited supply and get these into the arms of folks. We are working every day to ensure effective and efficient allocation by monitoring inventory and throughput. We completely understand the anxiety of so many residents who are waiting to be vaccinated. Frontline workers who literally go to work every day not knowing whether or not they're going to be exposed. Older residents or those with chronic conditions who may have been living in isolation to protect themselves, foregoing the ability to be with their families and all the mental stress that goes with that. We need the doses for them. But I cannot be any clearer. We have built a vaccine infrastructure that can handle this job. We need the doses. So far, more than 1.9 million New Jerseyans have pre-registered through that website, covid19.nj.gov/vaccine, including, by the way, of that 1.9, 1.4 plus million who are currently eligible for vaccination. Think about that for a second. That's a tip of the cap to New Jerseyans. That means over 500,000 New Jerseyans have pre-registered and openly admitted they were not yet up to bat, but that they wanted to make sure when their group was up to bat, whether it was age or other definition, that they would be eligible and they'd be notified. I want to please emphasize patience. I'm going to read a phone number out that won't go live until Monday morning at 8 o'clock. And I suspect, Judy, there will be a lot of people calling. And so I would just say right up front, if you call this number, please understand we've got good, trained, hardworking folks doing everything they can. And remember, this is a huge supply-demand imbalance in every respect. The number is 855-568-0545. 855-568-0545. again, not till Monday morning. So I hope that all of what I've just said puts the disparity between supply and demand on full display. The Biden administration recognizes that this is a war and that we must be on a war footing. The administration recognizes that this vaccination push is one of the single greatest logistical challenges in American history. We stand with them on both principles. I have complete faith that the Biden administration, by finally putting the full force of the federal government to bear into not just vaccine creation, but vaccine distribution and administration, will get us to where we need to be. Meanwhile, we continue to do the best with an equitable distribution of the roughly 100,000 doses we're getting weekly. Again, to remind you, as of midday today, 500,222 doses have been administered statewide. That grand total includes over 65,000 long-term care facility residents and staff. As I can just remind folks, last Wednesday, so 9 days ago, we had cracked through 250,000. So you can see we are pushing forward as best we can with the limited resources we have been provided, and that number will only go up, I hope as fast as possible. On to other numbers. This morning we're also reporting an additional 4,437 positive test results. That breaks down between 3,694 PCR and 743 presumed positive antigen tests. You can see before you what the totals are since this began on March 4th. The positivity rate for the 52,223 PCR tests recorded on Monday was just over 10%. And the statewide rate of transmission is currently at 1.04. That's come down a little bit the past couple of days, and let's hope it continues to go down. In our hospitals, we continue to move in a positive direction as the total count of patients in our hospitals last night was 3,328. That breaks down between 3,103 of confirmed and 225 awaiting test results. Number of patients of that group in ICU, 638, and number on ventilators, 445. Judy and Pat and I were having this discussion earlier, and Judy, if you see this differently, weigh in. Hospital numbers coming down, let's hope they continue to. ICU numbers, vent numbers, not really so far. And your point was that tells you that the folks who are getting hospitalized are really sick, and more often than not. So the percentage of that number that's in an ICU bed is going up. Throughout the day yesterday, 400, we like these days, not that we like the admission number, but we like it when more come out than go in. 456 live patients left, 401 went in. And again, at the risk of comparing apples to oranges, these are not confirmed, 59 deaths in our hospitals yesterday. All of us up here continue to keep our fingers crossed that we have seen across our healthcare landscape over the past week is the beginning of a new trend for moderating case counts and lower total hospitalizations. I'm knocking on wood, and I'm channeling Winston Churchill when he said, this is the beginning of the end of the beginning. I hope this is the beginning of the end. At some point within the next couple of weeks, our total number of vaccinations, I suspect by next week, in fact, will surpass the total number of residents who have tested positive. And that will be a good step forward. But in the meantime, as we continue to work with a tight supply of vaccines, we all must keep up with our social distancing, with wearing our masks, washing our hands frequently with soap and water, and using simple common sense. Today, we also have the heavy responsibility to announce a further 118 confirmed losses of life from COVID-19 complications. A total of 18,754 confirmed New Jerseyans have died from this virus. And on Wednesday, the number of probable deaths was increased to 2,121, now well over 20,000. As we do each day, let's take a couple of minutes to remember 3 more of those who have lost. We'll begin this Friday by remembering former Commissioner William Shorty Eggers of Mount Ephraim Borough, who passed away January 4th at the age of 70. Shorty was a general foreman at the Philadelphia Naval Yard until its closing in 1996. then spent the rest of his career right up until his passing, by the way, at the United States Mint in Philadelphia, where he served as machine room supervisor. I always wanted to meet somebody who worked at the Mint. God bless him. He spent 12 years as a Mount Ephraim commissioner and also dedicated many years to coaching multiple youth teams in the borough. Needless to say, because of his lifelong connection to the city of brotherly love, he was a diehard Philly sports fan. Shorty was also a beloved family patriarch, and few things brought him more joy than a summer day in Ocean City with his family. He leaves behind his wife, Phyllis, who, by the way, is recovering from COVID, and please keep her in your prayers. They were high school sweethearts, and their children, Kelly, with whom I had the great honor of speaking yesterday, Jamie, Billy, and Christy, son-in-law Ron, and daughter-in-law Sabrina, and grandchildren Drew, Devin, Emily, and Olivia. He's also survived by his sisters, Joanne and her husband Lynn, and Nancy and her husband Bobby, and brothers Danny and his wife Oil, and Joey. Niece Lindsay, along with numerous other nieces, nephews, great-nieces, great-nephews, cousins, and friends. I want to give a shout out to my friend Assemblywoman Gabby Muscara, who brought Shorty's extraordinary life to our attention. So we thank you, Shorty, for your years of dedication to your community. May you rest in peace, and may God bless and watch over you and your family. Next up, I feel like I should do this one in German. We celebrate the life of Klaus Finke. Can we get Klaus up there? There he is, who had called Parsippany home for nearly 30 years. And sadly, Klaus passed away at the age of 75 on January 11th. He was born in Dusseldorf, Germany. He worked in Duisburg. Those are two cities I know well. And he made New Jersey his home upon his immigration to the United States in 1985. He had lived in Washington Township and Hackettstown before settling in Parsippany, where he was a longtime resident manager of the Troy Garden Apartments for 27 years and a volunteer with the Parsippany Office of Emergency Management for the past 17 years. I want to thank another friend, Mayor Michael Soriano, for raising Klaus's wonderful life with me. He leaves behind his wife, Oti, with whom I spoke on Wednesday. She is Finnish by origin, after 30 years of marriage, and his son, Anfre, who remains in Germany. He's also survived by his sister, Winnie, also back in his homeland. We thank Klaus for choosing to be part of our New Jersey family, for looking after his neighbors, and for being an active member of his community. And may God bless and watch over him. Auf Wiedersehen, Klaus. OT said something to me which is very heavy, and I want to make sure I respect both her and Klaus's life, and I want to make sure people are living. And she said to me, and I quote her, "Don't let your guard down." He did, and he paid with his life. And finally, for this week, we honor Thomas Lynch Sr., a longtime resident of Union Township and Spring Lake Heights, who we lost last week at the age of 74. Pat, pay attention on this one. Tom came to New Jersey in 1969 from his native Abbeyfield in County Limerick, Ireland, where he was already an accomplished both in the rugby field and as a member of the 1st Abbeyfield Fire Brigade. Tom settled in Union Township to raise his family as he worked at the Anheuser-Busch Brewery in Newark, and when he retired after 38 years, he moved to Spring Lake Heights. While he was a proud American citizen, Tom remained an Irishman to the core and a 50-year member of the John F. Cryan Association, which honored him as their Man of the Year in 2014. That's our dear friend, Senator Joe Cryan's dad's in his memory organization. I've been to some of their events, and they are something to behold. Tom was the kind of man who never had a bad word to say about anyone, and of whom no one had a bad word to say. And everyone who knew Tom knew how good he was at golf, as you can see right there. Tom is survived by his beloved wife, Dora, her name Dora Murphy Lynch. I had the honor of speaking with Dora on Wednesday, with whom he would have celebrated 50 years of marriage this September. He also leaves behind his son, Tom Jr., and his wife, Jillian. Tom, I believe, worked for Joe Cryan when he was in the Assembly, and I believe Jillian still does work for the majority office in the Assembly. his daughter Alyssa and son-in-law Jason and daughter Ashley, and his beloved grandchildren Avery, Logan, Finley, and Pierce. He also leaves behind his brothers Tony, Noel, Patrick, and John Lynch, and his sisters Kathleen and Nora, and their families, among many other family both here in America and back home in Ireland. And in the American side of this, it's a small world, but he was cousins with two very good friends of ours over the years, sister and brother Katie and John Rustum. There are so many Irish blessings that I could recite now, but I think the words of the Lynch family stand alone, and I quote them. Tom was the type of dad everyone wanted, and the husband most people could only dream of. How's that? That's as good as it gets. A true gentleman. Thank you, Tom. May God bless and watch over you and your family, and may he hold you in the palm of his hand. Now, changing gears. Over the past few months, we've been highlighting many of the small businesses who have received truly life-saving supports from the New Jersey Economic Development Authority. But along with them, we haven't done this as much as we probably should have, many community-based nonprofits have also stepped forward to receive EDA grants that have allowed them to maintain their essential community missions. One of those is the Howell Township Police Athletic League, which is run by the president and CEO, the guy on the right, Sergeant Christopher Hill. Like PALS across New Jersey, the Howell PALS mission is to foster positive relationships among youth and police officers in our community through sports and education, something that has been going on in Howell since 1979. Even the Police Athletic League has felt the impact of the pandemic, and Sergeant Hill recognized the vital role it can play in ensuring recreational and extracurricular activities for the township's kids. Working with the EDA, he was able to secure grant funding to keep the PALS mission alive and going strong. I had the opportunity to chat with Sergeant Hill on Wednesday and thank him not only for what he and the Howell police have done throughout the pandemic to keep residents safe, but for providing a safe outlet for Howell's youth. But he also wanted me to say that they have a big reach, Pat, in the shore communities in both Monmouth and Ocean County. So they're not just a Howell operation, they've got a broader reach than that. So I want to take my hat off. I know Pat joins me to the Howell Police Athletic League and all the PAL partners across the state who have stepped up to provide essential recreational and educational opportunities in their communities. By the way, check them out. Their website is howellpal.org, howellpal.org. And by the way, I mentioned I spoke to Sergeant Hill on Wednesday, the day that Joe Biden was sworn in as President of the United States, and it was only fitting that he said to me that, among other things, he works for the Beau Biden Foundation. So this is a guy and his team who are incredibly community-driven. Next up, I want to reiterate the news from the Department of Labor yesterday that the number of initial unemployment claims filed over the past week declined by more than 20% from the week prior, a drop of more than 5,000 initial claims. Thank God it's still too many, but thank God it went down. Additionally, the department reported that the $300 in federal unemployment benefits approved by Congress and the former administration have hit the bank accounts of approximately 533,000 eligible New Jersey workers. And all claimants who were eligible for both weeks of benefits provided so far received that $600 total in one sum. From now on, the process will be completed weekly. So to Commissioner Rob Sarangelo and his team at the Department of Labor, who continue to meet every challenge, we thank you. I know you're going to keep up the good work, the hard work, and the essential work, just as we all are going to do to keep up the hard work of getting the vaccine to every New Jerseyan who raises their hand. And to all of you, let's keep up the hard work of fighting this pandemic. We will beat this. Finally today, wasn't planning on talking about this, but sadly, I want to acknowledge the passing this morning of baseball great Hank Aaron, who died at the age of 86, just 2 weeks shy of his birthday. 2 weeks ago, he publicly received his COVID vaccination in the hopes it would lead more people to trust it. He was more than a legendary ball player and ambassador of the game. He was a champion for civil rights who day in and day out over a 23-year career that he undertook without bravado broke down barriers. He would spend many of his later years working on charitable endeavors to provide scholarships and opportunities for countless urban youth, among many other pursuits. He brought millions of Americans together as he chased and then passed Babe Ruth's home run record. When he did in Atlanta, only 6 years after the assassination of Dr. King, The iconic broadcaster Vin Scully summed it up this way, and I quote Vin, "What a marvelous moment for baseball. What a marvelous moment for Atlanta and the state of Georgia. What a marvelous moment for the country and the world." Hank Aaron stood as a reminder that what brings us together as a nation is always greater than what drives us apart. Although, as Dan Bryan reminded me earlier, he received up to 3,000 letters a day, most of it hate mail, because he had replaced a white icon as the king of the hill, Babe Ruth. God bless Hank Aaron, and thank him for everything he did on the ball field and maybe more importantly off of it. One of the all-time greats.
And on that note, obviously a tragic story today, Hank Aaron losing his life, but I want to remember him and show tribute to him. And our sister station, Fox Atlanta, did a tribute on him. So we'll play out that story, and then we have a couple other stories I want to get to as well here on News Now from Fox.
Not only was Hank Aaron my mentor, but he was also my hero. I wanted to be like Hank growing up. I modeled my game after Hank. I contribute my back-to-back 30-30 seasons to Hank Aaron because he taught me a lot. I met him at an early age. Even though he was my hero, I mean, it was just, I was starstruck being around him. And even as he was, giving me tips, I couldn't believe I was talking to Hank Aaron. To me, the greatest player of all time. I mean, I know a lot has been said about Babe Ruth and Stan Musial and a lot of these other players, but to think about how long Hank Aaron played the game, how consistent he was, he almost had 8,000 total. I mean, he did everything. He played great defense. He could run, hit, throw, all the above. And not only did he do that throughout his career, but he did it while people were threatening his life, threatening his family. I try to think about putting myself in his shoes and going through what he had to go through and still be able to focus on playing the game of baseball that he loved so much. I don't know how mentally he got through that. I don't think I could have gotten through that. So not only was he an amazing baseball player, but a very, very strong human being as well.
And we have a look back at his life and his career with a really amazing obituary right here. We'll play that out for you. Again, just remembering the life of Hank Aaron and the legacy that he left behind.
Henry Louis Aaron was one of the country's most triumphant figures during the 20th century. Major League Baseball's all-time home run leader for more than 33 years, he remains, in the eyes of many, its rightful home run king. Aaron spent 21 years with the Braves, first in Milwaukee, then in Atlanta, before finishing his career back in Milwaukee with the Brewers. Although best known for his 755 home runs, Hammerin' Hank remains baseball's career leader in RBI and total bases. Aaron was born in Mobile, Alabama, and grew up poor in the segregationist South, but that hardly marked the end of the racism he endured. He and his family received threats while he approached Babe Ruth's home run record, yet he displayed unsurpassed grace amid the harsh scrutiny. In the Braves' home opener in 1974, Aaron swung into history, connecting on career home run number 715.
Fastball is a high drive into deep left center field. Buckner goes back to the fence. It is gone. What a marvelous moment for the country and the world. A black man is getting a standing ovation in the Deep South for breaking a record of an all-time baseball idol.
40 years later, the Braves once again honored Aaron on the anniversary of his monumental achievement.
On behalf of Hank Aaron, my wife, and of course all of my fans, I just want to say thank you so very much for all your kindness for these many years.
An all-star for 21 consecutive seasons, Aaron was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1982. When Barry Bonds eclipsed Aaron's home run record in 2007, it provided another example of the Hammer's class.
My hope today
as it was on that April evening in 1974, is that the achievement of this record will inspire others to chase their own dreams.
Such an amazing figure, not just for the baseball community, but for the entire country. That was Fox Sports' Greg Wolf. Aaron is survived by his wife, Billy, and 5 children, Gail, Hank Jr., Larry, Dorinda, and Cece. We'll continue to play out more stories remembering Hank Aaron and his legacy, but for now I'm going to leave you with this live look of the big board as we are following a couple different stories here on News Now from Fox. We just showed you President Biden introducing his American Rescue Plan. If you missed that, he took some executive action today to provide a stopgap measure of financial relief to millions of Americans while Congress begins to consider his much larger $1.9 trillion package to help those who are affected by the pandemic. The 2 executive orders that Biden signed would increase food aid, protect job seekers on unemployment, and clear a path for federal workers and contractors to get a $15 hourly minimum wage. Obviously, this is being met with opposition by Republican lawmakers who say it's just too soon since that $900 billion stimulus package that was passed in December. Some of you may have been getting those $600 stimulus checks. Well, this new round of stimulus would provide another round of stimulus checks, adding up to $2,000 total if you got that $600. So we'll be playing out that briefing for you later on here on News Now from Fox. Again, I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we have a really interesting interview, this one discussing impeachment of President Trump. And here on News Now from Fox, we bring you all of those live, raw, and unfiltered events throughout the country, nonstop news. When anything breaks, we have it here. But we also bring you some really interesting long-form interviews. So the Associated Press did an interview with Representative Ted Lieu of California. He's a Democrat out there. He's one of the 9 impeachment managers who wrote up that article of impeachment for President Trump. So he's a Los Angeles area lawmaker, former active duty officer in the U.S. Air Force and military prosecutor. He says that, quote, "We cannot begin to heal the soul of this country without first delivering swift justice to all of its enemies, foreign and domestic." So I want to play out that conversation for you here on News Now. Give me just one moment to get that all set up. This is a very interesting conversation because it's going to explain the timeline of the impeachment trial, which is something that a lot of lawmakers and honestly political reporters don't really know. So I think this will clarify when things are going to be taking action and what that's going to be looking like moving forward. So again, the Associated Press with Congressman Ted Lieu.
All of you guys were in the building. You were witnesses to the crime. This is not a private phone call like the previous impeachment, as Pelosi said yesterday. How long does this trial need to last? Does it need to be as long as the last one? Could it be less than a week?
So the House of Representatives were fulfilling our duty by impeaching the former president and then sending over the article of impeachment on Monday. Then it'll be up to the Senate to determine their procedures for the trial, how long they want the trial to be. Speaker Pelosi is correct that a lot of this evidence was in broad daylight. Donald Trump gave that speech. In the words of Liz Cheney, he summoned a mob assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack. And the American people saw the attack happen in real time, and people died from that attack.
And I just want to ask you about the arguments as well. Republicans have been making, that we've been talking to have been making two main arguments, that it's unconstitutional to impeach or try to remove a president after, convict a president after his time in office. And also, like Lindsey Graham was talking today about just really the legal precision of, did he legally incite this riot? How might you guys go about, arguing against those two main arguments, especially it being unconstitutional?
On their first point, over 150 constitutional legal scholars, including members of the Federalist Society, have come out, signed a letter saying it is constitutional to impeach a former president. And in fact, Congress has in the past impeached an official who was already out of office, and that was Secretary Belknap. So not only is it constitutional, there's also precedence for this. And then in regards to incitement, the First Amendment doesn't protect you against inciting an insurrection. It's actually a felony. There is a law in the books saying you cannot incite an insurrection. At issue here is presidential conduct. Donald Trump knew the power of his words. He used the power of his words, and he incited his mob to violently attack our Capitol to try to stop Congress from formalizing his defeat.
And are there any other arguments that you plan to make, just to try to convince this increasingly looking like it's going to be a pretty skeptical group of Republican senators who would obviously be necessary to convict him, or at least 17 of them would? What other arguments might you be making legally to try to convince them?
So again, we're not going to disclose our trial strategy. However, the evidence was in plain view. Not only did you have Donald Trump summon the mob and assemble the mob and then lit the flame of the attack, you also saw that this mob attacked the Capitol not because they didn't like corporate tax rates. They attacked the Capitol specifically to keep Donald Trump in power. They were trying to stop Congress from accepting the certified electoral college results. This was the president using violence to try to maintain power. And the only time that's going to happen is when a president loses an election. And so we have to be able to impeach and convict former presidents to make sure that future presidents don't ever try this again.
Could you just run down a little bit? It's such an interesting story to me that you and David Cicilline were, literally under lockdown when you wrote this article. Can you just tell us a little bit more, give us a little more detail about that day? Who came up with this idea? How did you guys end up together? Who were you talking to? Just any detail about, how this came about, because really with a few small changes, it really is what you wrote that the House voted on and that you all will now be trying.
Sure. So because of the pandemic, they actually did not want most House members on the floor. So many of us are watching from our office, the proceedings. And I remember at about 1:15 p.m., we get loud banging on our door. We open it, and the Capitol Police officer says, "You need to evacuate immediately." So when the Capitol Police officer says that, you listen. And my chief of staff and I raced down 5 flights of stairs to the tunnels. And we went to the next building over, which they said was secure. And we didn't know why we were being evacuated. So we looked at our phones and we realized a mob was descending upon Capitol Hill. Eventually, we used the tunnels and made our way to Congressman David Cicilline's office. His staff graciously let us in, then locked the door. And we watched in horror as the events of the day unfolded on TV. And we realized we were in the middle of an attempted coup incited by Donald Trump. And then we were also extremely disturbed that the president did nothing to stop the attack on the Capitol. And Congressman Cicilline and I started to work on the article of impeachment. We also worked remotely with Congressman Jamie Raskin, who's a constitutional law professor, as well as judiciary staff and our own staffs.
Who had the first idea? Were you all just sitting there and one of you said, we need to impeach this guy again? How did that sort of come up? And how did you all decide on, the language and what it would be for, and any other just details about how that happened?
It really was a joint idea, and the language was something that we worked on together. We also, that same day, worked on a letter on the 25th Amendment that we sent over to Vice President Pence asking him to invoke it. We were just shocked and angry at what was happening while we were in lockdown, and we thought we needed to make sure that no president ever does this again, and we need to hold the current president at that time accountable.
And did you talk to Pelosi at any point that day? I mean, when did you realize that this was not just something that you were introducing, but something that might actually, that was going to go to the floor and might have an actual chance of passage?
Speaker Pelosi has always been supportive. She was extremely busy that day, and people were trying to assassinate her. So we simply worked on the language and wanted to get language right first and make sure that Legislative Council had a way to review it and make sure it was correct. And then we approached leadership, and they were supportive of it.
Congressman, given what happened that day and that there are far-right groups, there are groups that could be associated with white supremacists, what do you expect the outcome of this trial to have on groups like that? Do you expect them to be upset and emboldened by the trial? Do you expect it to tamper down their aspirations or their faith in the former president?
That's a great question. So there was at least one article coming out, actually that came out, showing that a number of the Proud Boys have abandoned Donald Trump. They view him as weak. They thought that he didn't support them. And one thing that we know is that the former president built this image to his base that he was a winner, except he lost. And even his staunchest supporters now see that he is no longer president. So I think you're going to see a lot of support for the former president rapidly diminish. And we'll see what happens at the conclusion of this trial. But I believe a number of Republican senators will realize that they need to have a separation from the former president because of their insurrection he incited on January 6th.
And one last question, Congressman. Do you plan on being in touch with President Biden and his administration going forward? Or have you spoken to him recently about the impeachment trial?
So I absolutely look forward to working with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. By the way, she is a constituent, so I'm very proud of that fact. And I look forward to working on COVID relief packages, on making sure we do infrastructure. And look, none of us want to be doing this trial. We would much rather be working on legislation and bills, but we can't just ignore January 6th and pretend it didn't happen. This was an attack on our Capitol by a violent mob. It was an attack on our nation, instigated by our commander-in-chief. We have to address that and make sure it never happens again.
Congressman, thank you so much for your time. Mary Carter.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your time.
And that was Representative Ted Lieu, again, talking about the impeachment of Donald Trump. We'll be watching that timeline very closely, as it sounds like things are going to start picking up starting next week. I do have a live event that just popped up. It's the U.S. Conference of Mayors. They're holding their 89th winter meeting. But of course, like anything in 2020, 2021, it's got to be virtual. So all of them are meeting virtually. We'll play that out for you. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, though, we'll be hearing from these mayors, and then we have a couple coronavirus briefings and some updates from the Senate floor as well.
So I just want to wrap by thanking U.S. Conference of Mayors for being a partner. Thank you for all of your work. We are so encouraged to stand with you as we fight for these changes, fight for this funding, fight for the enforcement we know that we need. And to make sure that we actually make the things happen now, and we're not waiting 6 months to a year to have the same conversation about what we could or should have done to help you do your jobs. Thank you so much. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you.
I think I'm back to you, Mayor Cranley.
Yes, thank you very much. We want to open it up now to you.